Thank you so much. So, already needing help, just getting old. But anyways, I introduced myself in the Lakota way and acknowledge that I'm here in the lands of the Dene, as well as several other tribal nations that are in Arizona. So I'm Oglala Lakota, I'm a Pine Ridger, but I was born and raised in Arizona. So I grew up with the Arizona tribal folks. So down in Tempe, I'd ride my bike over to Salt River and swim at Frying Pan and the canals over there. Remember those? Anyone swim at Frying Pan? And so, all right, yes. I got kicked out of the Papago Lake many times, and just many good memories. Me and several of my friends from the communities here. When I went to Tempe High, there were Kachans and Navajos, and of course Apaches, and everyone out there. And so it's wonderful to have that indigenous feel in this state that we now call Arizona. And 25% of the land base is Indian country. So that's something we always need to remember about Arizona. San Diego is similar. I'm not San Diego, South Dakota is similar, where we have almost 20% of the land base. So it's, again, Indian country is prevalent, and we need to continue now more than ever, advocating and making our voices heard anywhere we're at, particularly with our non-Indian allies. We need our non-Indian allies to be additional voices supporting our work in Indian country. Today is a good day. 50 years, Navajo Nation, the Dene. Woo! That is good. It's wonderful to have this celebration, and I've been around for over 30 of it anyways, and it's wonderful to see the growth and the impacts over the 50 years that Navajo Nation started. You are the first ones to begin tribal vocational rehabilitation, and that is something to be very proud of. That's something that I believe Elmer Guy, is he here yet? Elmer, are you in the house yet? But we call him the grandpa of tribal voc rehab. So we're going to have a lot of good things today, and we're going to do some presentations, have some honorings, and as always in Indian country, we want to start in a good way. So I'd like to invite Stephen, if you could, sir, work your way up here so we can start in our way, a traditional way, and today we have our Dene to start us in a good way this morning. So, halami akola for me.
I'm going to just say to our sponsors, you look like some very mature, responsible relatives, and yet you invite a recovering politician to your conference? No, well. His mind is still very strong, and I know his family, they're a praying family, so I know his spirit's going to be strong as well. We all have our different faiths, dear loved ones, dear relatives. So I beseech you to join me with your own prayers. After I do my prayer, I'm going to offer 2 songs. One, a Protection Way song. As you look at this beautiful illustration of 50 years, the arrowhead symbolized. And that the t-shirts, it's not only that you're all gifted, has that same symbology. For me, it takes me immediately to a very special being that we call Che, who gave us our beautiful songs. Call out Che, that horn toad, that gave us these beautiful songs to dress us ourselves with the sacred armor. That's one of the songs I'll sing for you, because I want you to get home safely to your workplaces, to your families, to your loved ones, to your little tzili, yaja, those of you that have little tzili, yaja, to your lambs, to your sheep, to your puppies. And then I'll do a traveling song. So the request that was made, oh my, Shana, my dear precious brother here, Mr. Hosky Benali. I've sat many times with this gentleman in sweat. Katshe. Shana. Welcome back to Flagstaff. I think that's about the last time I saw you here. Again, I ask no recordings, please, at this time. And we've shared those times, and now you shared that with me when that gentleman that you were apprenticed to went on. On the cat needs in Yakota. So that protection we song. The name parts of this is for our home, Shagan. Shetzis, my body, Shetkin, my path forward, my road forward. Adoshazat, be yasti igishatso. Adavuk is a Galsons, the dot us. Because we hear it, we interpret it. Sometimes we feel it throughout our whole being, down to the hinastin and the anjata. Bene nada bit kanne khatle. Bene nada ne hinakish to dile. Bene nada ya nile. Hwa ta nile. Marche, yeah. This time of the year is our new year. This is when we tell our journey stories of the twins. The squatting man constellation appears in the sky. That's when we can talk about from birth to death. Most of the other times, our Navajo people, they don't like to talk about death. But there's a special time brought to us that we can talk about those things without fear, but we do it reverently. We do it with compassion, with kindness, to teach. And I want to acknowledge my precious little brother over here, Dr. Elmer Guy. Good to see you and your wife here. For all the work you've done over the years for these relatives. A joy to see you. I had the great privilege to interact with you at that higher institution, that level of higher institution over there. So now, good to see you here. Again, sing with me. When we travel in our song, we say, Hozon, Nasha, Hozon, Saya, Hozon, Dasta, Hozon, Nasta, Hozon, Nansta. That's what that's in Hozon, Nansta. We're not going to do a song that long. with this. Yesterday, I visited with an elder up in Navajo, New Mexico. In Navajo, we say when you talk about somebody, they invariably walk in the door. Yesterday, Mr. Amos Begay, I mentioned Raymond Deal, and here he is sitting in the audience over here. Wonderful to see you. You have a lot of good relations up Pine Ridge Way. I was telling this young man, he's sure a good-looking young man, but he'd look a lot better with a mustache like yours. My dear relatives, I truly wish you the best through this day and as you journey on in your respective lives. I did take privilege based on the reality of who I am. I am of the second original clan, Honagahni. Asanat leb nagate hitel na aginit. Tana sani to khana no hobani tsani skan that's all. Nathana Walyagi, my daddy was Cheyenne. Never met him. He died during the Korean War, United States Army. Todichi ni edashiche data. Do Nathana Sami, the reindeer people from across the ocean. They endured what a lot of our indigenous people endured here in this land. They are considered a minority and imposed upon too. My dad paid the ultimate price, and that's where I come back to taking privilege. But also because there was these ladies that came to my home and brought Be'okha. I don't take that lightly. I wanted to honor it as best as I could. Benashti igita. Adosha achin ethachi ni nota atata. Binsnani ekintli ni yaschin haskan hatzo e dabachedo ashin e dabanalla. She runs the indigenous programs for the city of Flagstaff. Really hard-fought battle to finally get the city to recognize that we are a significant and integral part of this community. We bring millions of dollars to this community, month to month, weekend to weekend. They don't understand that. Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's the truth. It's the absolute truth. With that, all the for this honor and this privilege to be before you. If you have nightmares because I was here, you blame Vanginez and Ms. Cianez, or if you have really good dreams tonight, you might go see them tomorrow and give them some coffee, okay? With that, have a good one.
That was a good way to start. So Wopila Stephen for starting us in a good way and inviting the ancestors to be with us. Because I know when the ancestors hear our language, hear our prayers, hear our songs, they know something's going on. Hey. So they come join us and see what we're doing. So right now we're making our ancestors proud today, collectively, as not only indigenous people, but our non-Indian allies that join us, that walk with us, that roll with us, and make those footprints, those wheel prints for our future generations. So it's wonderful, Stephen Wopila, once again, for starting us in a good way, in our way, as indigenous people, and inviting our ancestors to be with us. And I know you've lost someone just recently, very important, but now they're with the ancestors. And they'll continue to teach us and support us as we do the best we can in this world before we make our journey. As I'm in my last quartile, I guess, I'll be statistical, hey. But it's an interesting time when you start becoming an elder. And I lost my mom last year, and suddenly now I'm getting a lot of those requests that she would. And then I'm realizing as an elder, you lose your elders. But you keep their stories and their teachings going as best you can. And that's how we started today. is honoring the ancestors, honoring our elders in the room, our traditional educators. And we need you to keep teaching us. We need those songs. My takojas, my grandkids, I do the best to share the language and our ways as they grow up in San Diego as little beach bums, hey, right? You know, so again, that's something we do collectively, and the work that we do is for the people. And that's why we honor the people. And in this case, what they say in the American language, disability. Our languages don't have a word for disability. We've adapted some of our ways, our words, our philosophies to adapt to what they call disability in the American language. So that's something that we don't have. It's just life experience. It's a circumstance. It's not something to separate. Fortunately, we're using better language because remember the old days of handicap, right? That came from the United Kingdom, from England, when they saw people with disabilities begging in the streets, hand in cap. And that's what they thought of people that they said had a handicap. We don't see that in our lens and our way of seeing. Our lens is, those are human beings. Those are community members. Tioshpae, Washtelo. They are positive aspects and members of our communities, regardless of their situation. And that's what we are here to celebrate together. And the Dene, the Navajos, lead in starting Voc Rehab. Elmer, good to see you, brother. I think you got that $5,000 grant in '69 or something to do a demo on Navajo. And that demo grant, $5,000 now, is 30 plus million with over 90 tribal Voc Rehab programs. Well done. We are going to move into our morning sessions. And again, we want to acknowledge what they now call the San Francisco Peaks. I think the ancestors came down and they're joining us here in the room today to share the good energy and the good message and the teachings that we've already had this morning with our prayers and our opening. So Wopila for having me. It's wonderful to see so many friends from the days. We're all a little bit more frosty now. Hey, you know. I like to say knowledge highlights. You know. Some of you are using Clairol. Hey, but for our welcome, we want to introduce Claudia Edgewater, and she's the superintendent of the Department of Dene Education. So Claudia, if you could come on up. Let's welcome Claudia. Thank you so much.
Good morning. She Claudia Edgewater and she my discussion in Slan do look at the net buses chin other chish a dash che do topa a dashnala hagot a got the net sanshle. Good morning. Respected leaders, advocates, people who serve Indian education, thank you very much for being here. We also have our board here as well. Mr. Hosky, good morning, sir. So right now, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge our Department of Dene Education team. Please stand if you're in the room, and our lovely policy Niz. Please give her a round of applause. Please excuse President Nygren. He had other prior engagements, but he sends his loves and his regards to the good work that you all continue to do as well. We also want to acknowledge our Board of Education, Navajo Nation Board of Education. Please stand and be recognized at this time. Thank you. So as we gather here today, we're looking at sovereignty. We're looking at what our ancestors had laid before us and the work that they do. We know that being indigenous people of our nation, being closely to one of our sacred mountains today, we immerse ourselves in the work that we do. We continue to be tenacious, we continue to persevere, and we continue to work collectively among one another. We want to acknowledge and recognize our partners, our advocates for the work that you do here for our people. We also want to recognize our tribes, who are neighboring tribes. If you can please stand and be recognized at this time as well. White Mountain Apache. Who else do we have? Hopi. Okay. Pueblos. Salt River. Please stand and be recognized at this time. And all our great partners of indigenous communities. So today we look at what we have come and how far we've come. It's like half a century, right? I didn't wake up this morning thinking that I'm going to be 50 years, feeling old of something. But this is not. This is the capstone of what we're going to do and how we work forward, moving forward with the work that we do. I really like to hear everybody's stories. And just yesterday, I was driving through, and I ended up going past this one old building on the right-hand side. First, being blessed with the early morning dawn, seeing the beautiful sunlight coming through the rays of the great Hopi Nation as well. And as I drove past, I looked one time when a friend of mine had shown me that building right there used to be where they used to put students who had exceptional needs out there before inclusion became a law and mainstreamed them into education. And without thinking about it yesterday, I drove by and I looked at that and I thought, wow, how far we've come. To look at places like that and where we are today, within 24 hours to be blessed with a room full of advocates, people who would contribute great work to rehabilitation, to students with exceptional needs, and to really mainstream everybody into our society as being normal, right, with all of us. To be able to admire them with the work that they do when they feel like there's a setback. So that was what was my reflection yesterday morning as I drove through to make my way to Page to attend the Cognia conference. There we talked about accreditation. Came back this way, threw my boots up, and here I am among wonderful, wonderful people and blessed with your presence. It takes a very special person to do the work that you do. The compassion, the love, the hours you put in, and really being a voice for those who need it most. Our advocacy continues to strive. Thank you to Dr. Elmer Guy. Working with him on a daily, about a weekly schedule is a great blessing. Tomorrow we venture down a road of advocating for funding at the federal level for our students in rehabilitation and disability as well. But I want to thank you, and to continue your work and to strive and not accept anything less. You are our inspiration, and to those of you who have a disability or feel like you are in a little bit complicated position than we all are, God bless you. You are our hero. You continue to work and strive every day. You capitalize on the word tenacious, perseverance, and strength. Continue to have that faith and good mindset. Continue to advocate and show us there is a better way. We appreciate the work that you do. As we venture down this path within the futures ahead of us and continue to work for another 50 years, we want to look at how far we have come and where we will go. But thank you very much to everybody, and let's have a wonderful celebration day today. Yeah.
Palamiha, thank you so much for being here and sharing those words. And again, it is a celebration. 50 years, imagine the lives that have been impacted with that $5,000 demo grant, right? So there's our transition, Elmer. It's your turn. Hey. But if you could make your way up here, Elmer, and share your story and some of your teachings. And when I was fresh out of graduate school at San Diego State University with my rehabilitation counseling degree, focusing on administration, I really wanted to create Indian programs as a young graduate. And they sent me to Navajo Nation for a week. And I got to hop around and res hop, right? Good to see you. But I met Elmer and then Treva Roanhorse that can't be with us. She's caring for Anselm, her husband, who's facing his disability challenges. so we can't have her today, but she's with us in spirit. But Elmer, as the grandfather of Travel VR, I don't know if you like being called that or not, but we do, hey. But his work and his vision created something wonderful that we're celebrating today. And it's so wonderful to have you with us. So, Palamia, thank you, Elmer, for being here. Good, I'm not the only bad guy.
Yate, Donald. Good to see everyone here. Don't end Schlingi, ya, Nanesh, Edge, Tabai. My Dishkijni, ya, Bashish Chain. Tohetlini, Dashanala, Ado, Torichini, Dashe. You see, now Shahagi, a Chen Lide. Ado, my wife, Dr. Martha Guy, yeah, Kintli cheating, Ado, Tohet Lini Yashin, Ado, Onagani Eya, Dabiche, Do, Ashin Dabanale. Thank you for inviting me today. And it was good to hear from our superintendent, Claudia Edgewater. I also saw Thomas Cody here, division director from Social Services. And I understand the Board of Education is here. The Advisory Council on Disability, and NNOSER staff, Paula, and your staff, thank you for inviting me. So just want to share some information or a story about working, see Elayazi here too, about working with the Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. Actually, when I got out of high school, I went to school here at NAU for 1 year. And then I stepped out, and I wanted to go to the military, but then I didn't. So I was trying to find a job after 1 year of school. It was really hard to get anything on Navajo, so I ended up as a teacher aide at Chinle Valley School for exceptional children. And we had a lot of fun there. One of the things that we did was we created a Special Olympics program for kids. And one of the teachers that we worked with wanted me to pursue a degree in special education. And so they kept telling me that I should major in that area because there's not too many male teachers in special ed. And so I ended up going to University of Northern Colorado for summer. And I got a Navajo scholarship that paid, my tuition. I think they still do that today. They only give you $2,000 back then. I think they still are at that same amount today. So I went there just to kind of learn about what is this field about. And then I worked for Nelson Gorman. He was a director at the time and later became the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. And then he was also a council delegate from Chinle. He was our director. And he gave me, he paid my salary during when I was going to school. So I had money going to school. I had a car then too. I bought a car. Then I drove all the way around, went to the Rockies, went to the Cheyenne Frontier Days, and Denver Powwow, and I had money, during the summer. And then, I kind of took it serious. I looked at other schools, and then I noticed that University of Arizona had a really good program. So then I went there, and I got my my bachelor's degree, and then I went back to Chinle Valley School. And when I was working there, it seemed like at that time there were only developmental disabilities program, many of them. Chinle Valley School, St. Michael's Special Ed, Coyote Canyon Rehab, and there was also a program in Toye Industries. And then Navajo also applied for what they call the university affiliated programs. Judd Cunningham was director of vocational rehabilitation at the time. And they found a place at the Neck College, Navajo Community College at the time. And then I got a call from Caleb Roanhorse. And so how do you advance this? He offered me a job actually to direct a spinal cord injury project. And how do you advance the slide? And so what that project was about is you work with people that have got injured. Okay. And so my job was to work with Indian Health Services in Gallup. And when somebody got injured, either through an automobile accident or rodeoing or skiing or something, when they broke their spine, they were sent to Craig Rehab up in Denver. And my job was to go up there and meet with the patient, their parents, and get to know them, and then to transition them back home. And then when at home, you have to find resources to at least get some ramps built, widen the doors, that kind of thing. And there were no resources for that. And the whole idea was when they get injured, they get stabilized at Craig Rehab and refer them to Voc Rehab, get them back into employment. That was the whole idea. It sounds good, but it's not, in reality, it doesn't happen that way. A lot of people are still adjusting to the disability. They go through a divorce. They get into alcohol. It takes a longer process. And so we were trying to find resources. And one of the things that we did was we contracted BIA housing program. And we used the 10% population so that we could use those resources to build those ramps. And we were the first one to do a 638 with a Navajo BIA housing program. And so at the same time, vocational rehabilitation, when I joined them, and they had the vocational rehabilitation program that Judd Cunningham was leading, and he left for the university-affiliated programs, which was at Navajo Community College, and then Caleb Roanhorse became the director. And and so I was there. Hosky was there, and Treba, and then and I was working on this spinal cord injury project, and then Caleb left to work for with Peter McDonald as the staff assistant. And then somehow I end up as a director. And And then we were learning about what vocational rehabilitation is really about. And so what we did is we contracted with a person named Dr. Herbert Lieberwitz through IPA, Intergovernmental Personnel Act, it's called. So I don't know if people still use that today, but we were able to bring Herb in from the Regional 9 RSA office from San Francisco. And then they paid his salary. And so he was helping us, what is rehab about? And at the same, when I joined rehab, they had this 3-year grant from the state of Arizona. They call it Establishment Grant. And so the way these rehabilitation grant works is that they give those money to the state, and the state have to put up a matching fund. And then Arizona always ran short of their matching funds. So then they put out these establishment grants and then make those entities that are going to get those grants to match that so they can match their federal grant. So that's how Navajo got that 3-year establishment grant. And they use a federal program called CETA. It's probably not legal, but that's what Navajo did. So when I joined them, but probably like maybe 1978 or so when I joined as a woke rehab. And then the 3-year grant was ending. And then I was thinking, why did I take this job? This is just a short term. And so at that same time, the Rehabilitation Act was being reauthorized, 1978 amendments, right? A lot of these federal programs are authorized so many years, same way with rehab. And so in that 1978 amendments, they put language in that for some reason I can't work this thing. They put language in that 78 amendments that said the RSA commissioner could give grants to tribes, and they can only give I think up to 1% of what all the state money gets. So there was authorization set to give money to tribes. And so when that language was being put into the Rehabilitation Act, then that allowed a tri-state grant. Because then we had cases, clients from Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So then they did a tri-state grant with the help of Herb Leibowitz. We convened a meeting with the state directors and then asked them, can you continue to fund these cases? Because we have this amendment in the Rehabilitation Act, and there's going to be money in it. And so they gave us 1 more year of grant, and that was just to continue to fund those cases that were open. And I remember the state director from New Mexico, I forget his name, Ross Swanson, I think was his name. And at that meeting, he said, you're asking us to fund those cases, and we don't even know what those cases look like. We don't even know, if it's legitimate. And then so we said, well, review those cases. And Treva Roanhorse was the manager for all the counselors. So then they look at those cases, and then he said, these cases are even better than some of our own cases. So then he really became an advocate. And so can I help move this to the next slide? Try this. And so okay. So, so when the three-state award, and this is some of the 1978 amendments that I mentioned earlier. It created a section for American Indians vocational rehabilitation called Part D, Section 130. And they wanted 10% match, or you can do in-kind, and then not more than 1% could be awarded. They never funded. It was always at zero. And then there's other things that it provided. And it also, the 1978 amendments also authorized independent living centers for the first time. And it also created a National Council on the Handicap in that 1978 amendments. And so this one just shows that the funding that we got, the 3-year grant, and then we got a tri-state grant for 1979. And then this 78 amendments was there. And then so we were going to Congress, and Hosky and I, and we've been visiting members of Congress trying to get money for Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. And there was a lady that worked for Senator DeConcini, and her name is June Tracy. She's a Navajo lady from Ganado. She's a Kapahan clan, and so she's my older sister. She really helped me to say, like, you know, you should go talk to so-and-so. You should go talk to Senator Kennedy's staff. Talk to this person. And so that kind of started this whole thing. And then there was a person, a congressman from Kentucky named William Natcher, chair of the appropriations. Went to see him. And then we got this $650,000 earmarked for the first time for Navajo. And then on New Mexico, we had Senator Domenici, who was chair of the Appropriations Committee, and he was also chair of the Budget Committee. So whenever the House put money in, there's no problem. Senator Domenici just made sure we got it through. So it was kind of easy like that. And so for that 1979, that three-year grant that we had, from the tri-state grant, that was running out. And then we had this language put in the House report that said $650,000 for Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. So our money basically ran out, and I had a copy of that congressional record, and I showed it to our OMB, to the Navajo Nation leadership, and I said, this is our money, it's coming. And so then they allowed us to continue to use Navajo Nation money. And I didn't tell them when that money is going to come in. And so it was like maybe November, because appropriation starts October 1, right? And we were like in November, they keep asking, where's the money? Where's your money? You know, you're using Navajo Nation money. And they said, well, it's going to be here. And then I keep calling RSA, say, where's our money? And I said, well, we got to go through this process. We got to, put it into some contract arrangement, and it's going to take maybe about 6 months to get that money through. And then I had to go tell Navajo it's not going to be here until later. And then they said, well, we got to get it appropriated. You got to go to council. And then I asked Jack Jackson Sr. to see if he could make that request. And then we went to the Budget and Finance Committee, and there was a council delegate, Edward T. Begay, went before them, and then I explained what was going on. And then he said, are you sure you need, I think I asked for like 3 months of a budget. And he said, are you sure you need 3 months? Is that going to be enough? we don't want you to run out in December and then come back and ask for more. We're going to make sure you have enough money. So then they doubled it. They doubled that amount. And then I remember him saying, he says, I mean, it'll be worth the effort to fight for this money for the council, because Navajo never funded programs for disabilities, nothing. So that was the first time. And then I remember then going to the Navajo Nation Council and trying to explain what that money is for. And Peter McDonald was chairing the council, and Cale Roanhorse was working for Peter McDonald. And I don't think he wanted us there because it kind of made him look bad, because he used to be the art director. And then one of my uncles was a council delegate, Dr. Guy Gorman Sr. And then when I was presenting, and then it was lunchtime, they broke for lunch, and then Guy says, he goes, so explain to me what you're trying to, what are you asking for? So I did, and then they came back at 1 o'clock, somebody made a motion, and it got approved, and it was done. And so that was Navajo Nation's contribution. And that amount of money that they gave us, then it continued as a matching fund for it in VRP. And so that was how it happened. So then we first got $650,000, then we kept getting the same thing, go to William Natcher and Senator Domenici, we kept going like that. And then there was 1 year, we doubled that amount. We were getting $650,000, and then I think one time then we increased it to $714,000, then we doubled it and to 1.4 million. And then there were 2 tribes that got a VR grant, and that was Northern Cheyenne and Chippewa Cree. And they're both from Montana, those 2 programs. It's really important that we did that. And they're from Montana, right? Those 2. And so that was 1985. And then 1986, the Rehabilitation Act was up for reauthorization again. And William Natcher says, Elmer, we need to fix this. We cannot continue to earmark money. One of these days, we may not get the earmark. We got to fix it. And then he says, you got to talk to one of my committee members. He said, I chair the committee. One of my members would have to make that amendment. So I looked at the amendment, the members of his council, and and for some reason this doesn't advance for me. So there was a when we got these So when we got these money from for our earmark, the person, there was a regional director from San Francisco. They had these state VR directors meeting, and I was invited to those meetings. And then there were state directors from California, Arizona, Hawaii, American Samoa, Guam, the trust territories. So I got to meet with those state directors. And one person that I got to know very well is the, yeah, he had that, the thing. Yeah. Yeah, I need that. Yeah, the other one worked. When it turns off, you gotta click it, and then it'll work. Okay. You might have to stay here. Can you do? Can you do? Okay, so this guy here named Ed Roberts, he was a state director of California. And Ed went to University of Berkeley in California. And when he was in high school, they didn't let him graduate because they told him that he didn't pass physical education course. And he's a high quad from polio. A very smart man. And so I called Ed Roberts and said, do you know Ed Roybal? And they said, oh yeah, he's a good friend of mine. What do you need? And so I explained to him that we need somebody to make an amendment so that we can get money for the Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. And so that's what Ed did, Ed Roybal. Ed Roybal is a congressman from Los Angeles, first Latino to get into Congress. And then, and so at the same time, when the Rehabilitation Act was being reauthorized, they had congressional hearings, they had one in Albuquerque, and we were getting support from CSAVR. At that time also, when I left Chinle Valley School, I was working on my master's degree at University of San Francisco in Rehabilitation Administration. And there were two people that would come to that class, Jack Duncan and Joe Owens. And those two individuals were directors of CSAVR. And they told us, how to make these amendments for the Rehabilitation Act's about. So then I knew a lot about the Rehabilitation Act. And so we were talking to members of Congress they were concerned about. So if we give money to Navajo, then there'll be a duplication with Arizona and New Mexico. How are you going to deal with that? And then we had cases, we kept saying we're rehabilitating people, and they didn't really trust our records. They think they were lying about it. They wanted an outside evaluation, and then the state's going to support you. And so we had really good state support from Arizona, New Mexico, all my friends that I met from the Region 9, Hawaii, and so forth. And there was also another person named Claude Meyer from North Carolina, really good supporter. And so anyway, that was some of the challenges. So then we made changes to the Rehabilitation Act, the 1986 Rehabilitation Act. And the person that introduced this amendment of 1986 was Congressman Pat Williams from Montana. And there was a lady that worked in his office, I can't remember her name. We got to know her. And so Pat Williams made these amendments. And then we said, where they said up to 1%, we put a base in that said no less than 1/4 of 1% and no more than 1%. And then we also added that the services, vocational rehabilitation services that we provide, we also wanted to provide traditional Native healing services. So that got added. And so we then took we went through all of the legislation and put in wherever we think will benefit American Indians. And we said, the state VR, they do what they call a state rehab plan. And we said they should consult with tribes, and it's in there. They have to consult with tribes. And then where they had Indian tribal organizations, to include that Indian tribal organizations where they had public and nonprofit agency organizations. So we just went through the whole legislation and made those amendments. And then we also asked for a study of American Indians. What are the needs? And so they put that in. And then in the Rehabilitation Act, they have this interagency council where they have the Department of Education, the rehab, the Department of Health, and we added the Interior, the BIA. They should be part of that. So we did all these amendments at that time. And and so when we made that amendment, that 1/4 of 1%, it jumped up to $3.2 million. Just that base. And then more tribes got their programs going. And one of the things that Herb Leibowitz, when he was on an IPA, kept telling me, you can't rely on these grants. You have to make Navajo VR a permanent program like the states are. You have to get it a permanent. So I always had that in the back of my mind when we were doing things. And so today, I guess there's 94 Indian VR program across the country in 26 states. That's like half of the country, a little over half. And let me go back a little bit to here. So one of the other things that happen is, vocational rehabilitation is just one component, just one. And all we do is we serve a client, make them eligible, pay for their school, or try to get them back to employment, or try to get them into a more independent type environment for that individual. But we needed to expand what Navajo Nation should do. And so we then work on this Navajo Nation Council on the Handicap. And we had a counselor named Joe Lee Yazzie from St. Michael's. He was also a chapter official. So we wrote this legislation and said, we need this advocacy, because on Navajo, we need to deal with accessibility issues, people to advocate for people with disabilities. So we created this program. And in 1978, then the United States created this program for the United States. And so we want to do one for Navajo. And that's what it is today. Also, they did change their name to Advisory Council for the Handicap. So we did that. And then in 1987, there was an election, tribal election. Peterson Zaw was the chairman. Edward T. Begay was the vice chairman. And they lost the election to Peter McDonald. And at that same time, there was a court case, Kerr-McGee versus Navajo Nation. It was a dual taxation case. Navajo wanted to tax those coal companies, oil companies, those pipelines, and those companies said, we're not going to pay Navajo taxes. We pay taxes to the states already. So that went to the Supreme Court, and Navajo Nation won that Supreme Court case. And there was 21 million, 22 million, something like that, came in. And then Peterson Zaw lost the election, and he had all that money. And then I got a call from a guy named Lester Hudson. He worked for Edward T. Begay. And he says, Elmer, they're talking about giving some money to the disabilities, to the handicap. They might give you a call. And so then I called Chinle Valley School, Coyote Canyon Rehab, St. Michael's Special Ed, Coyote Canyon. Asked, if you had extra money, what would you use it for? And many of them were saying they wanted accessible vans. And so I had a budget like a little over $500,000 in case, they called me. And then Peterson Zaw calls me. And then he says, Elmer, can you meet me at the airport? So I raced down there, and I waited and waited and waited. And then he comes in with Wilford Bowman. And Wilford Bowman was carrying Mr. Zaw's bag. Mr. Zaw used to carry this rug woven bag, and I think his grandma made or somebody made it for him. And then they came in. Pete was in front, and then Wilford was following him. And then he says, he goes. And then we went on, got onto, I don't even know where I was going. We went on the plane with him. And then we got on the plane, that King Air. There's one of those seats on there, it reclines. And then, so he always sits there. And then we got on the plane, then he reclined for a while, then he got up. And then he says, Elmer, I've been in office for 4 years now. A lot of people, they come to me every day, and they say, says, my mom says, when you're fit, you have legs, arms, eyes, ears, he says. But these people, they've been saying that, he said. And then he says, but the people with the handicapped people, they need help, he says. How can they go to the chapter meeting? I know many of them don't have a way to go. Even if they were for the chapter, people might laugh about them. And he says, I want to help those people, he said. And then he says, what would you do if I give you $20 million, he says. And then, in my quick, simple mind, and said, if I have $500 here, $500,000 here, and then I thought, if you took 10 million of that, invest it, if you get 5%, you get 500,000, right? And then so I said, I would put it into trust. I said, I'll put $10 million into trust for the handicap. Use the interest, let it grow, and that way you have the money for as long as you want. And then he thought about it, and then he says, what would you do with the other 10? And I said, I'll do the same thing, but for vocational education. I said, I work over in Division of Education. We have a scholarship program for the undergrad. And then we have a trust for the graduate programs. And we don't have any for vocational education scholarships. A lot of students, they don't want to go to a 4-year, they want to go 1 year or whatever and get a job. And then he thought about it, and then he says, Wolford, what do you think? And then Wolford says, I like it. And then, so that's the only reason why we got on that plane. And then they were talking about, we should give some money to this chapter, that chapter. We should buy graders for them, that kind of thing. And then Pete says, we're going to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And we're just going to share these ideas with them. We're not going to ask them to make a decision. We're just going to let them know. So we got to the airport. Leonard Haskey was the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. He picked us up and went to the hotel where they were meeting. And then I think Nelson Gorman was on that Budget and Finance Committee with my former boss at Chinle Valley School. So then they made the presentation. I didn't say nothing. And then we left. And then Mr. Zaw says, he says, Elmer, I want you to come up with a name that has my name associated with this handicap trust fund. And don't tell anybody what we did. Keep your mouth shut kind of thing. And so next day, I met with Treba, Hosky, Benjamin Lee, and others. I said, this is what Pete Zaw wants. And we could not find anything that matches it. Z, how can you do a Z, right? Or AH. The H you can do handicap, so we just call it Handicapable Trust Fund. And then Pete called me again a few weeks later, and then he says, Elmer, that $10 million that I promised, the elders also want some money. So I want to give $7 million to the handicap, 7 to vocational, and 7 to the elders. And then I said, $7 million is still a lot of money. Anything, just give us anything kind of thing. That's okay. And then I said, if you become an elder, actually you become a little disabled anyway. So actually you're giving $14 million to people with disabilities. And then he says, it's going to go to the Budget and Finance Committee next week. And then when it goes to the Budget and Finance Committee, it becomes public. Then you can tell people about it. And then he says, then it'll go to the Navajo Nation Council. And when it goes to the Navajo Nation Council, I want you to bring people in with disabilities into that council. And that's what we did. We, brought wheelchairs in because it's not accessible, right? So we had all filled with people with disabilities, and they approved $7 million for the handicap. And I don't know how much it is today. That was like in 1987. And so they did $7 million for handicap, 7 for the elders, 6 for vocational, and 1 for Navajo Academy, which is now Navajo Prep. Navajo Academy because Leonard Haskell's kids were going to Navajo Academy. That's how politics work. And so anyway, that's what happened. So, what you all are doing in vocational rehabilitation, we've set some of those things up. If it wasn't for what you all are doing, some of these may not have happened. And I remember Hosky saying, if Peterson Zaw didn't lose the election, we probably wouldn't have gotten the $7 million. And that was probably true. And so anyway, I just wanted to mention that. And then I just want to end by saying, so 50 years, a lot of things happen. And what about the next 50 years, right? Where are we going to be in the next 50 years? And then the legislation says we have to be comparable to a state VR. I think we need to continue to work on that because state VR, they have like Randolph Shepherd, and they have independent living, and they have training, for personnel. And we need to continue, I think, to do that. Expand our federal support. There's money also in the legislation for facilities and construction money. We should go after some of that. And I think KNAR is really key. What KNAR is doing, the advocacy, they're a powerful group. And one thing that kind of concerns me today is that President Trump is wanting to dismantle Department of Education. And that's where the rehabilitation and special education's at. So if they do away with the Department of Ed, what happens to VR? What happens to special ed? What happens to the tribal colleges, right? And so I don't know what they are thinking. I know that some of the programs, they want to give it to Department of Labor. And I don't know if they're going to give some to Department of Interior, or they may keep the Department of Education. But I think that's where KNAR will be key to kind of work through. Maybe you all know what their plans are, but I don't. But I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you are doing. And we still got a lot of work to do. And I think by working together, we will make some of those advancements and to fight for what we have today and to fight for more. And Jimmy is a wonderful friend. And I met him years ago, like he was saying, when he was at San Diego State University. And so we need to partner with people like him. And his brother I met, an awesome guy too, his younger brother. And Hosky and I, we had a little presentation that we made recently. And then when I talked about the housing program that we had, 638, the person that ran that was John King. That was Ella's husband. And so we're all like family, we're all working together. And one thing that's kind of, I don't know why it happens, is that those people that you meet somewhere, they help you somewhere. It's just really interesting, like people that I met with Ed Roberts, I didn't think he was going to help us. And they help you down the road. And even people in here, we all help. And a lot of time, with these prayers that were said, isn't it real nice to hear Steve Darden's prayer this morning? And then a lot of the prayers also done by Hosky and others as well. So thank you for this time. Maybe I went over my time period here, but yeah.
Wopila, thank you so much for everything that you do, and here's a gift for you and a nice, what do you call it, notebook? So, we still write with our pens here. Hey. Hold that. And for your work, not only for this 50 years, but all the work that you're going to continue to do. We want to make sure that we're not going to let you retire. Hey. You're going to flunk retirement. And as we do, we honor our people that make a difference for the communities, and we want to honor you with this blanket. And put it, yay! Juve colors. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for providing that history and setting the tone for us today and doing the work and walking the halls of Congress. And that was what I was sharing earlier. Our voices need to be heard more now than ever. It is so important to ensure that our congressional leaders know what sovereignty is, who we are, and our rights. We're not DEI, we are sovereign nations. And they need to remember that. So keep up the good work in that regard. Now it's my great pleasure, Hosky, if you could start working your way up here. We want to make sure that we have Hosky share some of his knowledge and his experiences over the years, not only as a tribal leader, organizational development, advocate for people with disabilities. He has a disability himself. So he is a peer role model for so many other elders and our young ones. And this is what is key, is having our elders up here sharing that so our younger ones get that motivation to know who they are, to know the language, to continue our ways as Indigenous people. And Hosky represents that, another one of my mentors. So I got a lot of Dene mentors, and it's wonderful to be here. So Hosky, thank you, my brother. Wonderful to have you here. So here was
my wife, Donna.
Hey, Donna. And right here, I'll put your hand on there you go. And the microphone is right there.
There's a laptop.
The laptop right there.
I get the laptop.
Yeah. Hey.
Sit back down.
And just let you know if you need anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
I got to know Jim just recently, probably in the last 3 years or so, and real good brother, very traditional type, very spiritual, and well known throughout the Indian country. And so I'm glad that he was invited here. I'd like to thank also just not us, Elmer Shehet. She's Nisto, Skai Luoto, Alego Tatit Ash, Yahat Eyahina Nishilia, 1979, 80, 81. Yeah, I worked with Mr. Guy and Treva Ronahorse and Ella King were some of the ones that I worked with back then with the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. She did a she hit an end, was it cut sheetney, that she said, oh, but Annie, that she cheated, that she nala. I don't shall send it, I'll shade and air that. I had I ate and then slow. At any neso, I'm visually impaired from retinitis pigmentosa. And up to the age of 22, I had vision. I could read, I could drive a car, I was really sports-minded, played a lot of basketball, football, softball, up to that point in time. My wife and I had just been married 6 months. When a matter of 2 weeks, I lost a lot of my vision. Just some of my peripheral, I don't know how you say that, my sight vision, put it that way. So I was asked to provide some information today, but I'm going to tell you a little story first about Elmer and I when we went to Washington, D.C. one time. And we were out there advocating for the disability population for the Navajo Nation for funds. And so that evening, we went to our motel and rested for an hour or so. Then Elmer said, "Let's go eat." I said, "Okay, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the ride." So we left and we went up the street and we couldn't find anything. Came back down the same street, went by down the street again. Turned around, went about 4 blocks one way, the other way, couldn't find nothing. Came back, just driving around. Hey, oh, there's a place right there, he said. I said, well, let's just stop there. I said, I'm hungry. So we stopped there and we ate. Then we took off. And we're driving around, trying to look for a motel again. Where was the motel? No GPSs then, okay? We're wagon wheel these, you know. And so we drove around a good 2 hours, maybe. And then Elmer says, "Oh, man, there's a sign that says Baltimore, Maryland." I said, "Well, for sure we're at the wrong place then." So we turned and jumped the curves at the highway there, turned around, went back and looked, and then we were driving down one of the streets, and he says, "Oh, there's a motel. There's that hotel we're staying at." He said, "All right." I said, so we drove up, we got out, and Elmer started laughing. I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "You know what? That place we ate, yeah, it's just right there across the street." That's your Navajo Nation funds at work right there. I joined, tell you a little bit about my story. I went to school at Brigham Young University and with the New Mexico Commission for the Blind. And I lost my vision, like I said, in 1972 at the young age of 22. And so going through a lot, like it was said, Elmer was saying about spinal cord injuries, the same way with me. I lost basically hope. I had 2 years of college behind me. My goal was to become a CPA. And back then, there was none of these little laptops that you carry around, or the technology wasn't even there then. I went to a business college in Durango, Colorado, and the computer starting at that time was probably about 4 feet across and about 4 feet high. And you feed data cards into that. PL1, Fortran, and another, those were the computer languages. So when I lost my vision, there was no way I could continue as a CPA. That was my goal. And so went through the times of depression, loss of hope, helplessness, not knowing what to do, and eventually started turning to alcohol. And so one day, a car pulls up in front of our house, and 2 gentlemen come in the house, and we talk with them. We're from Commission for the Blind of New Mexico. You've been referred to us from IHS. And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just babysitting my little son." And he said, you have any plans for the future? I said, a blind guy like me can't even read, can't even get around. I don't have any plans. And he said, do you have some education? I said, I got 2 years of college behind me. And he said to me, what do you think of going back to school, going back to college? And I said, I would really like to do that. So I started working with them. They took my case, and they said, what do you want to do in pursuit of a profession? I said, well, I want to be CPA. You can't do that now. So I said, I was thinking about going to sociology. So I said, okay. So where do you want to go to school? I had to been to Brigham Young University back in 1968. And I said, I want to go back and finish up my degree. So we filled out all the papers. I got accepted to BYU. My wife was only earning about $100 a week back then. We were on food stamps. We were carrying groceries along the road and just barely making it. So once I found all that out for me, I had ceremonies done for me. Native American church ceremony to help me, to guide me, asking the Creator to make a pathway for me and my family. But in that time that I lost my vision, my mom was very concerned. She was very traditional type. In our ways, the Navajo ways, we have different reasons. There's spiritual reasons for what happened, not just the medical side. Hasha, atkah which indeed. Din when sadok when egi beodosi. Hadin minatza, I said, Ado ehit, eyat ehendotle. My mom said, there's got to be a reason from the spiritual side, from our cultural side, for what you're going through. Let's go see a medicine man. Let's go see a diagnostician. So I went, my mom and I and my wife, and I was diagnosed. And one of the things that we believe as Navajo people is that when you're expecting parents, you're going to be a mom or a dad, there are certain things you don't do. You have reverence for the baby, for the fetus, so that there will be a successful birth. And so the medicine man told us, ask my mom, did his dad go hunting? And she said, yeah. She said, every year he went deer hunting. And then did he dance yebiche? My mom said, yeah, he was a yebiche dancer. And she said, so when you were carrying your son here, did he do that? And she said, yes. She said, that's where it's coming from. That's why he's got this visual problem. So we had the remaking of the deer ceremony to appease that spirit of that deer, to become back in harmony with what had happened in a spiritual way. And then I participated in a nine-night chant ceremony, Yebiche, to appease those spirits, a violation of what my dad did not comply with as far as cultural teachings. So I had those done. And mind you, I was going through a depression, I was low self-esteem. And to me, it was an answer as to why, besides the medical term, that I accepted that side of it. And so it helped me emotionally to understand why. And those in our culture, our Navajo culture, that's what we have. At time that the mother, expectant parents are carrying a little one, there are certain things you don't do. Even into the elderly age.
Excuse me, Dad, they say you have 6 minutes left.
Huh?
You have 6 minutes left.
Okay, I got 6 minutes left. I won't charge overtime. So from that, we have in our culture, these ones that are going, are relatives that are going through this, like Elmer was saying, with spinal cord injuries. They need to be put back in balance. With nature, if you go through where lightning has struck, you can cause you sicknesses. Even when you become old, even old age, that can catch up with you. Or something that you did. And so in our traditional ways, when I was a VR counselor, I was the first VR counselor.
They're going to give you extra time, about
Oh,
20 minutes. since
oh,
you have
20 more,
26
20 minutes, okay. They heard that I'm not going to charge, so. And so, a lot of times too, it's us, our own attitudes, behaviors. We do things to ourselves. We violate different boundaries of other people, of nature, things that we're not supposed to do. And it causes, it can turn into a disability. There's also what we call the dark way, the witchcraft way, that can impact you. But for me, I'm a diagnostician. I do hand trembling. When a person is told some time back that you need lightning way, or you need to have a, what's showing you? The beauty way ceremony, whatever it might be, and they don't do it. Actually, what that person doing is opening themselves up to those people that know the witchcraft way. You're opening that door and keeping that door open for them. And those prayers and songs that were to be said for you, and the prayers, they reverse it and put it back on you. Again, because of our own lack of wanting to get those ceremonies done. And people with disabilities are the same way, we're like that. And so it has a lot to do. It's just not all just medical. That helps quite a bit, but learning to use both. Now, I always tell people, our cultural ways, our medical ways, psychology, therapy, that's all given to us from the Creator. So we have those resources. And so those are there for us. And so the cultural ways that we have, we need to understand them. If a client comes to see us, we want that client to feel comfortable, that relationship. Because some clients aren't going to talk to you about it. They might think that you don't believe that way, and they need help that way. It's just not right here. You go to a medical doctor, you get your diagnosis, and then you determine your eligibility, and then you build a relationship with them, and then you go and get your evaluations done to see what kind of needs you have, medical needs or whatever. It's just not that you then write out a plan and then go through that training, get education, and then go to work. That's the surface of it to me. That person has to be in harmony. They struggle. And when they find out that vocational rehabilitation is there for them to become self-sufficient, it gives them hope. That's what it did to me. To be self-sufficient. One of our traditional stories says that when they were preparing this world for our existence, the two-leggeds, they were getting rid of different spirits. And they became upon 4 spirits over the hill that were trying to hide. And one was the spirit of hunger, the spirit of thirst, the spirit of poverty, and the spirit of old age. And we're going to get rid of these 4 spirits. And these 4 spirits begged their way. They said, we can be here for the people because nobody wants to go hungry. Nobody wants to be thirsty. Nobody wants to be poor. And everybody wants to go into old age in a good way. So they let these spirits be here on Mother Earth. We can be motivators. And so that's the motivation. If you have a job, your children aren't going to go hungry. Your children are not going to be thirsty. You're going to have money in your pocket, and you can go all the good way back, all the way into old age and retirement. Simple. Ibn Yedat, Atan Sida Kiss. But Chinwat Ayan Sida Kiss Yadacho, but this is the way they think about their families. And that's why I'm saying that look beneath the surface. Not just the VR process right here, that's good, but beyond that, below that. Then they're going to accept you as a helper, as an advocate. That's what it takes. As a VR counselor, first VR counselor in Shiprock, with my language, explaining things to the grandmas and the grandpas who took care of their grandchildren who had disabilities, it made a big difference. Explaining to them, knowing my culture, about ceremonies, about our ways of life, and sharing that and talking with them about that, and they say, yeah, oh. They don't have on Sahachis. And so that's why our culture came into being. Use in the rehabilitation process. With my story, then I went to BYU. I set a goal. In my cultural belief, I had Native American church ceremony done for me. My mom, my dad, my sister, my wife, my family, they were all there. And the person that conducted that ceremony after midnight said to me, here's tobacco. Kunato. Ataso the deal sin. Kaita sin dansen kiss. He said, here's tobacco. You pray with it. You're the only one that knows how you feel and what you want. And you're going to put that tobacco back on Mother Earth, and you're going to walk that prayer. Because we don't know how it is to be blind. But what do you want? And I prayed, I want an education. I wanted to be self-sufficient. I wanted to get off of food stamps. I wanted to be there for my wife and my children. Creator, thank you for giving me some intelligence, some gifts that you have given me. I want to use them. I want to find a way, even though I'm blind. And I started that prayer, I started that journey. And my wife and I, we left at about 7 o'clock in the evening from Shiprock, her and I and my little son, up for Provo, Utah. Went as far as Moab. It was snowing, it was raining. My mom was crying. You don't need to go, I'll take care of you. I said, no, Mom, we got to do it. Went on into Provo, Utah the next day. I had a brother going to school up there with his wife. We moved in with him. No money. Just a prayer. So I went to the BYU Indian Center. I told them my situation. I'm accepted. I'm blind. I don't have any tuition money. I don't have money to pay for an apartment. But I'm here, my wife and I, my son. So they start working with me. Did you ever have a Navajo Nation scholarship? I said, yes, but I lost it because of my blindness. Let's reapply. Commission for the Blind in New Mexico also is going to be paying your wife to read to you and giving you some money on a monthly basis. Your dad was a veteran in World War II in the United States Army. You got some veteran benefits coming to you. You put all that together. Unheard of back in 1975, I was a student. My wife and I were getting $3,000 a month. Took a chance. Following that prayer, at the end of every month, a lot of the Indian students were not having much money, waiting for the next monthly check. My wife and I, we bought groceries and invited them to our apartment, and we fed them. We shared that with them. And then, my senior year, BYU offered a program called CLASP, Creative Learning Through Applied Sociological Principles. I still remember that in my old age. I'm not a young pup. I'm 76 years old. And so I applied for that, and I was accepted. And you could go anywhere in the world to do an internship. This so it applies in the area of sociology, human services. So I called my counselor with Mexico Service for the Blind. I said, this is what I'm going to do. Can I come down and do an internship with you in your program? He said, sure. So we moved back, and I was in Farmington. I was learning the VR process. I was helping the counselor there, going to homes, talking Navajo for them, explaining things in Navajo to them, learning. And then VR next door wanted me to help them again. And so I went over there, and I was going back and forth between the two programs. 1 month before I graduated, I got a call from Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. I can't remember who it was. And they said, "Are you almost graduated?" I said, "1 month to go." "So you want to go to work?" I said, "I haven't graduated yet. 1 month to go." And they said, "We're looking for a VR counselor. And we found your name, and we talked to the people that you did an internship with. We want you to come work for us. Come down tomorrow and sign your papers, and we'll pay you up through your graduation." So I did that. And also, when I went back to BYU to report back of what I had gained, they said, "What did you gain? What did you learn? What did you get out of it?" I said, "I got a job." "Okay. Straight A's, 16 credit hours," they told me. That's how I came over to VR back in 1977. So that's how VR works for me and a lot of other people, and helped a lot of people. But also this program here, because I'm OSHERs now, we did prayers. We put a spirit to Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation and to OSHERs. We talked to the Almighty. We talked to the Holy Ones in the four directions. We talked to Mother Earth and Father Sky. Our people need help. Our relatives need help. This is what we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be doing this program here. Mr. Guy was there, others. The first ceremony that we had. I always remember that. To put that spirit, to bring it to life, to tell the Creator and the Holy Ones what we're going to be doing and why we're doing it. Throughout those years that I was there, we did that periodically, kept that spirit going. And it's come this far. It's like planting a corn, and you see that with OSHERs. We planted a corn with a prayer, and that corn started to grow. As the implementation came along, training was done. The state of Arizona VR program trained us. And then from there we started doing outreach, looking for clients, telling people about the program. And then we start getting clients. And then we started taking applications. We started doing evaluations. We started our relationship with the community and the Navajo Nation. Then we started putting people into training programs. Then we had outcome, employment. Just like that corn we planted, as it grew, as I look back, when we started taking that first application, that was part of that seed to start growing. Then we started doing evaluation. That was the next stage as that corn grew forward, upward. And it matured. And when the corn matures, way on top, on the tassel, there's corn pollen. Katatin is cute, katatin at it. Corn pollen, male, corn pollen, female. Maturity. That's the end goal of that corn stalk. And we take that and we make our corn pollen, and we put it in our corn pollen pouches, and we pray with it. Giving thanks, saying we want it to continue to grow. We want it to continue to help our Navajo relatives. That's what it became. That's where we're at today. Well, by Kewing Cinda. I'm really very appreciative of that it's come this far. And helpers along the way. The states, the federal government, and also different individuals like Elmer Guy and my brother here, Jim Warren, and others who had a big hand in this. Clear across Indian country. I think Elmer was saying there's 95 VR programs now. I'm the president of the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities. Like Elmer said, it started back in 1979 when the council approved that. And the first initiatives they had on there through an affirmative action plan was employment opportunities and accessibility to government buildings. Those were the two things that came out of the law. 79. That too is about 48 years, 47. But we're still struggling to this day. But the Advisory Council is there. Two things we do. Make sure that Navajos with disabilities do not get discriminated against. Second one is to identify and address service gaps. That's what we do. We have 10 members. Each member on the council is confirmed by the Office of the President. I was confirmed by former President Joe Shirley back in 2008. That's how long I've been on the council. There's Silva McKinley, who's here also, was there before me in 2006. And Ella Yazzie King, who was once the president of that. And we've come this far. There's a lot of things that can be talked about resources to support the VR process. We have the Civil Rights for Individual with Disability Act, the Navajo Nation Civil Rights for Individuals with Disabilities Act of 2018. In that act, because we're a sovereign nation, some of the programs do not need to comply with ADA, and others do. If they receive federal funds, they comply with ADA. If not, we have our own civil rights. And within that act, a right for an education, the right for employment, the right for housing, the right for reasonable accommodations, the rights for public governmental services, even incarceration. When a person has a disability and they've been incarcerated, they are expected to meet the civil rights of the Navajo Nation. And anybody who has got a disability who feels that they've been discriminated against in the Navajo Nation can take the Navajo Nation to court. We have that civil rights. And that supports VR. We have Vulnerable Adult Protection Act 2012. We're working on that. We're revisiting that, and we're going to do amendments on that. That's to protect people with disabilities against exploitation, abuse, neglect, and abandonment. Those came out of court cases that caused us to go forth and get legislation done on that. Guardianship Act out-of-court cases. You know that at one time, not too far back, this is the Act of 2014, if a person wanted a guardianship because they needed help because of their disability, and that judge gave them that guardianship, they would lose all rights, all financial rights, where they're going to live, where they're going to go to school, where they're going to go to the hospital. Everything was taken away from them, all their decision-making authority or their decision-making freedom. So we took that legislation, we worked with council. Now, you go to court, someone was a guardian, the judge decides, depending on the disability, which privileges, which decision-making that person with a disability maintains, and what goes over to the guardian. We have that done now. Now we're doing polling sites, accessibility. 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation. We did surveys from the Advisory Council and also from the Native American Disability Law Center where I'm employed. We did surveys. We used a US DOJ polling site accessibility survey, and we looked at these chapter houses. A lot of them out of compliance. A person in a wheelchair can't even get in there. A person with a walker can't get in there. A person blind like me has difficulty. From the parking lot, when they get out of their car, all the way into the building, we surveyed that. There's a report out. We did some in 2013, did some in 2023. Now, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman and also Honorable Andy Nez are going to be pushing that. They're going to sponsor that. It's in Legislative Council now. It's being written up. It's being drafted. We're trying to get it done before the next election. Employment. This is very important with VR. Did you know that the Navajo Nation Personnel Manual doesn't even talk much about how the Navajo Nation will consider a person with a disability for employment with the Navajo Nation, and how they're going to provide reasonable accommodations. It's not there. We're working on it. Before the pandemic, we're still working on it. We're not giving up. We've sent in language, and it's almost going to be, it's at our understanding at HR with Legislative Council. And that's us, the Advisory Council, and the Native American Disability Law Center, and the delegates that are behind us, including Speaker Curley. Speaker Curley really took us under her wings. There were passed legislation at one time with the election board. We were asking for money during the last election. I don't know how many millions it was to be able to do that election. And out of the blue, Speaker Curley said, so those with disabilities, what did they get out of this? They couldn't answer. And right after that council session, I sent an email to Speaker Curley and I said, we've done surveys. We have that information. In 5 minutes, she emailed me back. She says, let's get a meeting together. So we got a meeting. Then she said, what else are you facing? Well, employment, housing, polling site accessibility. I named them all out, laid it all out. And I was sitting by her and she put her hand on me and she said, Tiyash, Nika Adeshwa. Di Bayanski Igidon Inanisha Tasini. Ben Hika Adeshwa. He said, my uncle, I'm going to help you. We're going to get this done. So that's how far we come, 40-something years later. And I always say that when it comes to disabilities with the Navajo Nation, where I was putting on the back burner. But we're not going to give up. VR is going to continue another 50 years, 100 years. our people can be self-sufficient. That's what we want, and all these supports and resources along with it. And I ask tribal programs, not tribal programs, but tribal nations, find a way to get into your government through advocacy and become part of your government. The Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disability is under Title 13. We're in the government. We're not outside the government. We have as much rights as any program, and we're pushing those. Other tribal programs, we like to see that happen. That's the only way things are going to happen. A lot of needs out there. I really encourage them to do that. So moving ahead now, I'm going to just end my presentation here shortly. But moving ahead, remember we're talking about the Navajo concept, the Navajo thinking process. Thinking in the East, planning in the South, implementation or in the West, in the North direction is resilience. That's the Navajo philosophy, Navajo thinking process. If you look at everything, elders say, think it over. That's what the elders say. Think it good. Give it some good thought. Then plan it. And then implement it. And then see what the result is. Those are hogans, they say. Hogan of thinking. Hogan of planning. Hogan of living. Hogan of resilience. Sehasen. And when we come to that point that we're doing now, we're celebrating, now where do we go? What do we do? How do we build? We're giving thanks. Now we're going to go back into that east direction and say, okay, next 50 years, what we're going to do now? It's a continual circle. There's no such thing as failure. If you find something that needs to be changed, if you find something that needs to be improved, we go back in the east direction and we rethink it. We replan it. We re-implement. See outcome again. That's the Navajo way, with the 4 sacred mountains that we have. And with that teaching, this Banat Ahogan Biyin is that song for that teaching. And so I'm going to sing that song, share that song, so we can move ahead again. Appeasing the holy ones, letting them know again, we're moving forward again after today for our people. Hey. Move forward again. Thank you.
Wopila Kola, and here's a gift bag for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sharing your story
Yeah.
and motivating us to move forward. Allow me up for that. Thank you so much. We just presented him with a gift bag and for motivating us to move forward together. So now we're at raffle time. I think everyone's all excited about that. Hey, look at you just moving now. Hey, get your tickets. And are we doing raffle? Is that correct? Yes? Very good. Reminder that we are filming, so they said be careful because they're getting audience shots. So someone must have been sleeping or picking their nose or something. Hey. So if you're picking, be careful. Hey. Yeah. But again, we've heard some great stories from folks that have been doing this for many years for the people. And now we have the next generation of our leaders here. And it's wonderful to see the generational change and moving forward, as Hosky shared with us, with our young ones continuing that message, knowing our ways and knowing how to work with our people that are facing challenges. And it's a wonderful thing to see. As a grandfather for my grandkids, it's definitely a good thing that we're doing here today, celebrating 50 years of the past and the next 50 years and multiple generations that will impact together. So are we doing that? Raffle time, all right. So. 3 items, okay, all right. Oh, am I the picker? I just said don't pick. Hey. All right, are we ready? Got your tickets? 941729. 941729. Hey, we got a winner. All right, come on down. And what's that one? Oh, looks like a goodie bag. Congratulations. Our next winner, 941716. Hey, all right, another winner right there, 716. Come on up. And one more. All right, one more before our break. 941784. 784. Hey, all right, there we go. Come on down.
All right, and then 15-minute break.
All right, and now we'll have a 15-minute break. We have some refreshments outside, and it's a wonderful full room of people, so say hello to and make some new friends, and let's continue the good work that we're doing today. So we got 15-minute break. We're running on federal time, so don't worry. Hey, you know. We're going to start our next session. All right, we need another young person to get the PowerPoint ready. Just a quick story. I remember my grandson, before he even can say a word, was going through YouTube and picking videos, and I go, geez, at least say a word before you surpass me in technology, you know, so. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Go get there's a Type-C adapter over there. Here, ma'am. Arizona State University. Go Devils.
My name is
Watch out, the microphone's open. Just in case.
Hey, guys, thank you. I'm sure you're used to working with. Okay, our young ones have set us up, so Paula will test your abilities. Hey. We're gathering back in, so it's been a great morning so far, and we're going to continue. And we're going to cover past, present initiatives of Voc Rehab with Paula Sinez. And then we're going to move the state tribal collaboration to after lunch, so we can have lunch on time. I don't want any riots going on for people that are hungry. So we'll move that for after lunch, and then we'll move on from there. So at this time, it is my great pleasure to introduce another friend of mine so long ago, Paula Sinez, and then somehow I got all old and gray, and she looks the same. So anyways, she's doing something right anyway. But, she took over for Treva Roanhorse, one of my mentors, and now working with Paula and her leadership, taking it to another level. And it's wonderful to see that progression and the continuance of Navajo Nation being a lead for our people with disabilities in Indian country. So Paula, as one of our leaders, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you so much.
Yat bene she ya Palestinas in she kin cheating slendo twohiglini bashistin hanagati the shadow ashinta shanala. I just introduced myself and my clans. That's how I introduce myself as a Dene woman. I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, and a grandmother, a proud grandmother. I'm a son in Shle. I have 2 grandchildren that I just love, and they told me this joke recently. They said, "Masana, what do two bread do in a race? Or what did 2 bread say to each other in a race?" And I said, "What?" And she said, "You're toast." So that's one of my grandkids. So I just want to thank you for joining us in this important milestone of self-determination for Navajo people. Just want to thank you for being here, bringing and listening to our journeys, our journey of self-determination. I'm going to be talking about our story of self-determination, a review and looking ahead. And I got kind of emotional. Thank you, Hosky, for that prayer, because it is how we're looking ahead in this current environment. Although I was 13 at the time when all of this got started, some of you can think about, some of you were probably not even born yet. So think about where you were in 1975 and, reflect, because Dr. Elmer Guy and others were doing a lot of this work. So I just want to relate to you some key issues around self-determination as it relates to our journey and vocational rehabilitation, as well as self-determination as Native people. Although there is poverty, high rates of disability, and high unemployment, these continue to exist. However, we as Indigenous people continue to strive through self-determination. Self-determination in our disability communities as well as in our Native communities. Disability impacts all of us, not only ourselves, our loved ones, our family members, our extended family members. I too have come away from these experiences learning so much that has changed my life as a mother and as a child of a father who had a disability. I grew in this VR profession because of my father and other family members. I grew up in a small town, I'll just say PD, because it was owned by PD, Phelps Dodge, and my father was hurt in a mining accident when I was 11 years old. Through his strong prayers and his belief in our Navajo way, he lived a long life. He lived with his disability for many years and lived to the ripe old age of 92 years old. I cherish both my parents for all their teachings and the Navajo way of life. In 2017, I became the director of the Office of Special Ed and Rehabilitation Services. So I think I'm the fourth director. Things come in fours. And so I think I'm the fourth director of the program. And it has been often a challenging path to follow in the footsteps of Dr. Elmer Guy, Hosky Benali Jr., Benjamin Lee, Treva Roanhorse, and others who set the foundation for our program. I would like to share with you our journey as a program that has grown from one vocational rehab grant to a multitude of grants and resources, not just for adults with disabilities, but through the lifespan. Think about it. We refer to this as from cradle to careers. I want to talk to you a little bit about self-determination in terms of the Navajo Nation perspective, and also from the VR and independent living perspective. This increased visibility and advocacy of persons with disabilities is demonstrated in legislation that mandates greater consumer control and involvement in service provision. For example, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, both include specific provisions that promote and support self-determination for persons with disabilities. On the Navajo Nation, we have the Sovereignty in Education Act that was passed in 2005. The Navajo people can take control of their own education for their children. In addition, as Hosky mentioned, so I won't go into these in very much detail, but we have the Navajo Nation Vulnerable Adults Act of 2011, also referred to as the Doris Act. In addition, on the Navajo Nation, we have the Civil Rights Act of 2018. And again, it's the right and ability to make choices, control their own circumstances, direct and own their own supports. Individuals with disabilities are the best experts for their own needs, preference, and goals. American Indian communities as well, because of paternalistic attitudes and oppression, self-determination is a concept that is familiar to Native people. The Indian Self-Determination Act that was passed by Congress to ensure that Native people and communities have the primary role of planning and implementing programs for their own people. The tribes would have the authority of how they would administer funds, which gave them greater control over their welfare. So, the right to self-determination is a fundamental principle of human rights law. It is an individual and collective right to freely determine political status, freely pursue economic, social, and cultural development. There are 4 key principles of self-determination: freedom, authority, support, responsibility. Self-determination is a combination of skills, knowledge, and beliefs that enables a person to engage in goal-directed, self-regulated, and autonomous behavior. An understanding of one's strength and limitations together with the belief of oneself is capable and effective are essential to self-determination. This view of self-determination emphasizes choice, control, personal, meaningful success, and when acting on this basis of these skills and attitudes, individuals have greater ability to take control of their lives and assume roles as successful adults. We are not just vocational rehabilitation at Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services. We changed our name in 1992. Our program includes a multitude of grants and grant-funded programs and programs that have carry-out services for children and adults with disabilities. We have vocational rehabilitation, independent living, our early intervention program, which is called Growing in Beauty, Hojongo Jinose, that's the name of our program. As well, we have Navajo Nation home visiting programs. Again, Hojongo Jinose home visiting. Navajo Nation early childhood resources. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these services that we provide at Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services. So as a result of the independent living movement, there has been changing view of disability in the United States because of the strong advocacy efforts. People with disabilities are more visible and more vocal ever than before in this nation's history, and they are increasingly asserting their rights to self-determination. Self-determination has emerged as a promising practice in communities of people with disabilities, as well as Native communities, by allowing control to plan and implement services for their own people. Independent living services is being funded by the Trust Fund. Dr. Elmer Guy talked about independent living services, and these programs are funded by the Navajo Nation Council at this point. Navajo Nation Council has set aside trust funds to fund not only independent living services, but the Advisory Council to advocate for services. And so it's funded under trust fund to empower adults to maintain autonomy and live independently in their home, community, and environment. So some of these examples of self-determination in American Indian communities includes the establishment of the first independent living center on the Navajo Nation. Assisted Independence was founded by members of the Navajo disability community with initial support from the Navajo Nation, one of the trust fund grants. Assisted Independence is one of the 5 independent living centers here in the state of Arizona. I just want to recognize Eileen Tahani. Are you in the room? She is the current director of Assisted Independence, and I'm glad you are here leading that program. I also want to recognize Ella Yazi King as the president of the board of directors at Assisted Independence. Because tribal communities' involvement, Assisted Independence operates on the self-determination model by providing independent living center services to Navajos with significant disabilities. Staff at Assisted Independence are well aware of the need for culturally and linguistically appropriate services. They also incorporate concepts of interdependence, although they are an independent living center. Some of their services includes information referral, independent living skills training, transition services, and transition services is not the youth transition services, but assisting consumers from moving from nursing homes to less restrictive living environments. Peer support services, as well as individual and systems advocacy. As family members, including they include family members, including extended family members, as playing a critical role in fostering self-determination by promoting choice and decision-making skills. There are several features that affect the development of self-determination. And again, this is an example of how self-determination plays out in the disability community. They are located in Tuba City and serve the western part of the Navajo Nation. So IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, mandates that students participate in their IEPs, and students related to the student's interests, preference, and also guides the transition process. One of our programs is Growing in Beauty Early Intervention, and again, changes were done in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act back in 1991 that allowed tribes to receive funding from birth to age 5, Part C and Part B. Part C refers to birth through age 3, and Part B 619 is 3 to 5-year-olds. So this is a program that we established within OSERS. There's 4 components. We assist the states in child find, we assist the states in early identification of children, as well as screening, parent training, and direct services. Our goal is to build caregiver confidence in their ability to support their child's development. Primary focus is a coaching and modeling embedded in natural family routines. And then it also helps caregivers identify strategies, practices, the family members practice those strategies during home visits, and they receive reflective feedback. So services are provided under an individualized family service plan. So again, this allows for parental and community control in our own educational process. And the Navajo Nation receives funding that's transferred from the Bureau of Indian Education to fund these services. We also include the boards at Alamo Navajo, Tohajale, and also Rama. So prior to 1991, the Bureau was operating these funds and implementing services birth through age 21. Now that the law allows us to implement again through self-determination our own services, we are able to work with families prenatally all the way up to age 3, and we work with the schools for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. So children are a blessing in our communities. Our elders see children as our hope and our future. Early intervention process looks at the child's adaptive, cognitive, communication, physical, and social emotional development. A child's growth and development process occurs in a holistic manner, including the physical being, mental, social, emotional, and their spiritual being. As we work with our families, we make sure that we serve families in a holistic way. So the next program that we operate includes the Growing in Beauty Early. This is another slide regarding Growing in Beauty Early Intervention. Again, we provide services from a team-based approach, and also we look at the child's ability to learning new skills and increasing their success in school and life. So a child's teaching and learning begins at home. Our program must develop strong alliances with families within their communities. This includes the extended family members. So our early childhood model recognizes the support of the family as the most important part of a child's life. The family is the primary people who can effect positive changes for their child. Our home visitation program is funded through Tribal McVee, Maternal and Infant Early Childhood Home Visiting Grant through Health and Human Services. It's also funded by Arizona First Things First. We are not shy about asking for money. We have like 4 grants from Arizona First Things First. We have a grant from Kellogg Foundation. We have a grant from Health and Human Services. But as we get these grants, we want to make sure that sustainability is there and not just a grant that comes and goes for a short period of time. So our home visiting process celebrates the important milestones in the same manner that families celebrate a baby's first laugh. A baby's first laugh indicates that the child development of a positive attitude, and it's also an expression of happiness. A special celebration is hosted by the person who first makes the baby laugh. It requires a special dinner and also the natural salts that is placed in a medicine basket. An elder or the parent holds the basket with the child, and everyone takes a little bit of the salt. And at the time of the dinner, the event teaches the child the value of sharing and generosity. Our home visitation program is prenatally through age 5. We utilize the parents as teachers' curriculum, but we also embed cultural aspects to our home visitation model. We do cultural adaptations. Services can include direct home visits, personal visits, routine developmental screenings, referral to local resources. We also do family group connections every month, as well as parent training. Again, the benefits are, I named 4 here, but the benefits for each family are great. So services show that family are healthier, children are safer, children demonstrate school readiness, and parents gain the knowledge about child development. So all people have hopes and dreams that guide their actions and give meaning to their lives. Individuals who are self-determined identify their personal needs, establish goals, and on their individual interests, and take control and support of the services that they choose. Again, families are the drivers in this whole process of developing their personal plan as well as the individualized plan for employment. And again, as Native people, we have survived against all odds. Although poverty and despair may remain in some of our communities, we want to be active participants in the struggle of our own justice. Indian people clearly see that the key to survival is the power to shape our own future. We also have early childhood resources, as I mentioned earlier, a number of different grants. We have a Navajo Nation Early Childhood Collaborative that's funded under the Kellogg Grant, and it provides an overall advisory collective of helping us plan early childhood services across the Navajo Nation. These programs that we supplement our program provide early childhood support, services through family education, referrals by connecting families through direct and indirect services. Doing that warm handoff is so important, and ongoing monitoring of routine child development. So we have a grant from Arizona First Things First to provide developmental screenings, developmental and sensory screenings. We also have a family support coordination, and again, providing the resources that are out there for families on the Navajo Nation. So we come full circle with vocational rehabilitation, and again, this is the model that we use for our vocational rehab process. Hosky eloquently described the vocational rehab process, and this is what we use, and again, it's circular. It also represents the Navajo Nation basket, so that's in the center of all that we do. Vocational rehabilitation, as was mentioned earlier, provides the support necessary for individuals to prepare for employment, obtain employment, and also maintain employment. With the high unemployment, our staff work diligently and closely with our communities. Staff that are out in the communities represent their communities. So Bessie Black, for example, is from Kayenta. the counselor in Tuba City is from Tuba City. And so we do make sure that the face of our program are in the communities and they know the resources in their communities. So again, with high unemployment, our staff work closely to help recognize individual strengths and their abilities, and they help them to remove barriers to work. Everyone has strengths and abilities. Oftentimes, we refer to individuals with disabilities as people with differing abilities. I just want to highlight that on November 19th, 2020, in 2020, U.S. Rehab Services Administration celebrated 100 years of vocational rehabilitation, and tribal VR programs, the tribal VR programs, Navajo Nation, including the 93 tribes, were also showcased regarding the history and the success of our tribal VR programs. Federal VR programs started in 1920, and tribal VR, again, we're celebrating services from 1975 and counting. So the Navajo Nation is established in the 3 states. VR counselors are located in their communities, so individuals don't have to travel far for services. So this concept of self-determination has emerged as a civil rights issue and is an approach that celebrates and builds on the value of each human being. If people with disabilities achieve full citizenship, their challenges must become the challenges of the community in which they live. And again, Navajo Nation, as we're celebrating here, has paved the way for there to be 94 programs across the country. The disability rights movement in 1960 holds true to these concepts of self-determination and independence by people with disabilities controlling their own destiny. The Ed Roberts, who worked in establishing independent living centers in Berkeley, California, the Justin Darts, who forged forward in ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Judy Humans, who helped change the face of special education and independent living, the Marion Wright Edelman of the Children's Defense Fund, will all continue to stand for children and health care, child care, and no child will be left behind. We will leave with a legacy. If you don't stand up for our children, then we don't stand for much. On our own Navajo Nation, we have our own Navajo people that continue to march for justice. The Hosky Benalis, the Sylvia McKinley, the Dolores Hardin, the Eliazi King, LCD, Marilyn Kanaptua, Nicole Curley, Nathaniel Ellison. These are all members of our Navajo Nation Disability Advisory Council. They are important people, and they continue to stand for justice. Just wanted to end with sharing a success story and sharing Dennis's story. He's one of our clients, and I really appreciate you for us to be taking the time. Hold on. Again, someone a little over 20. This guy has only taken, it's only 22, I think. He comes from the Philippines. He's not married.
Dennis Johnson, and I'm from White Dunes, Arizona. My name is Dennis Johnson, and I'm from White Dunes, Arizona. I have a self-employment business. I'm 55 years old. I have a self-employment business. And my clan is Pia'ani and Tobaha Bashashin. I have a self-employment business. I make beaded necklaces, bracelets, earrings, concho belts, and lapidary, and mostly I do silversmithing too. My work and my art has no spiritual, religious meaning. Most of it is contemporary art and jewelry, but every piece is made with traditional ways, thoughts, and dreams. And I started this business. I was inspired by my heritage. Every piece I make has various meaning from my traditional ways, the Navajo way of living. My father was a silversmith. He taught me some. He wanted me to continue this trade. It was my father's dream that I learned to silversmith, so I could continue what he started. I got a lot of help from the tribal vocational rehabilitation. Vocational rehabilitation provided guidance, counseling, self-employment, supplies and equipment, transportation, work attire, vendor registration, referral for hearing aids, housing to maintain my sobriety. I have a strong working relationship with my Navajo vocational rehabilitation staff. I started with the small cells first. Eventually, I got recognized in the art world by big buyers, which led to traveling nationwide. And I feel safe here now, living in my own apartment. And before, well, when I was living out in White Rooms, I was mostly homeless. And I got a lot of help from my church, my doctors, especially the vocational rehab counselors. And I will always be thankful to them. I never tired of what I do now. I can get up in the middle of the night and work on my stuff. And even if when I travel, even when I come home, I still have enough energy to work on the unfinished stuff that I have. I was so surprised that how they were going to help me. And I've been talking to a lot of people out on the res about the kind of help I got from vocational rehab. It's like, I used to pray for this. I used to pray that somebody would help me. And I found that business card out in the street. And I took it home with me. And I kept it with me for a year. I seen some of my work on internet. I seen some of my work in like major magazines too. And recently I was down in Flagstaff, and I saw this girl wearing a contra belt, and I was like, I kept looking over, and finally I recognized that it was one of the belts that I made 6 years ago. My dad was a silversmith, and when I was young, I used to see him work on a lot of his work. What I learned was given to me just like that. My dad gave it to me just like that. Well, the only advice I can give is if you're doing something like what I'm doing, artwork, something like carpentry, art welding, doing auto mechanic, keep trying. You set goals, and sometimes it takes a while to attain these goals, but I never quit. I never did. I always wanted to reach this goal, and then I set another goal, and that's how I keep going forward. Sometimes it takes me like a couple of years just to get to one goal or complete one goal, but I try not to let it get the best of me. And when I do get what I want from this goal, it teaches me that I'm prospering. I was homeless. I got my apartment. I was on foot. I got a vehicle and I had nothing. I used to stash money everywhere inside my whole. Finally, I got myself a bank account.
We have individuals in the next room that are also individuals from our program that we assisted in self-employment. So I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll let Jimmy, transition.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was awesome. I think that's a perfect way to finish right before lunch, and hearing that story, and you could see it, couldn't you? He was empowered, wasn't he? Proud of who he was and having an opportunity to succeed, and he is doing it. So it's wonderful. I remember my pet air students made a video of a guy, and they interviewed him kind of like that, and he remembers going, I remember the first time I reached in my pocket and pulled out something besides lint. Hey, yeah. He was able to give his grandkids some money for the powwow. So those are the type of things that we're doing collectively, and we're going to keep doing the best we can, regardless of the federal challenges, some of the state challenges, those outside challenges. We as tribal communities, we know what to do for our people. So with those challenges, we've been doing it for hundreds of years, many, many presidents and administrations. We're going to keep going forward. As Husky said, we will move forward together. So now we can eat together. Hey. So we have one more announcement.
All right, so to help with the lunch crowd, we're going to do rows. So we could do this row first, and then second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. So.
All right, first row, you're up.
Oh, and then also, don't forget that your lanyard is a USB, has a USB, so don't just throw it away after you're done. There's a USB, so you can use it. So multi-purpose, guys. So we could go ahead with the first row, Presenters Advisory Council. If you do need assistance, we do have people to help assist you with your plates. We have volunteers to help assist with plates and everything. So definitely if you need assistance, we have volunteers, and they'll be right here. So let us know. So go ahead, first row.
Elders, if you want anyone to make a plate for you, let our folks know, and that's what they're here for. So.
And I know before we had a little miscommunication about lunch, but everyone's allowed to eat, so you don't need to go anywhere for lunch. We have lunch outside in the hallway, so everyone's allowed to eat. So just an FYI, everyone's allowed to eat.
My name is Dennis Johnson, and I'm from White Dunes, Arizona. And I'm 55 years old. I have a self-employment business, and my clan is Kia'ani and Tobaha Bashashin. I have a self-employment business. I make beaded necklaces, bracelets, earrings, concha belts, and lapidary. And mostly I do silversmithing too. My work and my art has no spiritual, religious meaning. Most of it is contemporary art and jewelry, but every piece is made with traditional ways, thoughts, and dreams. And I started this business. I was inspired by my heritage. Every piece I make has various meaning from my traditional ways, the Navajo way of living. My father was a silversmith. He taught me some. He wanted me to continue this trade. It was my father's dream that I learned to silversmith so I could continue what he started. I got a lot of help from the travel vocational rehabilitation. Vocational rehabilitation provided guidance, counseling, self-employment, supplies and equipment, transportation, work attire, vendor registration, referral for hearing aids, housing to maintain my sobriety. I have a strong working relationship with my Navajo vocational rehabilitation staff. I started with the small cells first. Eventually, I got recognized in the art world by big buyers, which led to traveling nationwide. And I feel safe here now, living in my own apartment. And when I was living out in White Rooms, I was mostly homeless. And I got a lot of help from my church, my doctors, especially the vocational rehab counselors. And I will always be thankful to them. I never tired of what I do now. I can get up in the middle of the night and work on my stuff. And even if when I travel, even when I come home, I still have enough energy to work on the unfinished stuff that I have. I was so surprised that how they were going to help me. And I've been talking to a lot of people out on the res about the kind of help I got from vocational rehab. It's like I used to pray for this. I used to pray that somebody would help me. And I found that business card out in the street. And I took it home with me. And I kept it with me for a year. I seen some of my work on internet. I seen some of my work in like major magazines too. And recently I was down in Flagstaff, and I saw this girl wearing a concha belt, and I was like, I kept looking over, and finally I recognized that it was one of the belts that I made 6 years ago. My dad was a silversmith, and when I was young, I used to see him work on a lot of his work. What I learned was given to me just like that. My dad gave it to me just like that. Well, the only advice I can give is if you're doing something like what I'm doing, artwork, something like carpentry, art welding, doing auto mechanic, keep trying. you set goals, and sometimes it takes a while to attain these goals, but I never quit. I never did. I was always, I always wanted to reach the goal, and then I set another goal, and that's how I keep going forward. Sometimes I it takes me like a couple of years just to get to one goal or complete one goal, but I try not to let it get the best of me. And when I do get what I want from this goal, it teaches me that I'm prospering. I was homeless. I got my apartment. I was on foot. I got a vehicle, and I had nothing. I used to stash money everywhere inside my home. Finally, I got myself a bank account. My name is Dennis Johnson, and I'm from White Dunes, Arizona. And I'm 55 years old. I have a self-employment business, and my clan is Kia'ani and Tobaha Bashashim. I have a self-employment business. I make beaded necklaces, bracelets, earrings, concha belts, and lapidary. And mostly I do silversmithing too. My work and my art has no spiritual, religious meaning. Most of it is contemporary art and jewelry, but every piece is made with traditional ways, thoughts, and dreams. And I started this business. I was inspired by my heritage. Every piece I make has various meaning from my traditional ways, the Navajo way of living. My father was a silversmith. He taught me some. He wanted me to continue this trade. It was my father's dream that I learned to silversmith so I could continue what he started. I got a lot of help from the tribal vocational rehabilitation. Vocational rehabilitation provided guidance, counseling, self-employment, supplies and equipment, transportation, work attire, vendor registration, referral for hearing aids, housing to maintain my sobriety. I have a strong working relationship with my Navajo vocational rehabilitation staff. I started with the small cells first. Eventually, I got recognized in the art world by big buyers, which led to traveling nationwide. And I feel safe here now, living in my own apartment. And before, well, when I was living out in White Rooms, I was mostly homeless. And I got a lot of help from my church, my doctors, especially the vocational rehab counselors. And I will always be thankful to them. I never, I never tired of what I do now. I can get up in the middle of the night and work on my stuff. And even if when I travel, even when I come home, I still have enough energy to work on the unfinished stuff that I have. I was so surprised that how they were going to help me. And I've been talking to a lot of people out on the res about the kind of help I got from vocational rehab. it's like, I used to pray for this. I used to pray that somebody would help me. And I found that business card out in the street. And I took it home with me. And I kept it with me for a year. I seen some of my work on internet. I seen some of my work in like major magazines too. And recently I was down in Flagstaff, and I saw this girl wearing a contra belt, and I was like, I kept looking over, and finally I recognized that it was one of the belts that I made 6 years ago. My dad was a silversmith, and when I was young, I used to see him work on a lot of his work. What I learned was given to me just like that. My dad gave it to me just like that. Well, the only advice I can give is if you're doing something like what I'm doing, artwork, something like carpentry, art welding, doing auto mechanic, keep trying. You set goals, and sometimes it takes a while to attain these goals, but I never quit. I never did. I always wanted to reach the goal, and then I set another goal, and that's how I keep going forward. Sometimes it takes me like a couple of years just to get to one goal or complete one goal, but I try not to let it get the best of me. And when I do get what I want from this goal, it teaches me that I'm prospering. I was homeless. I got my apartment. I was on foot. I got a vehicle, and I had nothing. I used to stash money everywhere inside my home. Finally, I got myself a bank account.
He represents that, another one of my mentors. So I got a lot of Dene mentors. He represents that, another one of my mentors. So I got a lot of Dene mentors. And it's wonderful to be here. So Hosky, thank you, my brother. It's wonderful to have you here. So here was
My wife, Donna?
Hey, Donna. And right here, I'll put your hand on there you go. And the microphone is right there.
There's a laptop.
The laptop right there.
I get the laptop?
Hey,
Sit back down.
just let you know if you need anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
I got to know Jim just recently, probably in the last 3 years or so. And real good brother. Very traditional type. Very spiritual, and well known throughout the Indian country. And so I'm glad that he was invited here. I'd like to thank also just not us, Elmer Shehe. She's nisto, ska idluoto, alego tkatit ash, yakat iya hinanishilia, 1979, 80, 81. Yeah, I worked with Mr. Guy and Treva Ronahorse and Ella King were some of the ones that I worked with back then with the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. She did a she hit an end, was it cut sheet. da shi je do bet ani da shi chido da shi nala aro sha tsene itli dal shi de ne da de ahat a e de nen slow at ani ne so I'm visually impaired from retinitis pigmentosa, and up to the age of 22 I had vision. I could read, I could drive a car, I was really sports minded, played a lot of basketball, football, softball, up to that point in time. My wife and I had just been married 6 months. When in a matter of 2 weeks, I lost a lot of my vision. Just some of my peripheral, I don't know how you say that, my sight vision, put it that way. So I was asked to provide some information today, but I'm going to tell you a little story first about Elmer and I when we went to Washington, D.C. one time. And we were out there advocating for the disability population for the Navajo Nation for funds. And so that evening, we went to our motel and rested for an hour or so. And Elmer said, "Let's go eat." I said, "Okay, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the ride." So we left and we went up the street and we couldn't find anything. Came back down the same street, went by down the street again. Turned around, went about 4 blocks one way, the other way, couldn't find nothing. Came back, just driving around. Hey, oh, there's a place right there, he said. I said, well, let's just stop there. I said, I'm hungry. So we stopped there and we ate. Then we took off. And we're driving around, trying to look for a motel again. Where was the motel? No GPSs then, okay? We're wagon wheel these, you know. And so we drove around a good 2 hours, maybe. And then Elmer says, "Oh, man, there's a sign that says Baltimore, Maryland." I said, "Well, for sure we're at the wrong place then." So we turned and jumped the curves at the highway there, turned around, went back and looked, and then we were driving down one of the streets, and he says, "Oh, there's a motel. There's that hotel we're staying at." He said, "All right." I said, so we drove up, we got out, and Elmer started laughing. I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "You know what? That place we ate, yeah, it's just right there across the street." That's your Navajo Nation funds at work right there. I joined, tell you a little bit about my story. I went to school at Brigham Young University, and with the New Mexico Commission for the Blind. And I lost my vision, like I said, in 1972 at the young age of 22. And so going through a lot, like it was said, Elmer was saying about spinal cord injuries, the same way with me. I lost basically hope. I had 2 years of college behind me. My goal was to become a CPA. And back then, there was none of these little laptops that you carry around, or the technology wasn't even there then. I went to a business college in Durango, Colorado, and the computer starting at that time was probably about 4 feet across and about 4 feet high. And you feed data cards into that. PL1, Fortran, and another, those were the computer languages. So when I lost my vision, there was no way I could continue as a CPA. That was my goal. And so went through the times of depression, loss of hope, helplessness, not knowing what to do, and eventually started turning to alcohol. And so one day, a car pulls up in front of our house, and two gentlemen come in the house, and we talk with them. We're from Commission for the Blind of New Mexico. You've been referred to us from IHS. And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just babysitting my little son." And he said, "You have any plans for the future?" I said, "A blind guy like me can't even read, can't even get around. I don't have any plans." And he said, "Do you have some education?" I said, "I got 2 years of college behind me." And he said to me, "What do you think of going back to school, going back to college?" And I said, I would really like to do that. So I started working with them. They took my case. And they said, what do you want to do in pursuit of a profession? I said, "Well, I want to be CPA. You can't do that now." So I said, "I was thinking about going to sociology." So I said, "Okay. So where do you want to go to school?" I had been to Brigham Young University back in 1968. And I said, "I want to go back and finish up my degree." So we filled out all the papers. I got accepted to BYU. My wife was only earning about $100 a week back then. We were on food stamps. We were carrying groceries along the road and just barely making it. So once I found all that out for me, I had ceremonies done for me. Native American church ceremony to help me, to guide me, asking the Creator to make a pathway for me and my family. But in that time that I lost my vision, my mom was very concerned. She was very traditional type. In our ways, the Navajo ways, we have different reasons. There's spiritual reasons for what happened, not just the medical side. My mom said, "There's got to be a reason from the spiritual side, from our cultural side, for what you're going through. Let's go see a medicine man. Let's go see a diagnostician." So I went, my mom and I and my wife, and I was diagnosed. And one of the things that we believe as Navajo people is that when you're expecting parents, you're going to be a mom or a dad, there are certain things you don't do. You have reverence for the baby, for the fetus, so that there will be a successful birth. And so the medicine man told us, ask my mom, did his dad go hunting? And she said, yeah. She said, every year he went deer hunting. And then did he dance yebiche? My mom said, yeah, he was a yebiche dancer. And she said, so when you were carrying your son here, did he do that? And she said, yes. She said, that's where it's coming from. That's why he's got this visual problem. So we had the remaking of the deer ceremony to appease that spirit of that deer, to become back in harmony with what had happened in a spiritual way. And then I participated in a nine-night chant ceremony, Yebichi, to appease those spirits, a violation of what my dad did not comply with as far as cultural teachings. So I had those done. And mind you, I was going through a depression, I was low self-esteem. And to me, it was an answer as to why, besides the medical term, that I accepted that side of it. And so it helped me emotionally to understand why. And those in our culture, our Navajo culture, that's what we have. At time that the mother, expectant parents are carrying a little one, there are certain things you don't do. Even into the elderly age.
Excuse me, Dad, they say you have 6 minutes left.
Huh?
You have 6 minutes left.
Okay, I got 6 minutes left. I won't charge overtime. So from that, we have in our culture these ones that are going. And so a lot of times too, it's us, our own attitudes, behaviors. We do things to ourselves. We violate different boundaries of other people, of nature, things that we're not supposed to do. And causes, it can turn into a disability. There's also what we call the dark way, the witchcraft way, that can impact you. But for me, I'm a diagnostician. I do hand trembling. When a person is told some time back that you need lightning way, or you need to have a what's showing you? The beauty way ceremony, whatever it might be, and they don't do it. Actually, what that person doing is opening themselves up to those people that know the witchcraft way. You're opening that door and keeping that door open for them. And those prayers and songs that were to be said for you, and the prayers, they reverse it and put it back on you. Again, because of our own lack of wanting to get those ceremonies done. And people with disabilities are the same way, we're like that. And so it has a lot to do. It's just not all just medical. That helps quite a bit, but learning to use both. Now, I always tell people, our cultural ways, our medical ways, psychology, therapy, that's all given to us from the Creator. Yin iyidla, nakanin la, beanit edolil, beyat eonit dadolil. So awat nakaiyila. So we have those resources. And so those are there for us. And so the cultural ways that we have, we need to understand them. If a client comes to see us, we want that client to feel comfortable, that relationship. Because some clients aren't going to talk to you about it. They might think that you don't believe that way, and they need help that way. It's just not right here. You go to a medical doctor, you get your diagnosis, and then you determine your eligibility, and then you build a relationship with them, and then you go and get your evaluations done to see what kind of needs you have, medical needs or whatever. It's just not that you then write out a plan and then go through that training, get education, and then go to work. That's the surface of it to me. That person has to be in harmony. They struggle. And when they find out that vocational rehabilitation is there for them to become self-sufficient, it gives them hope. That's what it did to me. To be self-sufficient. One of our traditional stories says that when they were preparing this world for our existence, the two-leggeds, they were getting rid of different spirits. And they became upon 4 spirits over the hill that were trying to hide. And one was the spirit of hunger, the spirit of thirst, the spirit of poverty, and the spirit of old age. And we're going to get rid of these 4 spirits. And these 4 spirits begged their way. They said, we can be here for the people because nobody wants to go hungry. Nobody wants to be thirsty. Nobody wants to be poor. And everybody wants to go into old age in a good way. So they let these spirits be here on Mother Earth. We can be motivators. And so that's the motivation. If you have a job, your children aren't going to go hungry. Your children are not going to be thirsty. You can have money in your pocket, and you can go all the good way back, all the way into old age and retirement. Simple. Eben yedat, ata dansida kiss. This is the way they think about their families. And that's why I'm saying that. Look beneath the surface. Not just the VR process right here, that's good. But beyond that, below that. Then they're going to accept you as a helper, as an advocate. That's what it takes. As a VR counselor, first VR counselor in Shiprock, with my language, explaining things to the grandmas and the grandpas who took care of their grandchildren who had disabilities, it made a big difference. Explaining to them, knowing my culture, about ceremonies, about our ways of life, and sharing that and talking with them about that, and they say, yeah, oh. And so that's why our culture came into being. Use in the rehabilitation process. With my story, then I went to BYU. I set a goal. In my cultural belief, I had Native American church ceremony done for me. My mom, my dad, my sister, my wife, my family, they were all there. And the person that conducted that ceremony after midnight said to me, here's tobacco. Kunato. Ataso de dilsin. Kita sine dansen kiss. You say, here's tobacco, you pray with it. You're the only one that knows how you feel and what you want. And you're going to put that tobacco back on Mother Earth, and you're going to walk that prayer. Because we don't know how it is to be blind. But what do you want? And I prayed, I want an education. I wanted to be self-sufficient. I wanted to get off of food stamps. I wanted to be there for my wife and my children. Creator, thank you for giving me some intelligence, some gifts that you have given me. I want to use them. I want to find a way, even though I'm blind. And I started that prayer, I started that journey. And my wife and I, we left at about 7 o'clock in the evening from Shiprock, her and I and my little son, up for Provo, Utah. Went as far as Moab. It was snowing, it was raining. My mom was crying. You don't need to go, I'll take care of you. I said, no, Mom, we got to do it. Went on into Provo, Utah the next day. I had a brother going to school up there with his wife. We moved in with him. No money. Just a prayer. So I went to the BYU Indian Center. I told them my situation. I'm accepted. I'm blind. I don't have any tuition money. I don't have money to pay for an apartment. But I'm here, my wife and I, my son. So they start working with me. Did you ever have a Navajo Nation scholarship? I said, yes, but I lost it because of my blindness. Let's reapply. Commission for the Blind in New Mexico also is going to be paying your wife to read to you and giving you some money on a monthly basis. Your dad was a veteran in World War II in the United States Army. You got some veteran benefits coming to you. They put all that together. Unheard of back in 1975. I was a student, my wife and I were getting $3,000 a month. Took a chance, following that prayer. At the end of every month, a lot of the Indian students were not having much money, waiting for their next monthly check. My wife and I, we bought groceries and invited them to our apartment, and we fed them. We shared that with them. And then, my senior year, BYU offered a program called CLASP, Creative Learning Through Applied Sociological Principles. I still remember that in my old age. I'm not a young pup. I'm 76 years old. And so I applied for that, and I was accepted. And you could go anywhere in the world to do an internship. This so it applies in the area of sociology, human services. So I called my counselor with Mexico Service for the Blind. I said, this is what I'm going to do. Can I come down and do an internship with you in your program? He said, sure. So we moved back, and I was in Farmington. I was learning the VR process. I was helping the counselor there, going to homes, talking Navajo for them, explaining things in Navajo to them, learning. And then VR next door wanted me to help them again. So I went over there, and I was going back and forth between the two programs. 1 month before I graduated, I got a call from Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program. I can't remember who it was. And they said, "Are you almost graduated?" I said, 1 month to go. So you want to go to work? I said, I haven't graduated yet, 1 month to go. And they said, we're looking for a VR counselor. And we found your name, and we talked to the people that you did an internship with. We want you to come work for us. Come down tomorrow and sign your papers, and we'll pay you up through your graduation. So I did that. And also, when I went back to BYU to report back of what I had gained, they said, "What did you gain? What did you learn? What did you get out of it?" I said, "I got a job." Okay. Straight A's, 16 credit hours, they told me. That's how I came over to VR back in 1977. So that's how VR works for me and a lot of other people, and helped a lot of people. But also this program here, because I'm OSHERs now, we did prayers. We put a spirit to Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation and to OSHERs. We talked to the Almighty. We talked to the Holy Ones in the four directions. We talked to Mother Earth and Father Sky. Our people need help. Our relatives need help. This is what we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be doing this program here. Mr. Guy was there, others. The first ceremony that we had. I always remember that. To put that spirit, to bring it to life, to tell the Creator and the Holy Ones what we're going to be doing and why we're doing it. Throughout those years that I was there, we did that periodically, kept that spirit going. And it's come this far. It's like planting a corn, and you see that with OSHERs. We planted a corn with a prayer, and that corn started to grow. As the implementation came along, training was done. The state of Arizona VR program trained us. And then from there we started doing outreach, looking for clients, telling people about the program. And then we start getting clients. And then we started taking applications. We started doing evaluations. We started our relationship with the community and the Navajo Nation. Then we started putting people into training programs. Then we had outcome, employment. Just like that corn we planted, as it grew, as I look back, when we started taking that first application, that was part of that seed to start growing. Then we started doing evaluation. That was the next stage as that corn grew forward, upward. And it matured. And when the corn matures, way on top, on the tassel, there's corn pollen. Katatin is kit, katatin at it. Corn pollen, male, corn pollen, female. Maturity. That's the end goal of that corn stock. And we take that and we make our corn pollen and we put it in our corn pollen pouches and we pray with it. That's what it became. That's where we're at today. Well, by Kevin Cinda. I'm really very appreciative of that it's come this far. And helpers along the way. The states, the federal government, and also different individuals like Elmer Guy, and my brother here, Jim Warren, and others who had a big hand in this. Clear across Indian country. I think Elmer was saying there's 95 UR programs now. I'm the president of the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities. Like Elmer said, it started back in 1979 when the council approved it. And the first initiatives they had on there through an affirmative action plan was employment opportunities and accessibility to government buildings. Those were the two things that came out of the law.
Do out there in the communities is key, and we've already heard from some of them. Hosky Benali Jr., the president of the council. Sylvia McKinley, vice president. There she is. Dolores Hardin, secretary. Dolores in the house. There she is. Elise D. I believe she's not here with us today, but Elise is on. Elsie, I'm sorry. Marilyn, Kiwa Niptiwa. Hey, all right, thank you, Marilyn. Ella M. Yazi King. There you go. Elton Yazi. The Yazi's in the house, all right. Nathaniel Ellison. Nathaniel. Not here, but thank you for your work. And last but not least, Nicole Curley. Thank you so much for your work and what you do for us. So, we're going to have. Now we get to announce through the council has identified an advocate of the year. And I would like you to introduce, if you would.
The council selects an Advocate of the Year award, and this year it goes to LCD. Elsie wasn't able to be here today. Let's give her a round of applause. Elsie has done work with the Utah Parent Center, the Utah Developmental Disabilities Planning Council, as well as the Utah Disability Law Center. And so she comes to us from the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation, and she has done an excellent job in helping with advocating for students with disabilities. So on her behalf, we have my Bija here, accepting it, Sylvia McKinley, accepting it on her behalf. Beautiful. It's embroidered with the Disability Advisory Council emblem, as well as Navajo Nation Council on Disability, Advocate of the Year, LCD.
You know what, all of you? We have the best MC today. Give him a hand. Right on. Anyway, my name is Sylvia McKinley. I'm with the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disability since 2006. And I had 3 family members that were disabled, and it was a lot of work, but I loved them. I cared for them, and it was good to be with them. And so when I see somebody that's disabled, I know where they're at. And I love them, and I care for them, and I think of how I took care of my family. But it's good to be with each and every one of you, and it's good to be amongst people that are concerned with the issues that we are having with a lot of different people. Some things are not being addressed, but it's going to get there. Thank you. Oh, and then a last minute. My clan is Torachitni and Tohetlini and Kelachitni and what is it? Batani. That's what it is. You know, you forget sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And we want to recognize our conference planning committee. So they worked really hard to get this going, and what a wonderful what they created. Isn't that awesome? So our conference planning committee includes Angelina Johnson, Melissa Nez, Jerry Wonica, all right, Mark Sajario, hey, sorry, Daniel Haven, all right, come on up, Adrian Benali, Paula, Mary Lynn Freeland, oh, Treva, my mentor, she's not here with us, Dolores Harden, Nathaniel Ellison, and Amanda Williams. Let's hear it for this group of people. What a wonderful job you've done. Thank you so much. And thank you for having Lakota-sized t-shirts. Hey. They always say double X. I go, geez, that was high school. Okay, so we're going to get in and we're going to add and be able to address our, whoops. Oh, raffle. Oh, we can't forget our raffle. All right. Are we ready? Tickets ready? All right, let's see what we got. 941, 741. 741. Going once? Hey, there you see it, all right. Got a winner, 741 coming down. Our next drawing, 941, 763. 763.
No one?
No one want to claim it? Going once? Hey, that's okay. One of my students said that's well trained. I like that. All right. So sorry, 763 in the bathroom. Yeah, whatever. 764. Hey, who was next to 63? Are they in the bathroom too? Hey, there you go. All right. 764 in the house. Come on down.
Oh, yay, Sarah.
Do we have one more? All right, one more. 941 704. 704.
Oh, back there.
Hey, all right, we got a winner. Okay.
All right, awesome.
We got it?
We're good to go.
Okay. All right. Okay. So as now, we're going to ask Ella and Albert to make your way to the stage. And unfortunately, Treva Roanhorse is not with us. She's taking care of her husband, Anselm, who's having some disability challenges, health challenges himself. And if you know him, he's been a great advocate in the arena of health for many years for Indian Health Service. And Treva Roanhorse is one of the first people I met right after I was a fresh graduate out of San Diego State, you know. And I got to learn a lot spending that week going around the res in Diné country and learning how to apply what I learned in school and make it work on the res. So that was a great week of learning how to indigenize vocational rehabilitation from a Diné standpoint. And then I've been able to replicate that with other tribal nations, allowing them to indigenize their own services for their communities and their people. So at this point, it's a wonderful to have you here with us, and thank you so much for being here. And, well, she's called retired, but here she is still working. So, so again, it's a pleasure to have our state partners and folks that work with us. We need our partners working in the state system so we can do more work for our people. So it's a pleasure to have you here today. All right, so here we go.
Is it this one? Yeah. This one. Clicker. Which one? Yep. This one? Yep.
Share the microphone. You do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, introduce yourself. All right. Good afternoon. That's a good lunch. Don't go to sleep on us, though. So, my name is Albert Calamity, Senior, and I've been with the Navajo Nation Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services for quite a long time. I stepped into my office November 8th, 1999 at 7:45 a.m., and I'm still in there. So, and again, good afternoon. My clans are look at the Naensla, Aro Todichini, Bashachin, Ashi, Dashanala, Aro Tizalana Edashache. Shant Twoho, Ligede Ade Chashike, Taya, Aholiga, Ade Ish of Maholonde, Kadeya Nare, Tilke Betwo, Ade Eya Kahest, Edo, Shastambashna Ajan Lady, Satasto, Ade in Halchinitra, Ako, Eya, the Nanchla. I just introduced myself in Navajo, that I am from the Reed People clan, born for Bitterwater. And I am, my paternal grandfathers are the Salt people, and my maternal grandfathers are the Minigoats. So that's who I am, and I'm from Shanto, Arizona. But I live out in Whitehorse Lake, New Mexico. My office is in Crown Point, New Mexico. So again, good afternoon. I'll give Ella a chance to introduce herself.
Tall people. Okay, hopefully everyone can see me. Good afternoon. I am Ella Yazi King. I am originally from St. Michael's. Twitachitni is my clan, and my clan that I am born for is Tachitni. And I'm from St. Michael's, Arizona. And as Jim mentioned, I am retired from the New Mexico DVR program, Division of Voc Rehabilitation. I used to work in the Gallup office, and so can't speak officially on behalf of Voc Rehab, but I'm here to present with Albert, and we have not had a chance to rehearse, so we're kind of just doing this, see it how it works. So thank you very much, and we shall continue.
Okay. Go first? Okay. Got to keep adjusting the mic here. So, we're talking about how Navajo we are and New Mexico State we are have been working together, and we do have a memorandum of understanding here that was put in place for us to work together. So we took some highlights out of this memorandum here, and then we were going to probably just hit a little bit of this here, and we're told to kind of go fast so we can kind of catch up with the agenda. So the partnership addressed the historical gap in vocational rehabilitation. I should read this one, huh? The historical, okay. I don't see, let's see. Okay, let me just read this way, okay. This partnership addresses the historical gap in vocational rehabilitation services for American Indians with disabilities, confirming the need for tribal administered, okay, cool, there you go.
Haven't rehearsed, remember.
Okay, so there were some gaps in service delivery. Of course, we heard from Elmer and some presenters that there were some gaps that were needing to be addressed on Indian country. So that's why Navajo VR was established. And with us working together with the states, there were some problems there. The VR agency traditionally underserved American Indians due to cultural, linguistic, and geographical barriers, compounded by tribal sovereignty issues. So there were some problems that the Navajos were facing here. And then, of course, with the Rehabilitation Act, when it was amended, it authorized and funded tribes. Like with the Navajo that we've been talking about all this time for 50 years. That's what's been happening here to operate under their own VR programs. The mandate was that the regulations required state VR agencies to cooperate and enter formal agreements with American Indian Vocational Rehabilitation Services grant recipients. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. Okay, the purpose of the partnership or the goals was that Navajo Nation Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services, okay, partnered with the New Mexico Division of Vocational Rehabilitation to maximize the service delivery areas. Okay.
So, as I said earlier, I'm retired from the New Mexico DVR office out of Gallup. And when I came on board years and years and years ago, one of the things that I wanted to do was reach out to the tribal VR, because that's where I really got started when I was right out of graduate school. I started a job with Treva and Elmer and Caleb and some other people. And so I knew about the tribal VR, so I connected, talked with Albert, talked with the other counselors in New Mexico, and we developed then a partnership. At that point, we didn't have an MOU. We just worked because it was good for the people and it was good for our caseload as well, because we were responsible for helping individuals who needed services, helping people to get back into employment. And so we each had a caseload. And so what we did then, of course, is develop dual cases. And Albert and I worked very well, and that was the goal, is basically to work together, both the New Mexico VR and the tribal VR. The rationale was basically to, again, develop dual cases where we would work with one client. They would be on my caseload. They would also be on Albert's caseload. So we then would take a look before the MOU. We would take a look at other issues that they had, other services. So, and this is all technical. You do an intake. You meet with the individual. You fill out the forms. They sign it, and so forth. And then you talk about the type of services they need, the type of challenges that they have. And then from there, we take a look at, okay, the referral, but also how we can work together. Then we develop what we call their eligibility to make sure that they are eligible for services. And that hasn't changed in terms of not only with New Mexico VR, but the tribal VR. With the Navajo tribe, it was just, they just work with Native Americans, Navajos who have disabilities. With New Mexico, it was anyone who applied. You didn't have to be Native American. You could be any other individual who just happens to have and needs assistance and who happens to have a certified disability. So Plan B, then we looked into the planning and the service delivery. We had joint meetings. Actually, Albert would go, he and I would go out into the communities where he served, and we would drive, and we would drive, and we would drive down dirt roads, in the gullies, and everywhere. And of course, if I went by myself, I would have gotten lost. But anyway, we'd go out there and we'd have joint meetings with the individual. And at that point, we would develop an individual employment plan, taking a look at what OSHR's tribal VR would be, their services that they would be providing, and then what DVR would be providing. And at that time, I don't know about now, but at that time, I had lots of money to spend. And so I would take up a lot of the funds that were needed, but we developed the cases jointly. And it was not just us two, but also the client really telling them, okay, what do you need in order to get employed? And not just get a job, but to be able to keep the job, and then to take a look at a career. So you're not just working at the gas station, but what do you want to do 5, 10 years from now? And so that's what we encourage. Cost share, basically, as I said, I spent a lot of money because I had the money, and then we needed to spend that money by the end of the fiscal year. And so I think the cases that we developed were really excellent. We provided ongoing management, working with the client on an individual basis. We worked with the individual, but we also worked with students as well.
Okay. Case closure. We had consumers that go through the program, like Ella said, we cost share. We would pay for something that the consumer needed. They would also take care of something else that the consumer also needs to obtain, maintain employment. So for a consumer, we call them consumers, the clients. They go into the program, we go provide the services, everything's taken care of, then comes the closure. A lot of the closures come out through successful closures after the consumer holds the job for 90 days. Then we go through a closure process. That's where we close the case. We make sure the person's doing fine, everything's being taken care of. They're doing a good job with their work and all that. Then we do the closures. So, and then the box here says confidentiality. That's where all the stuff that we get from the consumer and other resources are kept confidential. And if there is a need to share information, of course, there's a copy of the release of information that needs to be put in place. So that's what we did.
Okay, so just quickly, we had several cases, dual cases that we worked with, but there was one individual, and his need was different from anyone else I had worked with. And what I was told, and when I was receiving training from the New Mexico office and Santa Fe office, was that I had to be creative. I could do anything. The sky was the limit, and just go out there and help people to get their employment. So this young man came over to my office in Gallup, and he was in a wheelchair. And he was currently working. He was receiving Social Security. His part-time job was working down in Gallup as a buffer. And I said, okay, you have a job and it's part-time. How can we help you? What do you need? So he told me this story. He had a car, and the car, of course, was very low because he was in a wheelchair. And he said that a couple of winters ago, he was trying to get back home. It was late, and halfway between the main dirt road and his house, which wasn't that far, about a couple hundred feet, he got stuck, and it was nighttime. And of course, he couldn't get out of his car and get the wheelchair out, because then he would be stuck and he would be in the environment and the cold. So he spent the night in his car. Every now and then he would start it up to get warm. Early in the morning then, some boys were coming down the road, and he says, help me, kind of push me out and I can get to the house. So they pushed him, and they got the car out, and he went over to his house. So he said, Ella, I need help with my road. And I was like, oh my gosh, he doesn't need clothes, he doesn't need school, he doesn't need training, he doesn't need tools, he needs a road. Oh my gosh. So I got really excited, because this is the only road I thought I could ever do. So I got in touch with Albert, and I says, okay, let's get him on your case as well, which he did. We both found him eligible for services. And then we said, okay, it's going to cost a lot of money to get his road graded and set up the way he needed it. Plus, he lived in a house, had a front door and a back door, but they both weren't accessible. And so we said, okay, it needs a ramp. So we reached out to the Farmington IL program, independent living program. They then agreed to help with putting in ramps. They could only do one ramp, and that was at the front door. But I said, okay, if he has a fire in his living room, he needs to get out through the back door. He needs a ramp. So they said, okay, Ella, we'll put in a second ramp. So he got his 2 ramps. The roadway was very, it wasn't, again, very far, but there were weeds and trees and stuff like that. So we reached out to the Church Rock chapter, talked with the chapter officials. They then agreed to bring in their dozers and people to come out and to take out the trees, the bushes, and try to make it as level as possible. Then we reached out and we put out a little ad in the local paper saying, you know, if you are a vendor, this is how much we have. We can't go over it. This is how much we have. And if you are interested, please submit, you know, your proposal. Well, people called and companies weren't willing to do it for the price that we asked, except for one company. They said, okay, and so they took a look at it and they worked with the local chapter officials. They got the road the way it was supposed to be set up, and they came in with gravel and they did it all around the house. So I think that's really excellent. But we could tell you other stories, self-employment, students who are coming out of special ed who lived way out there, and we would get them in school so they can hold a job, become auto mechanics, whatever, and provide for their services. But this is, if you all or if somebody younger is thinking of a career, go into Voc Rehab, become a counselor. You can change lives. So anyway, here's Albert.
Another success I would probably like to mention is a young man that went through, we have another program that we work with. It's called Project Search. I think he was part of the first group that went through there, and we provided services as well. Ella provided services like supported employment services. And we also help with transportation. So long story short, he was placed at one of the schools, at one of the cafeterias, and he was able to work for, I don't know how long, yeah, at least a couple of years. So that was another success that we are real proud of. And like Ella said, we have a whole lot of stories about consumers that were helped, and they were able to keep and maintain employment. So it is a good program. You know, one thing that a lot of people, when I started going out, was telling me was, you know, I didn't know this program existed. And I tell them it's been around since the 1970s. So it is a good program. I think, is that it? Okay, well, I guess we'll end it here, and we'll go ahead and give it back to Jim here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, we got the ramp. No worries. I'm usually in the way. Hey. Oh, okay. All right. All right, our state agency representatives. So if you could come up, Arizona, New Mexico Commission for the Blind, Arizona Rehab Services Administration, Utah. Got the Four Corners represented. Hey. But what's unique about Navajo Nation is they work and partner with 4 different states. So it's been a wonderful process over the years to have this partnership. So thank you so much for being with us today, and we'll present this. Arizona Rehab Services Administration, here we go. Thank you so much. There's a nice plaque for the work. Oh, I'm supposed to read it, I guess. Hey. So we gratefully acknowledge your decades of partnership and collaboration and present this award to Arizona Rehab Services Administration. Your commitment has been foundational in expanding culturally relevant services for our Dene, the Navajo people with disabilities, supporting our self-determination and economic sovereignty. Together, we continue toward beauty, Hojon. Hey, beauty, harmony, and balance. I like it. Respectfully, the Navajo Nation OSERs. So thank you so much for your work. All right, very nice. Some photos, any photos? Oh, by the blankets that would be, or by the, yeah. Oh, those blankets are key. You don't have to suck it in on your picture. Hey, you know. Okay, hey. Oh, for our New Mexico Commission for the Blind. If you could come on up. Oh, here you are. Hey, just sneaky. So this is beautiful. It's not only written, but it's in Braille. So it's really cool. And then the top part is the Navajo basket. So very tactile for our folks with a visual impairment or that blindness, so they can feel that along with the Braille. So thank you so much for being here. And we gratefully acknowledge your decades of partnership as well and collaboration, and we present this award to New Mexico Commission for the Blind. Your commitment has been foundational in expanding culturally relevant services for our Dene people with disabilities. Supporting our self-determination and economic sovereignty, together we continue in beauty, harmony, and balance. Thank you so much. Palamia. That one too, yeah. Any words, or would you like to say anything? No? Hey, just all right. Thank you so much. Get a picture of her with that, if you could. Anyone from New Mexico Division of Voc Rehab? Where's our New Mexico crew? Yeah. Well, New Mexico is also being honored as well for their work in partnership with Navajo, the Dene Tribal Voc Rehab, the OSERs. So can you take that for her? See, just retired and they still make you work. Yeah. Yeah. So here's their award. So thank you so much for taking that for us. We'll get this to you. And Utah, any Utah in the house? Any folks from Utah? Our state office is in Utah. Any Utah Voc Rehab folks? Anyone know a Utah State Voc Rehab person? Hey, you know. Guess we'll stagecoach this over to them, huh? So again, for our Utah State Office partners and the Office of Rehabilitation, once again, we appreciate the partnership with our state partners, and it's key that we work together. So thank you so much, Palamia. So much. Okay, all right, very good. So we're gonna share some photos and a little bit of history and memories, which is wonderful. All right, I'll just step up. Portraits of Treva. Ooh, I like that. Sounds poetic, doesn't it? But Treva, as I mentioned, Treva Roanhorse really did some great things for me as a young person, just fresh out of graduate school and wanting to learn how to do work in Indian country. So Treva was one of the first to take me under her wing, if you will, and then introduce me to folks like Elmer and Paula and other folks here at Navajo Nation Voc Rehab, NNOSER. So we would like to share some of these pictures of Treva over the years. And am I controlling this, or? Oh, someone, oh, look at that. There's Ken Nyali, and he was with one of our RCEPs back in the day. And through his Region 8 RCEP, we started our CANAR program. So that was in Palau. And there's, Dick Corbridge with Treva. And who's that? I remember him too, gee. So again, Jim Downing, Richard Corbridge, aka Dick Corbridge. That was Treva's looking at. Yeah, she was always eyeballing somebody. Hey. And there she is with Priscilla Sanderson. Priscilla's done a lot of great work over the years, and so I believe she's still here at NAU working with the cancer program. So there's Priscilla and Treva. Our next one. Fred Schroeder. He was one of our RSA commissioners that really believed in tribal voc rehab. And that's key when our RSA commissioner believes in the work that we do. So under his tenure, I believe he was President Clinton's appointee, we grew from 14 tribal VR programs to almost 40. So that was the catalyst for growth and to prove that we could do the work. And there's Dick Corbridge and Treva. Those good old years there. So at one of our CANAR conferences in 2001. Up next, we always try to have our CANAR conferences in Indian country or nearby. Geez, look at me. Back when I could move, hey. So Treva and I were up there to dance, and we had some of our Pacific Islanders do a demonstration from their indigenous perspective. So there's me trying to do the hula, I think. Hey. So we've done everything, dancing and the whole bit. So any more portraits to share? Ooh, that was, let's see, it's coming down. The mystery shot. Hey! Stop, and then, okay, the Supremes. So we know how to have fun in Indian country, don't we? Isn't that wonderful? So there's our Native Supreme crew. So I guess Treva's up in front. She's being Diana Ross there. So. Oh, this is awesome. And Jude and Delorna, we miss you, Delorna. So again, it's wonderful to see everyone without gray hair in these pictures. So any more photos coming up? And there she is. And again, thank you so much, Palamia Washtelo, Yate, for the work that you do, mentoring so many people and representing the Dene in a good way. Thank you, Treva Ronex. And then our next, I forgot my. Hey, all right, Wayne, if you could work your way up here. And Wayne Daigle is the director of AverTech here at NAU. We hijacked him out of Montana, as I recall, when he was a tribal VR director. We saw his talent, and he was one of my star students, actually, at San Diego State with my Pet Air program. So Wayne is going to work his way up and share the work that he's done as he transitioned from a service provider to running an organization that provides service to those providers. So it's wonderful to have someone that's doing the training that's been in the trenches, that knows what's out there when you're providing those services, and working with the partners and creating jobs for the people. So this is wonderful to have him as one of our leaders, and I'm very proud of you, Wayne. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jimmy. Oki netanako ponoka ea. Hello. I said hello in Blackfeet language, Pakuni language. So thank you for having me, and we're getting these young guys here to set us up. So we're just kind of following that theme all day, huh? 50 years, and we've got a bunch of old workhorses up here. As I come into Flagstaff all the time, the AVERTAC office is part of IHD. We're housed here in Flagstaff, but every time I come to Flagstaff, I see those mountains, and it reminds me of who I am and where I come from. And back home, we have the mountains. Chief Mountain back home is really sacred to us, and then our creation story, that's not mine. Right there, 50 years. Oh, there's supposed to be a PowerPoint. Did I give you the wrong one? So I'm just going to start talking because we're out of time. Paula's already waving me off the stage. You give a Blackfeet a microphone and it's a bad deal. So my name is Wayne Daigle. Thank you for having me. I am the director of the American Indian Vocational Rehabilitation Training and Technical Assistance Center. Yeah, I should get a round of applause. I didn't pass out when I said that name. For short, we call it AVERTAC Plus. And once we get all our stuff up, you'll see some more cool slides. But I'm going to give you a little background about the TAC centers and where we come from and how that connects to the importance of our TVR staff and the culturally appropriate service provision in those programs. So Dr. Finch, some of you might remember that name, Dr. Tom Finch. He was a part of RSA's AVERS projects or programs. He listened to us talk about the need for our technical assistance and training and support in tribal VR. We never had that. We had RSA and RCEP that would come in and provide training, but we never got that really good foundational support for our culturally appropriate services. So in 2010, he was able to secure some funding, and we started the TVR Circle program under the KNR. Now I do need my slide deck for this because I can't remember all of the names for TVR Circle. It's like continuous improvement for rehabilitation counselors. L, what's L? Leaders and educators. I should get a round of applause for recalling that. All right, so that TVR Circle, again, was part of KNR. Jimmy was the director of training at that time. Joe Kelly was the KNR president, and he was overseeing all of us. And a group of us got together, and under the circle, we had an uphill battle from the beginning because RSA was heavily involved with it, and there was a lot of fear that we were going to become RSA's watchdog, and that we were going to tell on all of the tribal VR programs and the work that they were doing. We finally got through a lot of that stuff, and we started doing some really good work. I was the second team to go out under TVR Circle with Lenore Carroll. She was the former director of the Navajo Nation in Louisiana. That was quite the experience. Heading out for that, being that second group to go out, we were still trying to get our feet underneath us and figure out how to work. And that's where I first met Paula. So Miss Paula and I traveled a lot. I took her up to Montana, northern Montana, where the wind always blows, in February. I don't think she's forgiven me yet. So then I brought her back in the summer, and she wouldn't let me turn the air conditioner on as we traveled across Montana. So that was interesting. But we had a lot of fun together, and we closed out the TVR. All right, okay. Thank you, sir. So again, that's all. I did get it right. Look at that. All right. Okay, so, yeah, thank you. Again, like I said, Paula and I closed that grant out with KNR, and we were doing a lot of the on-sites. We were doing a lot of regional trainings, her and I. We kind of were the last two to really finish out that cycle of the grant. So then the next grant that was started was in 2015, and that was the first American Indian, AVERTAC. Again, I'm not going to push my luck twice trying to say all that. AVERTAC was housed at IHD. Dr. Lee Gashioma was the director at that time. I got hired in I was a content expert there as well, and I got hired in year 3 as the VR coordinator. So I've been involved with the first AVERTAC since that time. Then in 2000, we got a 1-year extension. So in 2021, we got AVERTAC Plus. I got to back up. At that same time, Northwest Indian College started the TVR Institute. So the two of us together were separately funded. They were the academic side of the house. We were the implementation technical assistance side. In 2021, we were told that we had to combine and come together. And so then that's where we came up with AVERTAC Plus. Same thing. We're still the implementation side of the house. They're still the academic side of the house. What is cool is that it allowed us to merge a continuous pipeline, or this merge allowed us to create a continuous pipeline of education to the TVR project staff. So we were able to go on site, see the people in their projects, and we were able to connect them to the courses that they needed to increase their knowledge and skill set. It's been a really great opportunity this whole cycle. We're now in year 5 of this grant, so we're going to be writing at the end of this year, hopefully, if everything comes together again. So an overview. This is our main goal. You guys can read that. We are funded through a cooperative agreement, which means RSA is heavily involved in what we're doing. And when I mean heavily involved, I mean we have almost constant contact with our program officer, August Martin, and he has a lot to say about what we're doing and how we're providing this information to the RSA, to the TVR programs and their staff. And August has been around for quite a while, so he really understands what we're doing and how we're doing this stuff, so it's a nice working partnership at this time. So you've heard these numbers thrown around, and this is a really amazing figure for me. There's 94 active tribal VR programs in 26 states. We are serving over 175 different tribes. Okay. Over 175 different tribes. That's amazing that we got this representation. We are helping all these tribes serve the people with disabilities, the ones that always get left behind or forgotten. So that's why it's so important that we start to understand the cultural importance and the reason why we are set aside from state VR. Now, AVERTAC is not a crew of experts. We don't know 800 different cultures specifically. We don't know over 700 languages. So we're not going to say we're experts. But we take into account, we've developed 15 different guiding steps in working with tribes to make sure that we are culturally appropriate and respectful of your traditional values in your land. So here's some numbers. Again, I'm going to cut it short so I don't get hooked off the stage by Paula. So this is just some great numbers. So we've in the 4 years that we've been operating, we're just starting our 5th year, we've served over 20 AVERS projects during this last year. We're exceeding our targeted goal by 500%. So that shows the need that we're still seeing amongst our TVR projects. And this people are hungry for the knowledge to move forward, to improve their skills, to serve their people. We've reached 72 of the 93 projects. Now I said 93 in this slide, 94 in the other one. 93 because we're the 94th project, so we can't, well, I guess we could. Rebecca does do a lot of technical assistance towards me, keeping me in line. Rebecca Holland is our VR coordinator. See, she didn't think I was going to call her out. Earlier, she's like, oh, I get to come and just be a participant. No, I'm going to make sure she gets seen. Anyways, 72 of the 93. which means that we've provided at least 176 unduplicated services to unduplicated staff members. 176 staff members have received support from us or participated in some sort of activity. We've got over 895 people that have participated in the activities that we've provided. 895 people. So we're not only talking about serving AVERS projects here, we're talking about serving state partners, state CRPs or community rehab providers or other partners that we're bringing in. And there's some more stuff there about surveys. But here's some more numbers I wanted to get out to everybody so we can see the impact that we are having on staff. In the year 4, which is last year, we had 108 different activities, which is 1,740 hours. And we've reached out to 4,898 people in 1 year, reaching out to us asking for TTA, which targeted technical assistance is that one-on-one phone call, email questions, just interacting that way. The ITAs, or intensive technical assistance, is where we go on site. That's the 20 number that we saw before. And those are usually 9 months long. So we're seeing a lot of activity there. And there's only 3 full-time staff at AVERTAC that are really hammering out these numbers. So we don't ever sleep. We got 5 hours a week extra, and then we usually do that by doing some research for the next activity we're doing. So our families don't know us anymore. I'm just kidding. This is my 3rd trip in a row. I think Rebecca's been on 4 or 5 now. 8, okay? See, she always corrects me. TVR Institute. So again, that academic side of the house, we offer 21 courses at least 21 courses a year, and we've had 113 AVERS staff members go through, which is a representation of 51 tribal programs. We've had 2 tribal community members and 4 Washington State DVR staff attend, and 5 Northwest Indian students who learned about the AVERS program and thought it'd be cool to learn about it. So we have a course completion rate of about 86%, which is amazing when you look at other academics. And then 21 students earned the award of completion in TVR studies. In the summer of 2023, we were able to get the only bachelor's degree with a TVR concentration in the nation. We're the only group that is doing this right now, so that's pretty cool. We had 21 individuals request information about it, and as of last September, we had 15 students enrolled in this bachelor's degree. So that's pretty awesome. Our website activities, we have 7,200 active users. The most visited page is our home, our webinars page, and then the AVERS projects. The AVERS project page is where it lists all of the 93 AVERS programs and how to contact them. That's a great page for resources for reaching out to partners. I just saw you. How you doing? I'm highly distractible, sorry. Here's our takeaways. Okay, this is what we've learned about over all of our research with AVERTAC for the last 2 grant cycles. Disability is a natural part of our human experience. A lot of people know that. We can't deny that. And they all have a right to live independently and fully engage in their society. Okay, that's right out of the Rehab Act. What we've learned is that we, as a people, have been denied that right for a long time. It all started to be challenged in 1975. That's when everything started to roll, right? We got our feet underneath us and we're starting to stand up and help the people that we need to help. TVR phases. So the Tribal Vocational Rehab Journey. We used to call it a process, but after working with Paula and Rebecca, we've decided to call it a journey. And it's a strength-based, holistic approach to overcoming employment barriers. Okay, so we are currently rolling out a new service model that's called the TVR Journey. There's 8 phases to that, and we're going to be really presenting that widely at the next KNR conference, which is in a couple weeks. So you should come to KNR, come check it out. That's my plug. Now I'll move on. Indigenous holism. So we've learned that every group, every tribe has their own culture, their own traditional values, and they view it, all the tribes view it as a whole piece of it. We're all interconnected, right? So we can't look at it as a process, and that's the biggest push that we are pushing against with RSA. We want to make sure that our holistic approaches, our models are all created equally, and that we all are serving everybody at the same level. Start to beginning to end, sorry. And like Paula's model that she showed earlier is one of the models that we have utilized a lot in helping other projects develop their own culturally appropriate and traditional service model. The core principle, the concept that we are all related, right? That is so big in our country. As we sit and talk, and we've heard from the very beginning, the opening discussion, where we call each other brothers, sisters, that's because we're all interconnected at some level. Now, we take that a step further with AVERTAC, and we look at it as we are all connected through our passion and our desire to serve those who don't get recognized as easily or frequently as they should. So it's our passion to make sure that our most vulnerable people are getting services for a better quality of life. Trust building. We all know that we got historical mistrust from our historical traumas and our current traumas, right? So we are still living a genocide. Our people are being attacked daily. So building that trust with our people and our partners. You know, AVERTAC works tirelessly with states to try and get them to come in and build those relationships of trust, address those traumas so that we can move forward in a good way to help all of our people. Cultural humility, you know, it's a commitment to a lifelong learning. I always joke around about, you know, the VR learning curve is 90 degrees. And it gets easier, it goes, you know, a little bit later, but then they change the rules and it's another 90 degrees. So our learning curve is pretty straight up. And we're always learning. And then we add in disabilities, okay? How they manifest in everybody differently. It's an ongoing learning, lifelong. And we have to do that critical self-reflection. Power dynamics. That's always a piece of it, especially when we're dealing with people that don't understand our ways. So it comes down to money, right? And criteria. How are we going to get that money? Is it required or not required? Is it a want or a requirement? So we really try and level out those power dynamics amongst the partners. Service accountability. One of the biggest issues that we have seen across all of our time is that when it comes down to service accountability, our partners fade. You know, they might say we offer this, this, and this. But once it happens and we get, you know, the rubber meets the road, they bail on us, and then we're left holding the basket. And a lot of our tribal VR programs don't have the annual budget to cover a lot of these services that are required. Empathy and compassion. We've found that we all have to come into this understanding that we have empathy and compassion to listen to our people. And especially with AVERTAC, when we come in, we don't come in as experts. We ask you to talk to us about your culture, your values, what is most important in your community. And then cultural respect goes along with that. All right, this is Blackfeet. I'm going to try this because I'm still learning my language, so if I hammer this, I'm sorry. Thank you for your time. I'm getting the nod to leave, so now, no, I just do that because I like to bug Paula. Here's our website. Please go check it out, avertac.org. And if you have any questions, all of our emails are on there. You can reach out to us. Thank you for this time. It's an honor to come and speak before you all. And thank you for 50 years.
I'm one of those Mackers, so Thank you, Elmer, for setting me up.
And Jimmy is a man that needs no introduction. You'll read about his bio in the program, but he comes to us from Lakota country. He was the VR director for Sequan Voc Rehab in San Diego. So he's a ASU grad, so please forgive him for that. And I'm a Wildcat, so, Lobo. So, anyway, with no further ado, Jimmy Warren.
Thank you, Paula. Let me plug into, here we go. The kids left me before I was set up. Oh, you're a kid. Hey. Start mirroring, I take it. Oh, our volunteer students. We can't forget our students. So thank you to our students, Jaden and Jody. Jaden and Jody, where are you? There they are. Thank you for being here. We never would have survived without you, actually. So thank you for your technological skills and putting up with us as we try to do our best. But I'm here to share some of my experiences. I've been around for a while, and it's been nice to see Voc Rehab grow and develop, particularly for Indian country. So I do this work. I'm Jim Warren Jr., so I do it in honor of my father, Jim Warren Sr., who's the strongest man I've ever met. He just happened to use a wheelchair. So that's something that I always will remember growing up when he got sick. And he's 6'4", a big guy. And he would always joke that, oh, son, it's just hard getting old. I used to be 6'4", now I'm 4'6". Hey, you know. So that was his joke about using his chair. But that's how he handled it, you know, utilizing in Indian country, Indian humor. That's something how we cope with things, right? We are able to laugh at some things that are very difficult in some cases. But that's some of our skills into coping and to dealing with some of those challenges that we have to deal with. So our story, and that's something we need to make sure that people know our story out there. I'm representing proudly as a Sun Devil. I work with the cats, so I'll do anything for Indians. Hey, you know. So I'm an affiliate at Arizona College of Medicine working with JC. Where's JC out there? Oh, yeah, there she is, JC. She runs the program, the Sonoran Center for Excellence in Disabilities, one of our USED programs. And JC and I have known each other for quite a few years now. Another one that doesn't age, but I do. But again, it's wonderful that I got to work with JC and the team when they wanted to create an indigenous subcenter focused on Indian country, similar to the program I created for my people, the Oyate Circle, back home in South Dakota. So I'll share some more information about that as I continue. But here we are again with our story of self-determination. Self-determination is something that I see as a kind of something with our disability culture and our indigenous cultures, those intertwining challenges and successes that we've had. And with both cultures, we literally needed a federal act for self-determination. Isn't that pitiful, first of all, that we needed to get the federal government to provide a law to say that we could make decisions for ourselves, not only as Indian people, but as people with disabilities. So fortunately, we've had those leaders in the past that have been those leaders to make sure that people with disabilities are represented in a good way. With that, I do this work in honor of my father. And with this, why do you think Tribal Voc Rehab has proven to be an effective service delivery model in the past 50 years? It took us about 20 years to grow into the teens, right? So that first decade was kind of our troubled teens year, trying to grow, trying to work with the feds, trying to work with our state partners. Because in those times, the state partners said, hey, you're taking our money from Title I. What was their incentive to work with us before we changed the law? Some of you here, we were part of that writing team where we changed the law to where both tribal VR and state VR can both get credit with the federal government who funds these programs through RSA. So now both can get credit for working with that one tribal member. And then that tribal member gets not only the culturally appropriate services, but the increased resources of state agencies. The money that was being discussed that was available. Let's get it to our people. It shouldn't be returned to the Treasury. Uncle Sam has enough. Let's make sure it's being spent in our communities. So when you think of culturally responsive staff, you see it. You see Paula's team, you see these various programs, your teams, the people you work with. We know our ways. We have that language. You know, at least from independent living on our tribal cohort. So there's another hat I'm wearing at University of Montana, where we've gathered our independent living, because it's decreased significantly. And she's one of the few that are the only that's on Indian lands left. So we need more independent living services. So I'm glad you're there and bringing up those issues of language, of culture, so that those folks at University of Montana as well as independent living can hear that from someone in the field. So Palamia for that, thank you. So an indigenized approach to VR services, that's what we do. Is there one way in Indian country? Will the Dene way work in Oglala country? Or Hoopa, my wife, hey, the boss lady over there. Right? So again, what I always teach our non-Indian brothers and sisters is don't call us just one, do you speak Indian? As I always hear. I go, I know, do you speak European? Anyone speak European? I speak Lakota, right? According to my elders, not very good. But, again, the diversity of who we are in Indian country, that's something we had to train our federal partners, because they don't know. We have to teach them, right? So again, that sovereignty's been brought up several times. Data sovereignty, government sovereignty, our nations as sovereign nations. We have that self-determined right to make those decisions for ourselves. And we fought many generations for that, right? First 400 years of contact was war. The last 100 years plus has been our attorneys. Hey, thank you, tribal attorneys, right? We need more of us, actually, as tribal attorneys, because the passion's there. It's not just a job, it's our life, it's our people. So when you think of that sovereignty, Supreme Court, I don't like this, but at least it determined we're nations. Domestic dependent, I don't like that. But at least now we have that soil. That's huge right now. They're trying to go, oh, you only own the topsoil, we own the bottom. They're still trying to take. So again, that's good that we have this. And then why do we still in 2025 have the highest rate of disability than any other cultural group in the United States? Anyone want to take a guess? Are we as Indian people just more naturally susceptible to disability? Why? Why did I start without a disability? Now I have multiple disabilities. It's a natural part of the life cycle. They're not as visible, but Indian Health Service, funded at 60%. If you're an instructor, what is 60% on a test? F plus? Hey, right? So what is the outcome, healthcare-wise, for us, for our people, our family members that rely on IHS? D minus. Hey, right? So why we can't, it's always difficult with IHS because they're dealing with that underfunding, and now 638 self-determination. Now we have examples of our own hospitals. My tribe's scared to do it. We don't trust ourselves, right? But Oyate Health in Rapid City is doing it and gave my mom a better quality of life at the end when she had brain cancer last year. So thank you, 638. Thank you, Indian country, for being self-determined, for taking control of our health care so we can have better health care and access to third-party billing. Those elements, why we have that. Legal right to health care. Well, they're giving us a legal right at 60%, right? So what do we need to do? as tribal members, as tribal nations. We need to take it over. So when I advocate on the Hill, I'm always walking around the hills up there in the House and the Senate and talking to those little pimply-faced staffers they have. Bless their hearts, you know. So I'm trying to speak at a high level, and I got to go to Indian 101 often. How many of you here face that? You know, you go to DC and you go, okay, I expect to have a decent discussion on sovereignty, on healthcare, on disability. And then they go, oh, I love Indians, we're Redskins fans. I go, oh God, you know. So again, I got to go to Indian 101 with these guys, right? Even the congressional members themselves, they're products of American education, so how could they know unless we teach them? We teach them. That's the key, right? So I'll try not to go all aim. Hey. But here you see Medicare, VA, and this is years ago. It's adjusted, it's a little higher. But why are Bureau of Prisons getting twice the amount of funding for healthcare than IHS? Why do my family members in prison get double the health care than my family members on Pine Ridge? What's the message from Congress? Commit a federal crime, you'll double your health care. Well, I prefer not to, thank you, right? So again, look at what we're dealing with. I'm on the Centene board, disability board, and Centene's a Fortune 25 company, billions in managed care. And here's what they already know. They know we are only getting $2,000 per patient, when the rest of the people are getting over $8,000 per patient. So I'm trying to get Centene, put up some money, you know? Again, I'm that one Indian voice on the board, but I tend to be loud, right? So they're gonna hear me. So again, disability focus for me over the years, San Diego State University, my pet air crew over there and over there. So I'm gonna share some old pictures with you when you were young, hey. Now I'm at USD, I got to go home. I retired, I thought, from academia in 2015 to focus on my film work and my company, my companies I developed. But I got pulled back into academia. Thank you, University of South Dakota, for doing that. Because I was showing one of my films at their disability symposium, and then the director heard I was retired when I mentioned it, and she came up, do you want a job? I go, no. Hey. Yeah, she goes, but can you create something like you did, like CARE at San Diego State for us? So I go, okay, I'll do the contract. So I wrote 5 grants for them, and 4 got funded. They go, can you do 1 year to train our staff? I go, okay. Now, 7 years ago. So I'm in. Now I'm at Arizona. So the Arizona youth at JC and her crew, they said, we want an Oyate Circle. Actually, it was the Arizona Developmental Disability Council. And it's the same council that funds the South Dakota program. So I presented that to the Arizona, and they go, we want an Oyate Circle. I go, well, you can have it, but it probably won't be called Oyate, right? I tried the O'odham Circle, because they occupy O'odham country. But there was other tribes that had other opinions. Hey, I won't say. So it's indigenous empowerment for all of us, yeah. So again, these are different programs that I work with throughout the nation. Now I get to go to some history here at San Diego State. I just lost 2 more of my mentors, Bobby and Fred. Dr. Fred McFarland, Dr. Bobby Atkins, they were my mentors at San Diego State University. They saw something in me that I didn't know yet, because I was still bouncing in bars, biker bars, fighting, you know, trying to figure it out after football. And so they, you know, I interviewed with a black eye. And they go, what are you doing? You know, I go, oh, I have to earn my money sometimes, you know. Yeah. So they go, well, Jimmy, try vocational rehabilitation. And I did because of Dad having a disability. I wanted to do something for Indian country. I wanted to do something for disabilities in honor of my parents. How wonderful is that I get to do it, to be able to represent them as best I can. So just last year, we lost Fred and Bobby. I miss them very much. But there's me, right, in 1993. Look at that. Just youthful, hey. I don't get those anymore, hey. But wasn't that fun, you know? I'm just a rookie out there. This is when I was sent to Navajo. Go learn something about natives. You know, how we do voc rehab in Indian country. And I'm so glad they did. That was a great week for me to learn. So I learned and I started writing grants, and I hate grant writing. I'd rather write scripts, but I'm good at it. So fortunately, I was able to create Circle for American Indian Rehabilitation and Education. You'll see I use Circle in all my titles in honor of our philosophies, our circular philosophies in health and wellness. At the Inner Work Institute, where I got my master's degree in '93, I worked there for 22 years and created different programs for Indian countries, mostly in vocational rehabilitation. I like VR because it's empowerment, not entitlement. Empowerment, not entitlement, okay? We've had many generations of entitlement survivors. I want many generations of empowered, successful tribal members, regardless of what if we give them that disability thing, All of us have those circumstances. We're specializing in what they call disability because we have so many people that have those challenges. So Pet Air was born. I have some survivors over there of my class. And this was fun because this was a 21-unit graduate level certificate program that led to transferring in the master's programs. And 18 of my students transferred and got their master's. They all stayed on the res working in tribal VR. They just did 1 week high intensives at San Diego State, went home to provide services to their people, be with their families, and do their homework. So this was before COVID and distance ed and all this. I was just rezzing it out. Hey, I go, how can I get the res folks to be home and still get the education they deserve? Now it's just out there, which is wonderful. So the Pet Air Bachelor's program was a program I developed for bachelor's in vocational education. So one of my students, is it Maya or Mia? Maya. From the Upers, the Potawatomis up there in Michigan, way up by Canada. She started with her associates. She got her certificate in BVE. She transferred into our bachelor's in voc ed, got her bachelor's degree. Before she even walked, I was saying, you're in our Pet Air master's degree. So she joined our Pet Air masters, then she went on to get her master's. So when she was about to walk for her master's degree, I was going, all right, PhD. She goes, leave me alone, Jimmy. But anyways. So I'm going to go through a lot of pictures here just real quick. Just over the years, you're going to see some of yourselves there, Pet Air students. Pet Air students, stand up or wave. Pet Airs, yeah, wave. All of you guys, it's wonderful to see you out there doing good things. But over the years, we ran Pet Air for 15 years. And we really taught organizational development. We really taught the law and regulatory language. The law class I know you didn't like, but now you do because you can quote the law back to the feds, right? So again, there's our first graduation, Pet Air 1. And then there's my first 3 master's degree students. So yeah, I think you can recognize yourself there. Yeah, back in the Hamus days for you, huh? Rebecca Holland. So those were my 3 first graduates. There's another one of my graduates there, Rachel in Oklahoma. And there's Maya that I said that started with her associates and now has her master's. And Utina used her credits to transfer to University of North Texas. So I wanted these units transferable so that they could use it towards further education, which many of them did. Some stopped at the certificate, which was fine. Others continued, which was awesome. And then, of course, at the beach, I always got to take people. I always encourage my students, bring food from yours. So we'd be moose and salmon. And, the Alaskans, like, oh, bring that salmon, right? Or the hoopas right over there. So, again, those are some of the things that we would do. And then my son's in here growing up with me. And I always made him present and welcome the people like Mom forced me to public speak. Now you can't shut me up. Hey, So, again, all these students over the years, some are gone now. Okay, life happens, some are gone, But they left their footprints or wheel prints for the future generations. So this is wonderful to see these students at San Diego State over the years utilize a grant that I wrote to advance their professional development and opportunities to get education. So that was really cool to be able to be part of that. There's Triva lecturing. So Triva was one of my instructors along with Elmer. Vinny, he's gone. He was at Northern Colorado in my doctoral studies that I didn't finish. There's Jill, my wife, teaching. Hey. Pet Air 6, so the 6th cycle of students. You know, there we go, we're taking the trolley to campus for our campus tour, their group presentations for their OD studies, you know, Pet Air 7, there's my bachelor's crew, and it's just wonderful to see this over the years and see so many of them in leadership positions. So it was wonderful to just create these programs at San Diego State and do what I could to provide opportunities for Travel VR professionals nationwide to have an opportunity to succeed and utilize this opportunity. So again, it was really cool to be able to do that for 22 years at San Diego State University. So I kind of wore out my welcome with the feds. I think my students will attest. And so I was pushed out, and that's fine. I got other things to do, right? So fortunately, after retirement and I focused on my film and other things, I shared that I went to University of South Dakota to share my first film that I made, documentary Seventh Generation. So that's when I was contracted, and now I've worked there currently part-time, half-time, running the Oyate Circle. So this is just a sub-center of our UCEDs, our University Centers for Disabilities. And I hired a Shachangu, one of my Rosebud brothers, to help me run it out there for Oyate Circle. Road warriors. So if you're going to work in Indian country, my demand is you better get res dirt on your shoes. You know, you're not going to sit here in this office. You know, you're going to be res hopping. You're going to be in the communities. So that's my staff. They got to go. And the University of South Dakota fleet, the transportation, the vehicles, called our boss saying, your Oyate people are misusing our state vehicles. You got too many miles. And then my boss said, we're the only program in history that's ever hit all 9 reservations multiple times. And that's what my staff does. So they're out, you know, putting miles on the state vehicles, which is fun. So there's our, you know, you need your water, sunglasses, and then thank goodness we had duct tape because one of my shoes broke. I had to duct tape my shoe. So that's some of the realities and the miles that we put in, you know, and we're still putting them in. I'll be there next month, putting more miles. We were awarded by the University Centers, the AUCD, for our work in Indian country. So again, we're just res hopping, providing training. This is at Rosebud here with some of the kids that we had, giving them some, this is my pre-ets. Travel VR can do pre-ets if you work with the state. Finally, took what, 8 years to get that? You know, federal time, we know how that goes. But here's my pre-ed program where we work with students transitioning school to work. So some of these kids wouldn't say 2 words in class, but you got them in front, we take them to travel radio. And you get them in front of a microphone, I go, whoa, who is that? You know, just talking away, right? You know, so again, it's just examples. One of our kids at Rosebud here, he actually got a job there the day after. And he's still working there after school. So he wants to be that. I actually hired him to do some songs for my next film. So isn't that cool that, you know, I can showcase our youthful talent, regardless of their title in their school. They have talent that we need to showcase. So I worked my way over to U of A, and we started with the Native Center for Disabilities, which is now, these were the first grants that we got funded, the Native Center, and then finds their way for our youth transition. And then there's Triva, our elder. I always bring in Triva as best I can because she still has so much to offer to train our people. And now we are the Circle of Indigenous Empowerment at the UCED. So again, that's wonderful to be able to create another one of these programs that's focused on us from our perspectives and hiring Native people to do the work. You know, we have plenty of talent out there, right? So we hired Mateo's mom now. Mateo's one of our youth workers, but his mom is definitely an advocate and a powerful res woman from Gila River. So again, these are the folks, and Agnes Atakai now runs our program, and she graduated from my brother's program at Johns Hopkins Public Health, Indigenous Public Health. So we have that talent, and it's in this room, right? We can make those differences. We can make a difference for all of our indigenous people, not only in Arizona, but throughout the nation. So here's some of my res hopping, the White Mountain Apaches. Thank you for having us out there. Oh, that cafe. Who's eating at the White Mountain Cafe? How do you say it? Hey, there we go. Good food, right? We're working with Hanger Industries to try to get a res-based prosthetic and res-proof wheelchair manufacturing site. We're close. And if any of you want to volunteer reses, tribal leaders, step up. Because Hanger Industries in Phoenix says a big percentage of our prosthetics are going to tribes nationwide. They see the issues that we're facing with the high levels of amputations. They're saying, why don't we have an office that not only makes the prosthetics, but fits the people? Have a full-on clinic on the res supplying those services. I hope to create that through our work at the Sonoran Circle, our Circle of Indigenous Empowerment. So let's hope that happens. That'd be wonderful to see that happen. So there's us taking a tour of the hangar, that's their warehouse. And they're hiring, they want to hire Indian people. So anyone live in Phoenix that needs a job, check them out. 22 years ago, I did a talking circle at Phoenix Indian Center. And the outcome of that was our Disability Summit. Anyone gone to our Disability Summits? We're on year 22 down in Phoenix. It's wonderful. It's gotten national attention now. So it's great to be able to gather people like this, like-minded people that want to do good work for our tribal members. And now we have a youth summit. So we're working on our 5th year of our youth summit. And they honored me with doing a Jimmy Warren Jr. Leadership Award. And then I was going, uh-oh, do they know something? Usually you're gone when they do that. Hey, you know. Yeah, but it's good I'm still alive to see it and see these kids get these awards. And I do this again in honor of my father, Jim Sr., you know, who had a disability when I'm in. The old TVR Circle, I helped start that one as well at NAU. And again, thank you for saying the full title, so I don't have to. Hey. But that was fun to be able to do that and do this work with folks. And I was only on at 25% as the training coordinator. And I was going, man, I can't do it at 25%. Can you give me 50%? And then they said, no, we'll just cancel you and we'll hire someone else. I go, okay. So they hired someone else at full-time. And I go, well, good. They got someone full-time to do the work I was trying to do at 25%. So that's good, you know, that was a bonus. So now we have the sequel of AverTech that Wayne is running. And it's wonderful the work that you guys are doing out there for all the tribal VR programs. So I know I'm getting close, but the family impacts. Here's my dad's pickup truck in high school when he was hit by a lumber truck in 55. So he got hit and he ended up walking out of the hospital. He always say 240 days later, I walked out with his hardware. He was always proud of all his screws and pins and everything, right? So here's Pops. He's from the Viking tribe, right? So I have some Viking tribal. You know how many of our folks go, my great-great-grandma was a Cherokee princess. Poor Cherokees, right? It's always them, right? Me and Treva even heard one person say, I'm a Cherokee princess. Then you know how to say Cherokee. So the Cherokees. So I always say on my dad's side, my great-great-grandfather was Thor. Hey, you know. So might as well have fun with it, you know. So again, here's Pops, and he worked pre-ADA. So he had to deal with, the state of Arizona fired him because of his disability when they legally could do it before ADA. And I remember that family meeting he called. And as a dad, as a grandpa, I know this had to be hard for him when he called a family meeting to say he was fired that day from his job and that our family may have to struggle. And I always remember back thinking, Dad, why are you even mentioning this? You're dad, you're always working, I didn't see a wheelchair like the state of Arizona did. I saw Dad. And he ended up being the #1 salesman at Red Carpet Realty the next year. So see you, state, I'll go do my own thing, right? So that was the strength that I saw in this gentleman here. My wife, Jill. Say hello, Jill. Oh, she's filming me right now. Hey, cheers. Hey. From Hoopa Tribe. She was out working at Campo Res one day, and she got hit 90 miles an hour. Head on by a young girl from Sequan Tribe that was more than twice the legal limit in the afternoon. So it took about 4 hours for them to cut her out of the car. So I'm so glad they worked together to save my wife. Because usually the drunk lives and the victim dies. In this case, the young lady died. She was only 21. But she was getting per cap. She was getting $15,000 a month. And all she did was party. That's just terrible. She had a 5-year-old who's now, geez, wow, 20, I guess, huh? So now we've kept track of that young man, wondering how he'll be without his mom. But here's Jill's process of healing and being in a wheelchair for 2.5, almost 3 years. She had 9 surgeries. I had all the prosthetics ready, because she's supposed to lose her foot. So she loved high heels in the day, so I had high heel prosthetics ready. All the prosthetics, But the 3rd surgery for her foot worked, and she kept her foot. Yeah. Now she has a sexy little pigeon toe, just, hey. But here's an example of the county and the tribal fire department working together to save my wife's life. So thank you, first responders, for doing what you do. And then we ended up getting custody of our grandchildren. At first I thought, this isn't good timing for her. But it ended up being perfect timing for us because of the emotional healing that allowed us to help our grandkids. And then she got training because she had to lift them up, So I'm so happy that she's still here with me. So I love you, dear. And there's her at one of our film festivals when she was still in a chair. But it's wonderful. She's been in several of my films along with my mom, so they're my stars. And my student, Greg, from Klamath Voc Rehab, beaded that walking stick for her when she started walking. But the reason why we're here, and one of my films is Remember the Children about the boarding school. And we had one of our elders share his experience with boarding school and the impacts that has for multi-generations of trauma. And what they did to our young ones cannot be forgotten. We must remember it. That's why I made a movie on it to tell Mom's story where she says they didn't beat it out of me. They didn't beat it out of me. And I'm so proud of Mom so she could train us to be the best Lakota men we could be, my brother and I. And now as a grandfather, this is a famous painting of the boarding school children, and it says, a small child voice whispers, they found us. There's still many of those graves out there that are unmarked, and we're still looking. We just identified the first memorial site in America, remembering the children for the Rapid City boarding school and the 52 children that died there. For my Takojas, my grandkids, because of the work that you do, all of us collectively are going to have a better life. And that's, I believe. I believe in our 7th generation philosophy, what Black Elk said after Wounded Knee. 7 generations to heal our circle. Those kids are here. They are here. And we all have a responsibility as well as an opportunity to make them know who they are so they're proud of who they are as young Indigenous people and have those opportunities to be proud of who they are and get jobs regardless of their disabilities. So that's why we're here, that 7th generation. And Sitting Bull said it right. Let us put our minds together and see what life we can make for our children. And that's what we're doing, is we're making a life for our future generations. The people you serve, they could be grandparents or parents or future parents who will have that job, who will have those skills, who will make a difference for those people that aren't even here yet. And that's what we're all about. Wopila Yate for allowing me to be here today. And I'm going to close with a joke from my grandson, who did this at an Arizona conference. Did you know that? Did you know that 20 and 22 are the same? What's 10 plus 10? What's 11 plus 11? So, anyways. He told it better. He goes 22. Yeah. But let's do it for our 7th generation. Let's keep up the good work. Palamia, thank you for having me today. Oh, now I'm MC. Yeah. So, all right, time for Navajo Family Voices. Okay, so our Navajo Family Voices. Let's get our voices heard and identified. Get my Mac. I'll let you do it. Thank you.
Probably one of the youngest people here. That's exciting. Khashne yat shike doshidne sheebet aninishle hanawahni bashishin kitlachini dashe dot khachini dashanala she late isnas pastor tsallachi dasakan but ka ikaya be watas and bilashu will ya dot shike indet kwat ka deshagan she Ariana Rosen Young and she I got ego the net son initially. I don't hear the high so kaiki she ate dosh to there. It's always a mouthful, but always exciting to be up here on the stage. So real quick, we have several of our team members. Joey, can you raise your hand, please? There's one, Ray and Santana over here, as well as Mrs. Andriana Young right there. So we're gonna go ahead and hand out a few of our sheets that we're gonna talk about today. But real quick, I'll have these guys also introduce themselves. Do you want to take off?
Yate Askin deal Benale Akutae Nashadwa Sheot Elzan. The Pelagana Joe a high ray deal. Binda Sitsale Shiji Lot Raymond deal. Touchin in Schlido, my discusion, Bashish chain. Onagane Dasinaldo, Shindasache. I come from God's country, Tohale, New Mexico.
Yate. She yahabet anin shle kila chitni bashin kia ani do dashanala do shlishni eda she aro shich ainit an lebil ashide yisi chishike in the trotra de edan hiran.
Cool, I get to start it. That's always exciting. So just real quick about our program. We're Navajo Family Voices, and we are also in conjunction with Indian Country Grassroots organization or program. So a lot of the things that we love to do and really promote, especially lately, is our familiar units. As the Net people, Keh is the foundation of who we are and where we come from. We have our mom, Mama, Ajeche, Nalasan, Nalastin, Shache, all you extended to, your extended family, you have your aunts, your uncles, and all of these people. So we think that it's best to get to really know and understand your familiar units. Because as the Net people, Keh is the foundation. That's how we're able to have a yo otnit nitkin and sahake sindo sotazin core values of love, hope, faith, charity that pretty much all combine us together. And as we were listening and going through the programs today, I could feel a lot of that energy and understanding. Even in here, we always hear that we're all related somehow, some way. We all intertwine. And Dean Dinan put us on this earth and these sacred mountains to help one another, to be there for one another. There's a saying that I always hear where they say, which is you take care of yourself, you love yourself, you respect yourself, but you also respect one another and you love one another and you protect one another. And with the programs that are all here today, I just want to say, thank you all very much for coming and attending, as well as our sponsors and everyone that put this together. Thank you very, very much. So let's give them a round of applause. So as Indigenous people, we have several things that we love to do. We incorporate ourselves. For us, it's she, ne, and be. So we always think about ourselves first. I was always told you're important too, just as well as you go on to have a family, you think about your husband and your kids, then you also think about your community. So one of the biggest things we have, of course, is sharing our healthcare decisions. And this is something that we all, have conjunctions with and we all talk about. So with the paper, I believe, did everyone get a paper? Or are you guys still handing them out? Yes, no? Okay, they're still kind of handing them out, okay. So one of the things that it says on here is, what's that? Which is sharing healthcare decisions. Sharing healthcare decision depends on patients, families, and healthcare providers working together to inform choices that make improvement outcomes by such as 20%. It's not just about an agreement or on treatment, but ensuring the provider has explained options, effects, and side effects, and the patient feels informed to hear, and their values shape the path forward. So meaning you should always be open and should be welcome to speak your mind when you talk with your providers. Do you want to add anything to that? Here you go.
Did you cover that already?
Just this one.
I'd just like to say that we do a lot of things within our little group that we have. And Jim just said a while ago, we're doing it all for the little ones. And my part in it, our tribe, the Tlinigi, Navajo, our biggest disability is we're losing our culture and our language. That's my part of the program. I go visit families, moms, dads, grandparents, and I tell them, talk to their children about the culture and tradition and the language. So that's my biggest part, and I come home sad every evening because all I talk was English. And I wish our people would really talk Navajo because it's a beautiful language. So that's my part of contributing to this Family Voices.
So next is our interaction. So there's like humor, relations between patient and healer. So some of those examples are people will be like, it's so rude that people just don't want to go to the clinic and they just want to stay home. Signals, such as a provider, I can give all the standard cues to a patient to speak up, and then most of the time some patients will be like, I don't feel quite comfortable or invited to share if you do have a disagreement without disrespecting your provider.
Okay, I think this part is talking about like when you go see your provider, sometimes your provider comes in and just kind of looks you over really quick and he or she doesn't give you enough time to ask your questions, maybe about your medication, maybe about the appointment itself. And you kind of have to include humor in there to, kind of like break the ice with your provider and have a really good relationship with your provider, which also can be with your traditional practitioners. If you have a traditional practitioner, make sure you ask your questions. There's this thing that I tell my kids to have, and I have one. I call it the Book of Life. And it's pretty much, it has all your information in it. It has your birth certificate, your social security cards, your medical records, school records, shot records, medication records, all of it into one folder or one binder. And say you have an appointment and you have questions, because sometimes we do that, right? When we go to the doctor or traditional practitioner, you have questions. You have it in your head, and then you get there and then they ask you, do you have any questions? What do? Yeah, and then we walk out and then we're back in the car like, I should have already asked that question. So the best thing you can do is to write your questions down like before your appointment. So you have a really good visit with your provider where you write down your questions, any kind of questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question. The only dumb question is the ones you don't ask. So write your questions down and then slip it in your pocket or carry your book of life with you. You know, maybe it's questions about your medication, maybe it's a question about the appointment you had, or maybe it's a question about your last appointment. So if you write all those questions down and then you have it with you, you have a better understanding with your provider. So I think that's pretty much what that's talking about. That way you don't feel like you didn't have enough time with your provider.
Yep. And next we have our assumptions. So these are all assumptions I believe some of us have heard or have gone through. Even for me, going to clinics or other hospitals on and off the reservation. So a provider could pretty much be saying the visit went well because the patient didn't disagree. Like she was saying, we go in there, we don't ask questions, we're just like, okay, we go about our day. The next one, provider, the patient already trusts me because of my status as a doctor. Provider, Native Americans are harmonious across all tribes, and stereotypical views on indigenous cultures actually puts patient at ease. Provider, historical trauma is in the past. Provider, too much information will simply overload the patient. Provider, I ask the right questions but should take the first quick answer. Provider, I play no part in Diné perspective on healing and health. So with those ones, it's pretty much just like how she was saying, the doctor or people already just assume that we go through a lot of these things that we don't understand. A patient, I am the provider's only patient. The medical system is experimenting and does not care about me, especially when they start with large doses of pills I have never taken before.
Okay, and then this one, like she just said, assumptions, the provider just assumes that, they're the doctor, they know everything, and we just agree with them. That's why you have to really write your questions down, ask your questions, ask about your medications, complete health, everything about you. Your doctor you should have an open communication with your doctor. That way you're not leaving anything out. And then the patient, the medical, this one, sometimes, I don't know how to explain this one. Where's Joey? Yeah, we all assume that, right? We're only patient to our doctor, but the doctor sees like thousands of patients besides us, so.
Yeah, a lot of these are just, my name is Joey Sosi. This is the chair national the best legend Bashichin Tro 100 National Tour de Conjure Dashache. Late Tedak on Dias and Nasha. So a lot of these here are just what we put together, what you should ask your provider, what your provider thinks that you already are, what you already know, and things like that. So they're just examples and things like that, how to speak up for yourself when you go to your doctor visits and things like that.
Yeah, so like I said, you have to really, in order to have open communication with your provider, you really have to write your questions and really be open with your provider. And, if you've been with the same provider for a long time, then it should have more of an open communication and not be embarrassed to ask questions because this provider specifically knows you. And I know sometimes, like in IXS, right, we have the rotation of doctors that go in and out, and we don't really, and so we kind of keep some of these things to ourselves. That's when you really have to write your stuff down and keep it in that book of life. That way, if you get a new doctor, you already have, like your own records of what should be in your chart. If it's not in your chart, you have records of it in your book of life.
And then the next part, it says, not a joke. We believe that these are very important. It says the provider wants the patient to be seen and appreciate them. The patient's opinion of the provider does matter to the provider, and the provider does not realize that they are disrespecting the patient.
This one could be tricky. I mean, sometimes we feel like the provider is disrespecting us. Maybe they didn't, they have a busy day or something, they're in a hurry, or they have stuff on their mind, I don't know, any kind of thing. I mean, we're all human, so our providers are also human as well, and they go through a bunch of different things. Maybe they had a bad night at work or at home or something, or they've seen trauma or something, so, they're not all in the right space when they come to see their patients. and maybe they snap at you out of, for no reason, and you feel disrespected. So we also have to respect that with our providers as well, and, ourselves, say, I know maybe you had a bad day, but, I'm here as your patient, kind of bring them back down to the ground level so that you have a really good communication with your provider. And then there's other different things that, sometimes providers say. There's a story where a young lady was telling us, or myself, that I told my doctor I was sick, and then I was like really super sick. And the young lady, the doctor told me, she says, oh, you're Native American, you can go have hot tea and sit outside and be one with the land. And I'm looking at her like, excuse me? I felt really bad, I felt disrespected, but I was sick. So I just walked out of that place, and then I went to the hospital and to the ER, and they finally diagnosed me with bronchitis over there when I actually got, some treatment, some medication. So things like that, you have to really be careful with that.
Okay, we got 2 minutes. Let's see if I can run through this real quick. So common ground, it says holistic approach of modern family medicine is not that different from familiar care. Like I said, understanding where you come from and who you are is also medicine for yourself. Again, for me, I live in town, but every once in a while, probably every weekend actually, I'll go down to my Muslim and Chay's house and just sit there and talk with them and conversate with them, or I'll go ride horses and run around outside and be that little chiji res girl that I love to be, and that also helps me. It says the role of Ajobot compassion and rehumanizing in the clinic. Again, we're all Nahokati and Dana, we're all holy beings that walk on this earth, so we should remember to treat one another like that, especially ourselves, because we always forget about ourselves. It says different values, preferences, and concerns are present in nearly every important relationship, and the human priority is to navigate them. Again, Deen Dana, our holy beings, they gave us these almost like rules and laws. They're called fundamental laws that you're supposed to kind of abide by. You get up early, you drink water, you pray for yourself, you go check out your bed, and you have a good day about it. You can also pray for yourself, and it don't need to be a long 2-hour prayer. It could be something short like, I just want to have a good day. Leave all those negative things at bay, protect my family, protect my home, protect the schools, and all of these little things that we also forget to talk about. So, and then even with the small little cards, those little index cards that have those clusters, each of those clusters is a family unit. As you see, it starts with one simple stone, and then it starts to get bigger. Those are family units. They're familiar units that you carry your family. So understanding that you have those people with you as well, and then from there we begin to grow. We have different other families too. Like for instance, for me, with my mom and my dad, then I get married and then I start my own cluster. So by doing that, so we all have all these clusters that are mixed with all of these beautiful things that we have. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
And then again, this book of life that I'm talking about with all the records and stuff is really important in case of an emergency for anybody. Something can happen and you can't speak for yourself. Everything you need is in that book for somebody to help you. And then you can transfer all those things to another person, somebody that's there for you, or maybe another family member. Those books of life are really important. I call it the book of life. Like I said, it has your birth certificate. Any record about you is in that folder or in that binder. That's why I call it the book of life. Maybe there's other names for it, but that's what I call it. So those are really important. If you have something like that, you know where to go and you know how to get to that, or you can send somebody like, can you get me that book of life? This is where I have it. All the records are in there. It's easy for somebody to get that to you, especially if you're in an emergency. So I hope you guys have really good evening, and 50 years is a lot, and we're going to go for another 50 like the gentleman's saying here. So thank you very much for listening to our short presentation.
And then real quick, from a younger perspective, especially as the Nat people, they say our goal is to live to 102 years. And we were talking about 7 generations. That 102 is 7 generations. The 3 that's before you, the 1 you're currently living, and the 3 after you. So our thing that we also have is envisioning our Dinebikeya in 102 years. So what do we want to see within those 7 years? How do we want to live? So it's also good to incorporate things like that and that type of thinking. But with that said, I leave you guys with nothing but love, hope, faith, charity, and many blessings on the corn pollen path and a safe travels home.
Well done, good
Yes,
job.
thank you.
Oh, it's good to see our young ones speaking the language, so good job, parents. Well done. The next generation continues. We have Larry Powers up here, and we're supposed to be up here with the Arizona crew, but we want to make sure you're here and recognized, as well as identify some of the work that you've done and the footprints that you've left. And then you have your four-legged family member with you today, so that's wonderful. So here is the list here, if you want to utilize that. And then let me put this here for you. Good.
I don't need that. Can you hear me all right? Okay. Yate Sima Siche. What a wonderful event. 50 years, hard to believe. But in reality, Navajo VR specifically started 60 years ago on this campus. In 1963, Dr. Ron Peterson, on the faculty of NAU Psychology, applied and received a federal grant to start what was called the Navajo Rehab Project. It wasn't voc rehab, but it was rehab in general. The purpose of that project was to identify disabled Navajo throughout Navajo country and give them the opportunity to come into Flagstaff to live in Old Main on the campus of what was still then Arizona State College. Staff included Roger and Jane Wilson, a wonderful Navajo couple that were involved in social activities for the clients. Roger specifically was involved in developing vocational training opportunities in the Flagstaff area. There was also a white guy on the staff that was given the opportunity to do intake. And what that meant, as referrals came in to the program, this guy had to travel throughout Navajo country picking up clients. Unfortunately, for him and the clients, the only state vehicle available was a surplus World War II ambulance, painted blue, but to the Navajo, it was still an ambulance, and we're not getting in that thing to come to Flagstaff for any reason. That individual convinced the powers to be in Phoenix that an ambulance was not going to work, and eventually he was given a pickup truck. The project itself ran from 1963 till 1966. At the completion of that project, Dr. Peterson and other faculty members thought there's something missing in Navajo country, and that's appropriate services from State VR, headquartered, of course, in Phoenix. There was an office in Flagstaff with one supervisor and one counselor to serve all of northern Arizona. As a result, they assisted the Navajo tribe to apply for an innovation and expansion grant, which later became Navajo VR as we know it today. What strides have occurred in 60 years have been fully demonstrated today, and it's just incredible. I'm proud to say, even though I'm 85 years old, I still have a lot of friends who were former clients of mine because I was a counselor working Navajo and Hopi country for many years. Then as I advanced into a management position, I was able to assist the Hopis, the Yavapai Apache, and the White Mountain Apache develop their freestanding VR programs. Navajo VR was the seed that we see today with over 90 programs across the United States. I am so proud to have been a member of that activity, and I can't wait to attend KNR next week, where I will have an opportunity to renew friendship with some people that I haven't seen in years, like Elmer Guy. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Elmer, but it was probably in a meeting in Winter Rock. As an aside, both as a counselor and as an administrator for the VR program for Northern Arizona, my secretaries, and I had many of them, kept copies of my travel claims. I traveled in excess of 320,000 miles in service to the Navajos, Hopi, Apache, and Navajo programs. And I'm so proud of that. And it wasn't, it wasn't in an ambulance. Eventually, the state provided us with new vehicles. Although initially, when I began as a counselor serving Navajo country, I had to use a private vehicle reimbursed at 20 cents a mile. Well, that didn't last long. The vehicle eventually wore out after traveling so many, many miles. I thank you for the opportunity to have this little presentation to give you a little insight on where this all began. And I think your symbol for 50 years is more than appropriate. The corn stalk is important to all tribal groups. It's a sustain of life. The wedding basket is symbolic. The arrowheads, the bishistogi on the border are also important symbols in Native life. This corn stalk, I think, is significant, and you can't have an ear of corn mature unless you have fully functioning leaves. And that's what's happened in 50 years of tribal VR. Because of your cooperation with state agencies and other federal programs, tribal VR is what it is today. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, thank you for putting up with my dog. 2 months ago, my house burned down here in Flagstaff, and my dog woke me up and got me out of the house, or I wouldn't be standing here today. So he's a special partner. Thank you very much.
Larry, thank you so much. Larry, thank you for those words and that history and being there for the people. And again, our non-Indian allies, as I said, we need our non-Indian allies to walk with us, roll with us, limp with us, in my case, hey. But again, wonderful to have that history and that commitment to the people. And Larry and Treva worked many years together and did great things, and we look forward to more great things from you, Larry. You're still making a difference out there. So we're just gonna do kind of a technical break. If you need to, go for it. But then we're going to get going and finish our day and then do one more round of raffle, is that correct? Yep, so one more round of raffle. But if you need a break, go ahead and take one. We're gonna go maybe pause for 5 minutes, and then we're gonna have our final speaker for the day. And then we're gonna wrap up in a good way, so. Not just the raffle, hey. and Indian country and the humor that we share. And so it's my great honor to introduce James Junes, is that how you say it? James Junes, and he will provide us with some laughter and a good way to close today. So thank you, James, for joining us today.
All right. Man, it sounds thunderous when you put your own speaker. That's my Yash. Got 4 kids. Who would have believed it? They would have been all grown up by now. He is the middle child that's Jalen. He's a DJ, so he goes around DJing. So if you're here and you want to get married, I am also an ordained minister, so you can line up right here and get married right here. It's the float. You can pretend that it's tuba fair right here, and then get married right there. And then my wife's a divorce lawyer, so get married here, get divorced out there, and then have a DJ for both, right? So, all right, man. My name is James Junes. That's my government-given name. I'm originally from a place called Red Valley, Arizona, but I was born and raised in Shiprock, New Mexico. So, yeah, Shiprock, I know. I played baseball with your son, Dean, and Stewie, and know all the grandkids. So when you were talking, I knew exactly what type of boys that we played baseball with way back in the day. So I'm also a cancer survivor twice. Got hit with cancer twice. I'm also married. Those two don't correlate together, so don't put those together. 25 years of marriage. Now I understand all the George Strait songs. I know she loves me, she just don't like me no more. You ever heard George Strait say that? How come, if George Strait was over here, I know all the ladies would have been right up here, right up front. You guys are still boarding school minded and want to sit way in the back right there. Oh man, but I am 55 years old. Who would have thought I'd be 55? Holy cow. The most important thing in my life is my reading glasses. That is my single most important thing in my life is my reading glasses. And they're always in my head, and I'm yelling out to the kids, "Where'd you guys do my reading glasses? They were just right here." So I'm a business owner for 24 years. I don't work for the federal government. Government shutdown is good for us because it's all our land again until they reconvene, so it's all our land again. But people most know me for a comedy duo called James and Ernie Comedy, which we've been doing that for 23 years. So everybody always asks me, where is Ernie? People think that we live together. We live in one Hogan. I get a bunk bed in there, and he gets top bunk, I get bottom bunk, and we travel out to all over the place. But I went from Hogan to mortgage. So I bought me a house right smack dab in the middle of Farmington, New Mexico. And I did that for a reason. It was to show these Mexicanos that we are not drunks, we are not alcoholics, we are not cast out. We are the ones that are living right next door to you. So I call up Hogan Mortgage, a business owner that is Navajo, and I'm also a Hopi. So any of my Hopi relatives that are here? All right, we got one. Maybe there's more raising their hands and just too short to stand up. That's a Hopi joke, just in case he's wondering. So I represent 2 tribes. I'm not all John. I know I'm the top Navajo, but I'm not all John. John means ghetto Navajo, in case you're wondering. What does that mean when a Navajo refers to themselves as ghetto John? Ghetto John, that's who I am. I just have this nice business suit on. It makes me look like it's covering up the ghetto John in me right now. We got chafed ankles, we got scars all over our legs when the dogs used to bite us. So did you see how all the natives reacted to that dog, especially the Navajos? Oh yeah, and dogs. They're like, show us hospital, right? So it's been a good journey. I was an alcoholic for a long time when I got out of the Navy. A Navy veteran. I was a machinist mate in the Navy, and I wanted to leave the res. That's the reason why I left for the Navy. Is forget it. I'm gonna leave the res. I'm gonna meet somebody in the Navy, right? And you do meet somebody, but then you find out they're from Tuba City. You're like, holy cow. I went all the way to Great Lakes just to meet somebody from Tuba City. I could have done that at Western Navajo Fair. I travel throughout the world. It's not just reservation-wide that I do my presentations and comedy and MCing. So yeah, Jim's got nothing on me on the MCing, man. I MC, do traveling. Traveling is all I do. One day I'll be here, next day I'll be in Minnesota, next day I'll be in Florida, next day I'll be in Akwesasne, New York. Anybody from the Akwesasne tribe from the Six Nations Mohawk? No? Good, we'll talk about them. You know how we do it in Native country, right? Us natives, we will talk about you in front of you, behind your back. Even if you're standing right beside us, we'll hold up our hands. If it's not our hand, it's our hip. He's major right there, did you see him? Not him over there, but him over there. And we'll follow you with our butt, float all the way around. That's him right over there. That's him. Went to ASU, that's him. What is the deal with the fight between U of A and ASU? Yeah. I heard somebody say ASU, and then somebody says, no, U of A. It's like saying, I didn't know this, but there is actually a civil war between Navajos. Arizona Navajos and New Mexico Navajos. I never heard that until I got into this business. They're like, oh, you're the New Mexico Navajo, but I'm originally from right out of Arizona, so I just reside in New Mexico. And then somebody was saying that they were from Toalina, New Mexico. That's where my dad's side is from. Bear Clan. Jumbo da Yehegi Chanela da Tena Tuli Jumbo da Julia Jumbo. Sunny do Chong. One of her rugs is still hanging in Santa Fe. Check out this price that's on that rug. $37,000 for that 2 Great Hills rug design out of Solos. So one day when I hit it big, maybe when I go to the K-NAR conference, they're gonna write me a big check and they're gonna say, go get your grandma's rug. But I made a business of all of this, surviving domestic violence. I grew up in domestic violence. Going to baseball was the only thing that I knew. My mom was an educator for a number of years. She got a double master's degree in elementary education with the emphasis on Navajo language. We are a matriarchal society as Navajos. But the men don't treat us that way. Treat our women that way. We treat them like we're punching bags, or you take care of the kids, right? We don't cohabitate, and I don't mean that in like an unmarried version. I mean that like we don't help them out. Like the 4 kids, they should call right there, jailer. Yeah. In case that's real, that's red, right there, that's John right there. In case you're wondering what that means. But call means your little ones, the eggs, the egg version, so you keep calling them a call. Yeah, see that? It's falling right in line, right there. 4 kids. Oldest one is 25. That's how I know I've been married for 25 years. I always use my oldest as the measuring stick. How long have you been married? I have a son. How old are you? 25? Oh yeah, 25 years. That's how long I've been married. He's the middle child. He's got his own business at age 22. So that's DJ Day on. He goes all over the place doing DJ work, so we're passing the baton on to him. And then I got twins. Talk about a Walmart deal right at the end. Buy one, get one free, right at the end. We got the kid, both of them, our baby girl is going to school at Grand Canyon University. So she's pursuing her dream of becoming a nurse. Yeah, so I'm going to go over here to the float. Really kind of res it out over there. Did you know Pendletons they're not made by natives, they're made by the Lacanas up there in Oregon. I didn't know that until I went to the factory. I was all looking for a Star Wars blanket. It didn't even exist. So in case you're wondering that, yeah, these blankets, they're nice. Jonier. So, oh man, that's a man carrying all kinds of stuff right there, man. Those single ladies, you better get his card, better ask him for his clan and all that. So my first clan is a touch sheet age. Touch sheet with a yay, yep. Touch sheet. any Tuchinis that are here in Redwater Clan? All right. We're kind of like a rehab group. We really don't want to admit that we're a Redwater Clan, but we are a Redwater Clan. Tango Clan. All right. She raised her hand. Oh, nice and high, man. Do not get involved with the Tango Clan. That's why they're called Tango Clan. They'll just hold on to you. Don't ever let me go. That's what they say. And then Water Edge, Topahesha. Any Topahesha Water Edge people that are here? Man, I've been picking on them, so they don't even want to raise their hand. You gotta watch out for these Water Edge clans too. When they see a body of water, they start taking off their clothes. You know, right there by the beach. My Hopi side, I'm Rotorua clan, so my brothers that are here, sisters that are here, do a lot of stuff with the Hopi tribe as well. Advocate for a lot of stuff there in Hopeville, that's my town that I originate from on my mom's side. So grandma, anybody remember Phoenix Indian School? There's a few people who remember Phoenix Indian School. That's where my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather, Titus Lanson, met. So I always call boarding school Indian love, just in case you guys went to boarding school and you had a relationship that came out of boarding school. Traveling the world, I never thought being in a community of Shiprock, New Mexico, because I always had war paint on my face. You know what war paint is? That's your booger smeared across your cheek right here. Like when it's getting cold, you walk outside and it smears right across your cheek. That's your war paint. So growing up in Shiprock, New Mexico, I lost my dad at the age of 6 months old. AST was gay. His name was James June Sr. Vietnam, and he died in a car accident July 6, 1971. He was a paratrooper. He really just dealt with a lot of demons that were unidentifiable with our men that came back from that war. And that goes along with any kind of war. The war, the battle, the disability that you're in. Don't look at the disability. Look at your ability. Why Creator had stepped in and said that this is going to happen. I mean, when cancer hit me the first time, I was like, oh, gosh, wow. And then the second time it hit me, oh, man, why? But he used it to advocate for my people for cancer. And then I became part of the healing circle for cancer down in Sacramento. And then they put a Mayo Clinic there. So who knows, maybe the Mayo Clinic will come to Shiprock, maybe we'll come to Chinle, maybe we'll come to Tuba. Mayo clinics are very important because it just beelines it for our people that are facing cancer. A lot of these things that are here. So Creator puts you through things for a reason. You have opposition when that thing happens. But I always like to pick on the men when they go to NNOSER, go and see, and then I noticed that the men get really impatient, but the women are just so patient that they sit there in the holy position. But the men, they don't. They start crawling around inside that hogan. And I was like, man, and they got like a stack of pillows that almost went halfway to the hogan. And they're trying to sit on it. Man. And I thought it was like, that's proverbial, because in anything that we do, she phoned they want to know, because I surveyed their audience when I was sitting there. She fished. Man. Looks like we're blessing each other at the table. Dutch bros is in the zone. So I got here by GPS system. There's a nice white lady that speaks to me, ladies. She doesn't put me down if I miss the turnoff. because I did miss the turnout to this conference center. I was like, oh shoot, I missed the turnout when this thing came on. I was like, that's okay, James. Just turn around at your earliest convenience. Everything's gonna be all right. Man, I was so happy, so jolly. What if there was a Navajo woman voice that came out? Exactly, I can tell by your response to that. You don't even own this truck. I own this truck. I pay the bills now. Get out! That's why there's so many men hitchhiking out of Gallup. Have you ever seen that? Hitchhiker Alley, right outside of Gallup. But it was good. It's good. But no. Thousand of us out there. So is that one working? Which one is better? This one is mine right here. Hello, hello, hello. Is that good too? They're both the same? If she seems cold and bitter. Hey, I grew up on Waylon Jennings. Anybody remember those, like 1970s? Woke up this morning, it was drizzling rain. Around the curb, call a passenger train. Heard somebody yodel and a hobo moan. Jimmy D, Betty, been a long time gone, been a long time gone. See, I just don't do a presentation. I want you to take away something from these presentations. I'm not just a reserved John. See, Ghetto Navajo, there it is right there, right? I want you to expand your mind, and then I want you to expand it. Quit going to those get-by prayers. Have you ever had get-by prayers? You know, if you just maybe think about me, just maybe pay my bills for this month, right? Why don't you ask him to pay off your bills? Not at the casino either. Casino is not there to make you rich. The only ones that are getting rich are the ones that own the casino. So don't put your tutadine on there. Don't put your corn pollen on there and say, praying to the casino gods. But I want you to start to understand your value in the things that you're doing. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you're going to do about it. See, I could be the most hateful, spiteful person in the world, which I was. I'm not going to deny that when you face adversity, that you're going to start to feel sorry for yourself. I feel left out because I didn't bring a laptop, so I don't know what to plug in up here on this side. I seen that laptop. I was like, man, I feel left out. Should I have brought a laptop here too? Maybe that's the Indian way. You bring your laptop, you bring your crystals, your benahagai right here and plug it all in so everybody can see it. So growing up, I grew up without a dad, but you know what the trade-off was? I grew up with my grandparents. The neck remember that type of teaching, that type of sternness that our grandparents used to give us? Woo, man. If you tell that to the younger generation nowadays, or I'm going to put this on IG right now, you're getting mad at me. It is like that for a purpose. It was like that for a reason, because the statements that they made, the oral tradition, this is the oral tradition of how we share these things. So I started to think, after being in this business for 25 years, what is my next phase? I'm not going to hold a crutch and saying that I'm 55 years old and my life is over. No, I said I'm going to start on the next phase because I want to be a teacher at the college level. So I got myself back in school, Native American Studies, and then I started off with sociology. Oh, actually, these guys, they were saying these things of how our society works. Emil Durkheim, these early thinkers, right? And then I started looking at my life. That equals out. That equals out. The survival of the fittest. Social Darwinism. Because statistics say that I should have passed away a long time ago. Statistics say that I should have repeated domestic violence. Statistics say that I should be an alcoholic to this day. But you know what? I am not accepting that. Neither should you accept the statistics that are in you. Be the next one that's going to innovate. Be the next one that says that we're going to open up businesses. When you go to a sheep corral, no, so you lean up against this proverbial float that's up here. I see all the sheep out here. Not kid. And I want to share with you these good thoughts, these good feelings, so you go away empowered. So you go away empowered about what you're going to do next, whether it's your personal journey, whether it's your job, or whether it's your relationship, because you're going to put out in front of your table right here the bitter pill. There's a bitter pill that we all have to swallow. We have not forgiven even our own family member, because their dog bit our Sonny boy 30 years ago, and you're still mad about it, and you don't want to invite him to Thanksgiving dinner because of that happening a long time ago. So you do everything you can to avoid their house. You drive around the outskirts of Navajo Housing Authority, so you go back to your house. Hey, we can talk about all this stuff all we want, but the personal side is what you have to deal with in order for this to move forward. It requires that discipline, that that works on both sides if you're going to follow that beauty road. The beauty road is not a term that you should think about lightly. You got to think about that road seriously. This other side, that means you do bad things, you invest, right? Investment has threefold, it comes back on you. So let me discuss some of my threefolds. 29 years ago, I decided that I was going to quit drinking. But I had some investments. It wasn't just alcohol, it wasn't just drugs. I learned how to lie, I learned how to cheat, I learned how to thieve. I went to jail, I got popped for DWI, I had to go to DWI school, and they were telling me in DWI school that they have to have probable cause in order for you to get pulled over. It's either going to be a tail light or your window tint is too dark. So what did I do? I kept drinking, but I made sure I had tail lights and I took all the window tints off my car. We learn how to lie to fit our lies until you start to be honest with yourself. See, there's a bitter pill right in front of you that you know you need to swallow. You know you got to deal with this. You can't take that into your job and expect it not to manifest. Maybe you're going to be entrusted with millions of dollars. And if you haven't dealt with this greed that's on the inside of you, we see it all the time in Native country. They get the biggest degrees, but they come back and they haven't dealt with this personal side. They stole money from the tribe that was supposed to go to here, that was supposed to go to there. So take care of this right here. Way down deep inside. That's the part that's going to make the biggest difference, is this drive right here. So when I decided that I'm going to start back in school, I had to do Monday classes, because I'm old school, right? I came from, like I said, I sang that Waylon Jennings songs, and we live in a place called Helium Plant Housing, way back in the day in Shiprock, New Mexico. Real small place right there, and I went to school in Shiprock until 1983, transferred into the nearest community town called Kirtland, New Mexico. Kirtland, New Mexico has the longest running girls basketball state champions that there is. We almost made the Guinness Book of World Records, and we missed it by one state championship. That is this little small town right there. So I moved I lived in Phoenix for a while. Town of Gilbert. 101 wasn't even finished. 202 was barely done. And I worked for the town of Gilbert for 5 years after I sobered up. And then that's where I had a friend. This beautiful lady took my heart, right? But I had so many broken hearts along the way. And I know some of you still, like if your ex walked in, I bet you'd be so mad right now, right? If you saw your ex walk through the door, oh my gosh, what are they doing here? Then you want to keep looking over there. Your heart is going to start to flutter, and you're like, oh my gosh, are they here? Why are they here? Just get up and give them some iced tea. There's a lot of iced tea out there, you know. That's the forgiveness. You know, you got to forgive. Don't drag those bad attitudes with you. And I learned that when we used to go to church, and when we used to go to Native American church. You know, you hang it up at the door. We're here for a purpose. Leave it out there. Leave it outside. But right here, we're concentrating on the patient. Church, I am more than a conqueror. You're created in God's image. And even our pets. I always think about it. I had this old sheepdog. His name was Spunky. If you come down to feed the sheep, he would start barking at you, and he would want to bite your leg. He died of old age, but he was one of my favorite dogs, even though he was mean. So I believe that one day I'm going to see Spunky again. I believe that one day I'm going to see Thule Jumbo again. I'm going to go as far as that I'm going to see my dad, James June Sr. again. So I don't live without. Don't think about yourself that way. That's what our elders say. Don't think about yourself that way. Because once you start to get in that mindset, you start to translate into your life. This life that we lead, even the angels envy us because we live, we can feel, we can love. That's how important life is. That's how important Ina is. So being married for all these years, for 25 years, when I couldn't even hold a relationship down for more than 2 weeks, is certainly a blessing today. And having 4 kids and watching them all graduate from high school, and now they're all pursuing a college education, is beyond my wildest dream. And to be doing this as a business and be traveling worldwide, I went to, this little res kid went to Africa, Kenya. Volunteer, right? Volunteer. I wanted to go to Africa. I wanted to see what it was like on the other side of the world in a third world country. What is the definition of a third world country? I know that we come from third world. We still have no lights, no running electricity. But when I got there, it was a totally different mindset. So this is the thing. How will you know if you got dirt on your face if somebody doesn't tell you from the outside you got dirt on your face? So I took this journey. This is where Creator had led me, was to help out people. I gave you a good job. I gave you a good business. Peso, na ganda. Don chirida da halno don na stado na alchinel. Now it's time for you to help out other people. That was the mindset I wanted to go to Kenya. And I was never so thankful on that day that when we got on that plane from Albuquerque, New Mexico, all the way to London, it was an 18-hour plane ride. I was never so thankful to Indian Health Service for making me wait in their waiting rooms all those years. Thank you, Indian Health Service, for making me wait all those years. Now I can ride in this plane for 18 hours. Oh, man. First place I ever came to that there was no Navajos. I was the only one. Oh, man. Talk about a stranger in a strange world. There wasn't even another Native American. But what they referred to me as is Red Indian. Because that's what they know. It wasn't an insult. How will they know? Because there is no Native Americans, American Indians, or Red Indians that live in Africa. These are our relatives. That's what that means. We still have a lot of those infusions in our culture, in our Navajo culture. Yazi, Yaja, Bigay, Biye. The net claw, the nen tie, joko. The clan system that, the ahonadat, oshi youth kidashi twindas, yinda, bitsado dalia, no bahana. I listened to the stories of my elders. She should know what she coined the Vegani and as kida, she did what that kidan lake well, then that is day or no, you have net and that's kida. I don't lay a fruitland, all lower fruitland, yes, teeth and this, can't lay hogback. Edo adon da kreda. Hard sheen does nago ado tabagan. No, you had net and this, can't. Our origins, that's why we always say where your origins are. My origins are from Red Valley, but I was born and raised in Shiprock, and I reside in Farmington, New Mexico, that has this nice hogan, and I butcher a sheep in the back just to scare the white people behind me. They're sacrificing another animal, and they're drinking their blood and they're eating their blood. That's okay, man. I'm still your neighbor, right? So I went to Kenya. First thing I noticed was they didn't have shoes. And it bothered me that they didn't have any shoes. Why don't they have shoes? For us, it wasn't even a thought, right? We love our shoes, right? I know women love shoes more than anything because my wife has a whole closet full of shoes, man. It's like walking in the Payless. Would you like to try one of these on here, sir? And I think my wife's a centipede because she has like all these shoes. Some of them are like native, but they haven't finished it. Some just say hoka on it. I was like, you forgot the hey on the end of it. It's got hoka hey. That's a native shoe right there. But they didn't have any shoes. And they wanted to take our bags. Say I had my Indian luggage. What's our Indian luggage? Plastic bags, Walmart bags. They thought it was trash. They're like, sir, you want me to throw that trash? That's my shorts. It's in there. Leave it alone. We got in 2 vans. So the reason why I'm bringing up the story is because you guys are on a good road. You're on a beauty road. You're doing good things. There's going to be big opposition that's going to come at you. And I'm sharing this story because there was big opposition that came because I wanted to do something better for humanity. See, this was born out of the fireplace of the Navajo Nation, out of Tolina, New Mexico, and Red Valley, Arizona, and herding sheep and watching over the cattle and losing my dad. Just because I live without doesn't mean that somebody else has to. That means that the mentality of that mindset is going to be positive. The beauty road is a tough road to follow, and that's the road that you're on. Because you're done over here on this side. That's why my brother Jim got an education. People from up north, they're real tall like that. Ah, it's like standing by a sequoia tree, right? When you stand next to them, oh man. And we went up there, man, I was like, what did they eat? Wild rice, buffalo meat. I was like, Ernie, we got to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. I know that's where all the Sioux people are. And by the way, Native men, Taylor Swift is dating a chief, so you are next. Just in case you're wondering. So we got off, and then they took our luggage, got us in 2 vehicles. They're called 2 vans. Not the ambulance like our brother was talking about, man. 2 vans, man. It seems like us natives, we're always riding in a van or a bus or an ambulance, right? Man, I was like, the men didn't have any shoes on. And I asked the guy that picked us up, I said, how come they don't have any shoes? He says, they can't afford it. In this world, you would think that we would have enough money just to buy shoes in this world. And I really felt like a spoiled brat. Because here I was, I had my hokas on, and I was like, man, these were like almost $230 pair of running shoes, and I don't even run. So it started, the creator, because I wanted to do something bigger and I wanted to do something better for my people. And when I mean my people, I don't mean Native America. I mean my people. There's different colors, there's different denominations. That's what our elders call all walks of life people, is the 5-fingered people. So you have compassion for them. Because it's not just about us who reside here. That's what this medicine wheel represents, is there's all colors in the world. We have to lift each other up. There's so much hatred out there. Hey, you can hate on me all you want, but I still will love you. That's what I've learned from the tragedies that I had faced. It takes too much energy to hate, but it takes less energy to smile. Man, smile, right? Feel good. But I'm going after the life I prayed for. And I think you should too. Go after that life that you prayed for. Even if you don't know how to pray, hey, God, check this out, man. I'm starving, I'm hurting, this job is wearing me out. I don't feel like I can do this anymore. When I faced cancer the 2nd round, man, I thought I was going under. I couldn't even pray. I just wanted to just lay there. Now I know why people, when they face cancer, when they go through so many rounds of chemotherapy, when they have so much IV that's plugged into them, when they have to do so many shots in their stomach because their kidneys are about to fail, and I just got to that place. I don't want to go on. But I knew one thing. I went back to the teaching of my elders that says, don't you give up. See, if you ever look at a hogan, when you see one, the logs are constructed a certain way all the way to the top. There's not one that's backward, and there's no back door on a hogan, so do not put a back door on yourself. There's no bailout points. From here on out, there's no bailout points. If you want to get in shape, by golly, go get your high school pants and say, I'm going to fit back into you one day. That's what I said to my high school pants, right? Man, when I was in high school, I used to be a 34, 36. As I got older, somewhere those numbers shifted. They ran by each other. Now I'm a 36, 34. I'm shrinking. But we wanted to build some houses there in Africa. It was the reason why I was there. And I remember that Chanelist came before he passed away from cancer that summer. In 1983, I was only 12 years old.
And he really showed me how to build a hogan. It was just him and I. And he really had that stern teaching. That's another key. Aja go yedo tatach go yet in the shne. Aja slish was not it. Quite real stern, real harsh. I was crying, right? Oh, Grandpa's mean to me. Natives will cry forever. Some of you are still crying to this day. You're walking down the hallway. We built the hogan the last summer that I was with my Nelis Tuli Jumbo. And then he made a speech to me. He says, "She yaja kwagi danta jon che ashtke. Tzazati khar she annagan dili akodo don pahos and go de schlicht kwagi nil de schlicht di kwagi hwan namaz a dili. Late the the power line had stayed the in his sheep cap up on top of Tolina. There's a nice hogan that still sits there, still in operation. We still haul water, no electricity. We take the generator up there. So that brings me to this. So when I got in high school, everybody's like, let's go camping, go camping, go camping. We're going camping. So I thought it was really exciting. And we got to the campsite. We built a fire. We're eating Vienna sausage. I was like, this is exactly the way I grew up, man. I'm trying to get out of the hood, not go back to the hood. So he made that, he talked to me like that. See, when elders talk to you in that stern voice, it's love. Kids that are here, when your parents or your grandparents speak to you that way, or when you have presenters that speak to you that way, don't take it as somebody getting after you. Take it as somebody encouraging you with love. You're going to understand that concept because it comes from our culture. It comes from our philosophy. We can understand so many different philosophers throughout the world, but what about the philosophers of our people? Those are the differences that we can mend that with secular culture. See, secular culture says that marijuana is legal. But here on the Navajo Nation, they call it not. That means that tobacco that makes you do crazy things. See, there's two different types of mindsets. So don't buy into those things. The beauty road. It's difficult to walk that road because you have so many different things, but what remains is why you're there. It's why you have the genetic makeup of why Creator made you to be who you are right here. So as I journeyed, I remembered my Nellis Tuli Jumbo. See, our family name used to be Jumbo, and it was changed before I was born to Junes, Junes. So people always called me Mr. June. I don't know why. In Navajo culture, they always forget the S off my last name. But they will say Sonics, even though there's not an S at the end of Sonic. They'll call me James June. But my last name is Junes, James Junes. It's kind of hard to pronounce, it's kind of a tongue twister. So I'm sharing with you the teaching from your significant people in your life. That's what I'm talking about. See, a lot of the stuff that I talk about is proverbial. It's not literal. You are more than a conqueror. This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and I will rejoice in it. In our Navajo language, did you know that there's more positive affirmations in our language than there is negative? Have you ever tried to cuss somebody out in Navajo? Doesn't work, right? Have you ever tried it? That's it, right? You're like, well, that's it. That's all you got. Okay, I'll go to Phoenix. That's where it's hot, right? It feels like it's hell. So I took that teaching from my elders and I applied it to Africa. And it was the same basic concept. You put sticks in the ground, you put twigs on the outside, and you paste it with mud.
It sounds very familiar. I started crying because I remembered my elder. If I could hear his voice one more time, if I could hear him teach one more time. Don't you wish you could just hear your elder right now just say, it's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. You did everything that I taught you to do, and I'm proud of you. You know how you know that? By what you're doing right now. You were taught right. You weren't taught wrong. If you were taught wrong, you wouldn't be sitting in the audience. This is a divine meeting right here. This is our proverbial ceremony that's going on right now. So you drink the water because it's prayed for. Steve Darden, he said that beautiful prayer. I wasn't here to hear it, but then I met him outside. This man is so compassionate and so loving that he just doesn't hug you. He grabs you by the face and he plants one right on the side of your cheek. It's a good thing I'm not homophobic, man, because I wouldn't have let him come in like that. And then the next thing that happened was, and right where I was at, right in the embrace of a hug, he started to pray for me right there. Well, you guys were in here? It reminded me of my grandma and grandpa when they go to trading posts. And they used to hug relatives all over the place. Our elders used to hug each other at trading posts and they used to cry. What do we do to each other when we see each other at Walmart? Oh gosh, there they are. I'm going to go down this way. See, that's a bitter pill. That's a bitter pill you got to swallow right now. Swallow that pride. Because this is your job. You're going to continue on the beauty road. You owe yourself to continue on this beauty road. That's the road you take. Very few people will want to take that because there are very few people who want to discipline themselves to do that. But that's the road that you're all on right here. That's the way I see you. That's the way I observed you all day. I used the sociological mindset from my class to identify exactly what that meant throughout. How these statistics come about is because of sociology. How these graphs come about is because of sociology. So 14 houses in Dunedin in Africa, right there smack dab in Kenya. And I was crying. I miss my Nella. I miss my grandpa. But I was honoring him by living my life to the fullest. Because you know what they told us? One day we're not going to be here. That's about as darn truth as you can get, because they said if you listen to the teaching, you will start to take the sheep back out, you will start to make the fire, you will start to make a home life, only if you listen to the teaching, because one day we're not going to be here. But if you didn't listen to it, you're going to walk on the road stupid. That's what Oden gis means. That you didn't pay attention, you didn't want to listen. That you want to be on this road. There's a difference between the have to and the want to. The want to, on this side, kojoko. Did you know that in Japanese there's two different pronunciations that we have that mean the exact same thing in Japanese. Kochiko and achiko mean the exact same thing in Japanese. It's crazy how we're all related. That's what Creator is trying to tell us. We're all related. Yeah, really. See, yeah, you can hear them. That's Creator talking right there. Hey, getting all medicine man on you right there. 14 houses like that. We built them. Okay, the last house, we're getting ready to go home. We're eating like rice, and we're just drinking bottled water because they had malaria there. And okay, the kids is the one that really got to me. They're malnourished and they only eat twice a week. They have no hair because they're malnourished. They're very skinny because they don't have the resources. Because I pictured my own kids. I pictured our kids on the reservation. I pictured that, man, how can I help them? I still have those pictures on my phone today. Once in a while, I'll look at it. But so that's it. I'm going to help out my brothers and my sisters on the other side of the world. Because I can relate to that. I can relate to that pain. I can relate to that little girl starving. During the long walk. The chinchik in Aran there. I pictured my people in that little girl. I pictured my own daughter. You females that are in here, I'm going to tell you something. You probably never heard it. Maybe you've heard it. But if you're a female that's here, you're always going to be daddy's little girl. That doesn't go away. Always. I don't care if you're 70 years old and your dad is 90 years old. He's still going to call you Shawwe. You're always going to be daddy's little girl. So when it hits your heart like that, you know you're on the right path. So the last house, man, I'm getting ready to go back to the United States. We're going to leave Kenya. It's easily this little lady, about 4'5", but to me, she stood pretty tall. She pointed at me and she says, "You, Red Indian." You know, automatically when somebody points at us, especially as natives, we're like, "Hey, wait, I'm all right. I didn't take anything," right? Kind of reminds me when I first bought my house in Farmington. I was mowing the lawn outside and trimming the bushes, and then this one guy stops and says, "Sir, how much do you charge to landscape?" I was like, "Oh man, this is my own house, man. I'm making my own way here." But when I was there, she says, "You, Red Indian, you came here, and I thank you for coming here to Kenya. Red Indian, I want you to pray for my house. I don't want you to pray in English. I want you to pray in your language." If this lady on the other side of the world thinks that my culture and my language is important, maybe I ought to start taking it pretty seriously myself. Shemasanye benashni. Shecheye benashni. Shemasanne kiye benashni. Aro danhaso tkanigiltro benashni. My people. Shike doshidne dan lini. Yat ehonda kredolel. Yat doesn't mean hello. Yat is that road that you're saying that. Yat nishiyat ntahyaho dolel. Yat ehon nalol zistolel. The positive affirmations of our language. Whoo, man, that lady danced after I got done praying. She was dancing around. She was singing in Swahili. I had no idea what that lady was singing, but she was so joyful. Just dancing around this little house. It wasn't even much, but she was thankful. She was thankful for that. When I came back, I got me a cheeseburger and I hugged all my Native American brothers. At the airport, I was hugging the first Navajo. I gave him a Steve Darden hug when I got off the plane, man. They were like, get away from me. About a month later, I got a call from, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy. His name is George Lucas. He's a Che. He's a Che of Star Wars. Calls me up. Never, ever in my life did I ever thought I'd be called from Star Wars. George Lucas. He says, we are teaming up with the Navajo Nation. And we want to know if you want to be the voiceover for the voice of Han Solo. Language preservation. So my voice will ever be etched as the Navajo translation of Star Wars. Power of one. Power of one. Don't you ever think that you can't? Don't you ever think you're disabled? You are enabled to do whatever it is the Creator wants you to do. Disney Plus, right now, Star Wars Episode 4 was translated into the Navajo language for language preservation, and your boy here is Han Solo on that project. My biggest contribution to my people is the preservation of Navajo language. So there was a reason for my dad passing away. There was a reason. There was something bigger on the horizon. There's something bigger for you as well. You just got to swallow that bitter pill that's in front of you now. You got to forgive. The coulda, woulda, shoulda is not going to help you now. But learn from it and go to the next phase. The next phase. Furthering, furthering, and furthering. And I think that the cancer fight twice, yeah, I still get checkups. I had an ostomy bag that was hanging off my gut there for about a good 2 months. I couldn't eat for 34 days because in order for my colon to heal. So just in case you're wondering what's a colon looks like a horseshoe. So if you're over the age of 35, please get checked. Navajo men or Native men here, please get checked. Cancer is flippin' smart. It'll make it think like your body's all right. That's the reason why we don't catch it until it's stage 4. But cancer is smart. If you ever look at it under a microscope, that thing multiplies quick. It's fast. The biggest defense is early detection. And don't let your Native brother down by the lake check it for you. Put the tailgate down and grab a flashlight out of his toolbox and say, hey, bro, you're okay. There's nothing in there. So a lot of movies that I've done too. I was an extra on Breaking Bad, and I did Milepost 398, Drunk Town's Finest. For some reason, I did Milepost 398, and I was typecasted as the alcoholic because I played an alcoholic in that film. So if you're ever on this platform called Skinsplex, there's a whole world of Native films. It's like Netflix for Native films that are out there. So if you ever get a chance, check that out. So I'm going to leave you with this one last part, and I like to involve my wife. My wife's in the other room. She's selling all of our merchandise. Son, bring that up. This is Jalen. So this is what she's selling on the other side, just in case. We're going to take off back to Farmington right after this, and we are at Casino, Arizona on Sunday, just in case. We'll be at the casino down the road here on the 15th. This is Warrior Strong. This is an homage to the mentality of being strong. So we make up these t-shirts. And those of you who maybe have something in 9 months because of this conference, so we got some onesies right here. And if you want to take a little bit of Navajo tortilla with you, we got a magnet right here. And then we also got Bluebird magnets too as well, just in case you say, I'm done with fried bread, but I still wanted magnets. And of course, the Star Wars, the native version, the Reservoirs collections to what the company has allowed me to do. And I'm officially a member of the 501st Legion for Star Wars costuming. So I'm an honorary member with all of that. And of course, the Warrior Strong hats. We got these all for sale. We take firstborn, secondborn, whatever it takes. Credit cards, Zelle, Venmo. I don't even know what those are called, but one day my wife says, let's go run the half marathon in Shiprock. Now, if you're not familiar with the Shiprock, New Mexico half marathon system, what they do is they load you up in a bus in Shiprock, take you out to the middle of nowhere, and tell you to run back to Shiprock. It's kind of like the long walk reenacted, but they label it as a marathon. So we all got off the bus, and then we're all at the starting line. Some of the people are wearing the Hoka shoes, Hoka hay, and the ladies are nervous, right? Some of them are, I haven't ran since my kinalta. I hope I make it. I'm all like, it's okay, sister, I'm going to tow you in. You're going to be all right. The gun went off, and I ducked, because we're still traumatized from what happened a long time ago. And we started running, right? Oh, man, started running, started jogging, and I noticed my wife's not talking to me because we're in competition with each other, and she started running out and way over there. Us natives, we have bad eyesight, so we're always looking at each other like this. It's not because we're mad, it's because we can't see, so don't take the offense to this right there. She was running way up there, and I started speeding up, and you know what happens when you haven't been training, you start speeding up? Cramps start to come in, right? Oh, man, my legs started cramping up on one side. I see it's over here. And it started to affect my face on the other side, and it started cringing on one side. I thought, oh, Jesus, Benashni. Oh, Jesus, please, let me get to Shiprock. You would have thought I went to heaven, but to get to Shiprock? I don't know if you ever come up on the south side of Shiprock, and I thought I died and went to heaven, because if you come up on the south side of Shiprock, it looks like Jerusalem because of all the tribal houses. I was like, man, I think I died on the marathon course. Right when I was feeling sorry for myself, I looked like a res dog that got run over twice and survived. This skinny Native American kid just blows right past me. He has no shirt on, sweat glistening off his back. And he's wearing these real small running shorts, right? He's running the full marathon, and he passed me right there. Oh, man, he must have been a recovering skinwalker because he was running really fast. So I want you to help me out. This group exercise, this last part, I want you to hold up your left hand like you're hitchhiking right here, right out of Flagstaff. Yeah, it's all right. And then hold up your right side, too. Now put them together. Now fold your thumb over your fist and roll your wrist forward. And then rub your thumb muscles together real fast. That's what his butt looked like when he ran right past me. If you remember anything from this conference, rub your thumbs together. When you get home, you're like, look, this is what I learned at the conference. Oh, man. So, yeah, Sunday, Ernie and I at Casino, Arizona with Tanya Johal. And then November 15th, we'll be right down the road at Twin Arrows. November 28th, we'll be at Sky City. November 21st, I'll be up in Spokane, Washington with a different comedy group. And then after that, I think I do 3 spots up in Anchorage. So this little res kid from Shiprock, New Mexico, didn't live without anything. He lived equipped. I was set up for success, just like you're set up for success. Now claim it and walk the beauty road. I'm on the Facebook, give me a like. I'm on the website at jamesjunes.com. I'm also on Farmers Only, if you want to check out that platform. I'm on Tinder, in case you want to build a fire somewhere. No, just kidding. I'm not on the last 2. I used to be. I'm not there anymore. Hajoshin Hilholstole, though yat ehon, she yat ehons and kissed the left yat eholsko, the quagins is Trahi, dog da aqueta, yat ehon lane kitlash on lane tit yat ehon holgist the horn, Disha shall quas in it and leany yat ehon down, leshes strati and leaning above me. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Yeah, I'm James Jones. I'll be at the KDAR conference if you want round 2.
Hey, all right. Well done. Let's hear it again to get some good laughter going. From the heart, that's what it's all about. And from his family, thank you for the family being here. That's awesome to have you working with your boy. That has to be incredible. So thank you so much for what you do, and continue the good work. So Palamia, Wash Day. Got a quick announcement from Coeur d'Alene. So we have a variety of different Trouble VR programs in the house. And Coeur d'Alene, Paula, if you could come up here. The Coeur d'Alene Career Renewal, and I've been out there before. Wanted to present something for this celebration of 50 years. So, Coeur d'Alene Trouble VR, where are you? There you are over there. So thank you so much.
So much appreciation. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for celebrating with us. And again, I just, I'm very humbled standing here because there's so many good words, prayers, songs, and we are going to end in prayer again with Husky, but thank you very much.
Palamia, Wash Day.
Thank you, yeah, for the honor to give closing prayer. That's what our elders say. Somebody thinks good about you, they ask you for prayer, and that's an honor. Also, I'd like to thank James Jones. He knows my sons. That's what he was alluding to earlier. I knew his dad. He was my best friend in high school. Went to school together. Shared many times together. So I want to say thank you to him and his children, his wife. And the fact that he went to Vietnam and came back, I just want to honor him too. A good day. A lot of teachings, a lot of songs, a lot of thoughts, a lot of spiritual recommendations were offered today to go forward again, to move forward with what we're doing. And I'm real glad that Office of Special Ed and Rehab Services and the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities jointly planned this conference and invited each and every one of you to come here. Our elders say, only those that are supposed to be there will be there. If you have a sweat lodge and only one person shows up, that's supposed to happen. Same here again, as we sit and talk and share. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Have safe travels home to your loved ones, and to your home. And so, I'm just going to offer a short song and a little short prayer this time. The song is a song of hope, and it's coming from our relatives from the sweat lodge ceremony. Jopa, Jopa, Acha Jopa, Weya, Weya. Jopa, Jopa, Acha Jopa, Weya, Weya. Jopa, Jopa, Acha Jopa, Niha Jopa. Hey ya, hey ya. Acha nata benetica. Hey ya, hey ya. Acha nata benetica. Hey ya, hey ya. Jopa, Jopa, Acha Jopa. Niha Jopa, Heya, Heya. Acha ane, Ojan Dolet, Heya, Heya. Acha ane, Ojan Dolet, Heya, Heya. Jopa, Jopa, Acha Jopa, Aha Jopa, Weya, Weya. That's the eagle song. We reach up and we bless ourselves. And that song says the eagle lets out a cry, and the eagle is saying, everything will be back in beauty again. Shushan dolel na hastan himma yatit khilni tha hija adon da hontin tin yo te hindlini to ti yentne chopa inohlini khat ato shandeta che na ta no ho khoscha hon khat no lon la ho ako khon hilta hon lon ho penda ha holji. Så det sen vi har zi adon ta sentadist adon ta sad kesa tan long be yat ho anit edole hit ahot iya ho asanit le ocho alanje ba it inigi pansi kes hit enigi den adahas dat etan long ye dat Bajopa initsen bajopa sikes bajopa ita ko na huita ahot iya anita akon iya ikon 50th anniversary aslatlina khaikat hikeya bekhaye ahot iya hikdenne ho khana wo ka nature so ba den zinigi ko asha akina still dole asha ta hashia dole asha she kontel dole she trot se kan dole she yan se la dole she just has dole be unstable dole ja is not dole Beshit yan holland dole so dansen se dakke so Iba it. Hanne lanchi of het abka over has on law. She ho. Die in jod in shop by ho. Beso long hat hier ho. Hier langs ligo ben na asnish. Ja dan has ankat saho. Adok at nana ho nasne ne nan dol. Hanza go shinana ho. Een hit in the teacher. Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities, the Navajo Nation Office of Special Education and Rehab Service. Hit need me so. na huit si kiss ni keba adon da kon ya na ka haska na alchin dan asto ho men na ni sin ta ya ne sa da yos sa to ni ka na cha ka ni cha kan si kiss a ji ni pa a ani ta ho ho kat na te dole mo nas ne ni ho wat ya I kompin ya it in la ho he la ho nasko ne ho ya to ho ya I ho sa na re ke khashon traditin ke khaja anani edol sa na re ke anani ho nani khatol ahot ho sikis we ya ja ha ho Sat Kate Nestan, Swisani, Janahol Aja, Yat Ohon, Havan Sanan Kisol, Tony Hito, Yat Ohon. A team's a labakaj at home, a lounge at home, Hanahan, don't do it. Nahol Yadol, you not in eat all. A star not lay near Matti and Lini. Each aunt and Ezo, and aunt and Neo. Each aunt Yan Kio, each aunt hotels and all. Do nani nani khatol venja hasti dol be khito khat shandata na no musne yin hon lo de ya asli ne itni ja shawik ichim hojona hasli dol hojona hasli amen.
Palamia Husky, how do you feel? It was a good day, was it not? Yes. Everybody travel safe. Paula, any more instructions? You've been bossing me all day. Hey. But thank you so much. Until K9, she'll boss me some more. Hey. But travel home safe, and thank you for gathering for our 50-year celebration. And it was a good day to be together. And in closing, I'll have to do one more. There's a half Dene child, half Lakota child, and he was taught his first word, and it was Yahde. So on that note, travel safe and keep making those footprints for future generations. Thank you so much for what you do. Palamia.
Thank you so much. All right, before you all take off, we got the last of the last raffle items. So we have a $50 gift card, snack box, a bag of goodies, and a pillow set. So pull out your raffles tickets. First one is 941731. Okay, awesome. Come on down. There's that one. All right. 941706. Oh, awesome. Come on down. All right. 941699. 699. Nobody going once. 699. Going twice. 3 times. 699. All right. 768. 941768. 941768. Angie? Is it? No. Can't get it. Just kidding. All right. Awesome. Okay. One more. All right. Last raffle for the day. 690. 690. Right there. All right, mister. Come on down. Thank you, everyone. Hope you all travel safe. Have a good, wonderful day.